What's up, everybody, and welcome back to the stream here. I hope you guys are all enjoying your wonderful day. It's going to be a rather long stream here. I'm talking possibly over 10 hours. I mean, this is a pretty significant and long-term event here for today. So I hope you guys are all enjoying your wonderful afternoon or evening here. And let's go ahead and make sure that we are live and all that here. I want to make sure everything is set up to go. So guys, welcome to the stream here. So again, we're gonna start by actually get my Epic pen real quick. I have like 5 water balls in my desk. That's how long I'm gonna be streaming today's event here. So let's go ahead and get an Epic pen out real quick so I can highlight some certain things and all that. So right now I'm gonna be going over GR2 analyst here and seeing what we're having right now across portions of Alabama. Right now we have some pretty intense storms here and possibly, who knows, possibly some supercells that are developing across the state of Alabama. And then we're going over Arkansas and Louisiana, and then we'll get an overview on what we can expect here within the next few hours here. So if you guys want to know all that, that's exactly what we're going to be doing throughout the day here. But right now, let's go ahead and zoom in what right now we're seeing in Alabama. So just north of the Birmingham metro area, we have some pretty intense storms here. That's actually bringing in a pretty tight rotation here, actually some pretty nice rotation. So keeping a very, very close eye on the storm right now. It's going good, Patrick. How are you doing here? So right now we're again Washington, pretty nice rotation across areas near Sipsey, just in the north of the Birmingham metro area. Again, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for that storm here, looking pretty darn good as well. We have for the southern portion of Alabama here, just south of Montgomery. We also have 2 severe warned storms here, one near Fort Deposit and as well one there near the Minter area. So we are watching a pretty intense storm blowing up across the Alabama metro. And we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning here for the northeastern portion of the state here, just outside the Georgia border. This one as well bringing some very, very intense hail. Look at that, possibly over an inch there, and as well, very, very broad rotation within the cell here. But we actually have possibly over there into the mid 60s when we're talking decibel wise. So very heavy precipitation within the storm right now. Again, really watching out for these storms just to the north of the Birmingham metro area. That's exactly where we have our heaviest hail report of over 2.15 inch sized hail. So let's go ahead. Let me go ahead and look at the chat real quick, guys. Looks like the chat is moving quite quickly here. Very unlikely this will be anything like the Iowa 2020 derecho. Cedar Rapids had a 125-mile-an-hour gust. Nighttime derecho, oh yeah, definitely scary here. We are supposed to have 3 to 5 inches of rain within the next 48 hours, and I'm assuming it's going to be most of the leftover from the south. So yeah, we're going to be watching a pretty big wind threat here. Let me actually go over the SPC outlook here. So let's go ahead and go to the day 1 outlook. So of course, right now, we do have a very large, moderate risk, of course, for the wind threat. And the question, I've seen a lot of questions of people asking whether we can possibly have a high risk for winds, all that. But again, I don't really see that possibly happening whatsoever. I don't see a high risk for winds really, but we do have a 45% chance significant risk for winds right now across much of the western Dixie Valley area. Again, that's exactly where we have our moderate for today. Again, we're going to be seeing possibly really, really intense winds here. Again, we have that low-level jet bringing some really high amounts of shear in the upper atmosphere. And then, of course, we're going to be watching out for possibly in the ratio to possibly bring really intense winds. Look at that. Very intense rainfall. We're going to be seeing some very large flash flooding threats across the portions of as far as Texas there, Oklahoma, when this ratio kind of starts. And then it's just going to get a lot worse as we go overnight here. This is what 2:15 a.m. Very intense rain across Little Rock, Shreveport there. And again, we're still going to be watching out for some supercells here, possibly hours ahead of the storm here. Look at that, possibly watching out for some supercells developing across Texas, Louisiana, even Mississippi. They're ahead of this main derecho. So that's exactly why we still have that pretty widespread 10% chance for tornadoes here, because there is still a chance for some surface-based tornadoes. Northwest Indiana under a tornado risk tomorrow. Day 2. Yeah, Indiana does have a 2% chance. So yeah, we have a pretty big event tomorrow, mainly for the winds. Again, this will be the same derecho. So even this is going to be a 2-day event for the derecho. It's going to be into the southeastern and Gulf Coast area, and that's exactly why we have a 30% chance for wind and only a 5% chance for tornado. So I may live stream tomorrow as well. But again, for sure, a pretty big event. So the moderate is does actually include now 2.7 million people there under this moderate risk, and this includes Jackson, Pine Bluff, Arkansas just got added earlier today, Monroe, Hattiesburg, and Meridian, and even far western Alabama. I believe Tuscaloosa is not that far. Let me actually go to Tuscaloosa real quick. I don't think Tuscaloosa is that far from the enhanced risk. Wait. Yeah. Well, actually, never mind. Tuscaloosa's oops, I think I just forgot what Tuscaloosa was, actually. That's, oops, what am I doing there? National Weather Service. There we go. But again, here to overlook at what we have right now. So we have 3 areas where we have severe thunderstorm watches there as well. One up there in the mid-Atlantic, one here, of course, for Alabama, and then, of course, right here, the main event there across portions of the South Central. So let's go ahead and back to GR2 analysts real quickly here, because, again, we do have some pretty intense storms now building up across Arkansas and Louisiana, and, of course, some pretty intense storms right now across portions of Alabama. So I'm going to keep a close eye on this Birmingham storm, because this Birmingham storm definitely looks very, very intense here. I mean, we actually possibly have over 70 decibels embedded within the storm here. Again, as well, a pretty intense storm going towards the northwestern Georgia region and southwestern Montgomery. You guys there in the metro area, you guys near Fort Deposit, Calhoun, even including areas like Minter, you guys are just outside, or you guys about to get hit pretty hard by a severe thunderstorm. Let's go ahead now and check a look here at the Shreveport radar site real quickly, because it looks like we have some pretty intense storms down there developing. Again, we have some very, very high K values right now. So again, things are going to start getting very widespread here, storms all over the place. But of course, the main event will be the derecho overnight. But we're still seeing some scattered, possibly surface-based storms developing, like we have right now in Alabama. Really intense storms. They're actually, those are more like elevated, because I don't see any tornadic threats for those areas. But definitely, as we go over within the next few hours, there will be some tornadic threats possibly across Mississippi there, even Arkansas, for these storms. But yeah, we have a very intense storm right now, actually, very large intense storm there across the southern Arkansas area, Magnolia, Emerson, Waldo, Stevens. You guys are getting hit pretty hard. You guys are getting hit pretty hit significantly, actually, by a pretty intense squall line here. It's a very thick squall line here. I mean, actually, look at that. We actually did get a pretty big wind report there. Actually, large tree down and blocking traffic on Arkansas Highway 29 north of Louisville. So we actually, or Louisville, so we actually do have a large tree on the highway in Arkansas. I believe, what was it? Highway 29 in Arkansas there. A large tree was actually knocked over here and uprooted because of this pretty intense squall line right now that we have in place across portions of Arkansas. And of course, it does have a pretty large warning that is in effect because of the storm there, northeastern Lafayette, southeastern Nevada County, western Union, and as well Columbia County until 3:15 Central Time. Again, a severe thunderstorm. We're located along a line extending from near Boca to Waldo to near Spring Hill, moving east at 30 miles an hour. Again, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts is possibly the big threat there, and hail to vehicles is expected. So let's actually look at the hail reports here. Again, we actually have some very, very intense hail within this squall line here. So we actually have up to an inch and a half just areas near just north of Atlanta in the Arkansas area, not far from the Louisiana border. So we have a very large area, some pretty intense hail across the southeastern or south central portion of Arkansas, with a pretty intense squall line here, bringing well over an inch here within this region, even near Stevens there. Ugma, you guys are getting as well some pretty intense hail there, over an inch within the squall line. Again, they did bring in a large tree down and blocking traffic on Arkansas Highway 29, so it already has uprooted some trees within the areas north of Louisville. So if you're in Camden, if you're in Buena Vista, if you're in Stevens, if you're in Smackover, Mount Holly, you guys are going to get hit pretty intense with some pretty extreme winds here. And again, we have up to an inch and a half size hail reported north of Atlanta, as well. Pretty not Atlanta, Georgia though. Intense storm as well, kind of south within this squall line here, and that's going to be for areas just in the north of Shreveport, including here northwestern Webster and west central Claiborne and Bossier parishes. And looking at 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. So again, right now, mainly wind threats for this for this right now. So really intense storm actually within the storm there. Stevens, McNeil, you guys getting hit really hard by this rain as we speak here. And it's going to start heading towards the El Dorado area, Norflet, Calion. So if you're within those areas, I would recommend you guys take a very, very close consideration that you don't want to be outside. If you have any pets outside right now within this area, please take them inside because look at this hail size. I mean, we're seeing nearly 2-inch size hail again. We're 1.6 there, and it's continuing to increase at a pretty significant trend here. So if you live near El Dorado, Newell, Weston, please take your dogs, cats, whatever pet you have inside if they're outdoor because this is going to really possibly even injure them. Again, nearly 1.5 inch, so pretty intense hail within the storm here, and as well, very, very gusty wind within the storm too. So again, it already has uprooted some trees, and is there a chance it could uproot more trees as it goes to the east? There's a pretty good chance because this is a very, very intense squall in here. It's actually got some really thick, heavy rains here within the storm here. Let's go look at the base velocity again. This is all straight line of winds. So very, very intense squalling right now in portions of the southwestern. Again, southwestern and south central Arkansas, you guys are getting that heaviest rain right now from the squalling. As well, we have some pretty intense storms in Alabama. Let's go back to Alabama very quickly here because near the Birmingham region, we have some pretty intense hail of that, possibly over an inch or nearly an inch there. As well as some pretty intense storms just across just statewide. We have some pretty intense storms. Thank you to that very widespread cape we're seeing there. But look at that 2-inch size hail to the north of the Birmingham region near Sipsey. There, you guys are getting some pretty intense hail. What's up, Sophie? How are you doing? How are you doing, Sophie? Again, actually, it's just gone down to 1.8, but we actually had up to over 2-inch size hail to the north of this Birmingham storm there as well. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for northwestern Georgia now. So we got some pretty intense storms there near Mount Carmel or Carmel, Center Post there, Rising Fawn, Cooper Heights. You guys in the path for this potentially intense storm here and actually bringing over an inch. So look at that possibly. Let's actually look at the actual rating there. Just over an inch there, and that's gonna be going across the state border here, just north of Menlo. It's actually not too far north from the Rome area. It's near the Treon area, Somerville. So if you are in, let's see here, if you are in southwestern Walker County, southwestern Dade County, and northwestern Chattooga County, I recommend you guys do keep a close eye out on this because I would not really want to be outside within a storm like that. Like I said with the Arkansas storm, if you have any pets outside, please bring them inside because even though it's not as intense, it's still right now inside tail, and that's obviously still going to possibly injure some animals if they're outside. And again, it's going to be at a pretty heavy rate here, this hail, but really intense storm here, getting I believe over 64 decibels again. So really, really intense storm right now. But again, hail damage is expected there, as well possibly some wind damage here because this is a pretty intense elevated storm here. So hail and wind is going to be the main threat. Very little rotation within the storm there. And I would not rule out the possibility if we get possibly some stronger or I guess larger sized hail as the storm does go towards the northwestern portions of Georgia. And that's our latest severe thunderstorm warning for that region, as well a few severe thunderstorm warnings towards Virginia and North Carolina. I'll actually keep a close eye on those right now, but still watching out Alabama because this storm here to the north of Birmingham is very intense here actually, and we do have some pretty good rotation within areas of this storm embedded within the storm here. So I want to keep a very close eye on this cell here to the north of Birmingham. Let's go to 3D on this as well. I want to see how high his echotops are, getting within 40,000 feet, but you can kind of see there's some pretty high echotops embedded within the storm here. So really favorable conditions there. Definitely some very high cloud cover. Echotops again getting up to well over 40,000 feet. So very high storms are definitely pretty good for severe weather development. So yeah, keeping a close eye on this storm right now across Alabama. It does have actually echotops over 40,000 feet, actually nearly 45,000 feet. And it actually earlier on did bring in over 2-inch sized hail here. Actually, I believe it was 2.2 2.2, but now it's gone down to around 1.7. So bringing in some really intense hail. If you live near the just between Summerton and Arc 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 Arkadelphia. Arkadelphia. If you live within those areas, I would recommend you guys do keep a close eye on the storm here. Again, if you have any pets outside, bring them inside. If you live near Kimberly, Warrior, Morris, this is going to be a pretty intense storm heading within your area right now. Again, you guys are starting to get some pretty heavy rain at the moment, but nothing compared to that cell, which is just behind that rain. Still seeing some pretty intense storms now just to the south of Montgomery, and still seeing that pretty intense squalling there in Arkansas. So let's actually check a look now at let's go ahead and take a look now at Virginia and North Carolina here. So let's actually go to North Carolina real quickly, guys, because people are going to get probably mad at me if I don't check a look at North Carolina. So let's go to the let's go to Raleigh and Durham, see exactly how close that is to this. So yeah, it's probably going to give us a pretty good widespread area here. I wish we had a Greensboro radar site if we don't have a Greensboro. I don't think we have a Greensboro one. Yeah, we don't have a Greensboro one. But yeah, we're going to have to work with this Raleigh one real quickly here. So yeah, still some pretty intense storms here. Look at that really intense storm there near Mount Airy, near Bannerton there. Pretty intense storm there. Pretty intense cell. As well as some pretty intense cells there towards the southern area of the state of North Carolina. So let's get a look at this. Oh yeah, look at that really intense hail. We actually had over inch-sized hail, or nearly inch-sized hail, near the Floyd area and western Virginia there. And we got a new severe thunderstorm warning for that region there to the north of Martinsville, to the south of Rocky Mount. This includes southeastern Franklin County, and a severe thunderstorm was located near Ferrum, moving east at 25 miles an hour. Ping pong sized hail and 60-mile gusts is the threat for this storm. So a very large hail actually within that storm. And we have a very intense storm near Mount Airy and Bannerton, which is now moving to the north here, towards the northeast basically. That should be heading towards areas like Danbury, Sandy Ridge, and possibly right on the North Carolina Virginia border line within the next few minutes here. But look at that hail getting possibly, let's see the latest report here, 1.11 inch size hail. Very intense storm in general. We actually have some very broad rotation within the storm as well, keeping a very close eye on that because that's a very intense storm as well. Another intense storm here near Pine Bluff and Huffman. If you live within those areas, we're also seeing very large hail, getting that actually 1.3 inch sized hail in areas in south central North Carolina. So you guys are actually outside in I believe the marginal risk. Yeah, you guys are in the marginal risk, and you're getting over inch-sized hail. So that's kind of showing you how unexpected things can be. And that's why I say, if you're in a marginal risk, you still want to be weather aware. That's exactly why. But we're getting here over 68 decibels within this cell. So very intense rainfall and precipitation rate. Let's go a little bit. Ecotops getting nearly, I believe, 30,000 between the storm, or 30 to possibly 34,000 ecotops within the storm here in southern North Carolina. Areas in central Moore County, north central Scotland, northeastern Richmond, and northwestern Hope County. You guys are getting hit, or you guys are expected to get hit by some pretty intense cell here. Areas that are expected to get impacted includes Pine Bluff, Foxfire, Taylortown, Vass, Carthage, Pinehurst, Aberdeen, Hoffman, Whispering Pines. So if you live within any of those areas here, I would recommend you do possibly take your animals inside here, your pets as well. If you're outside within this area here, I would definitely take shelter, whether it's a restaurant, something like that, because this is going to be some pretty large hail, getting over an inch here, and it looks like it's still possibly an intense cell here, and it looks like it may continue to strengthen. Looks like this storm here near Mount Airy is still pretty significant here. Again, like I said, there's some pretty broad rotation within that cell, not looking like it's going to be tornadic or anything, but the hail is still pretty significant here. Let's look at the report. Looking at now 1.25, so an inch and a quarter size hail there near the Mount Airy area. We have very intense storm here near Pine Bluff, of course, and even a few storms there near the Newport News region, Norfolk, Virginia Beach there. You guys are getting some pretty intense storms within that region here that we actually have one severe warned. And it looks like we have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings have been canceled in Alabama. And let's actually go back towards Arkansas very quickly here, because that one there is really intense. Actually, go to Louisiana. Actually, let's do Shreveport, because I think that one's a lot better. Let's go to Shreveport here. That Shreveport one's pretty darn good. It's kind of right to the south of that squall line. But we have now El Dorado. You guys are now under that severe thunderstorm warning here. That was expected to possibly be there quite soon here. So we have a very intense very intense squall line here. For portions of south central Arkansas. Let's wait for this radar start to actually load for us again. There we go. So yeah, this is a very intense squall line here. And actually now we're getting up to 2-inch. Oh my gosh, that's very large. 2.5-inch size hail to the north of Atlanta. Look how it's gradually just strengthened here. Let's wait for that to load for us, the next update. But look at that very intense squall line here across portions of the Mount Holly area. And this is going to be towards kind of the south central portion of the state. So if you know anybody in El Dorado, Northlet, Lawson, Urbana, New London, Strong, Newell, Smackover, and Weston, if you know anybody there in south central Arkansas, please tell them to possibly, if you know they're outside hanging out having fun, tell them to possibly seek shelter here, because this is a very, very large hail and some pretty intense winds. Actually, earlier near Louisville, from the same squall line, a large tree is now down on Highway 29 near Louisville there, not too far from your area. And this includes Union County and southeastern Columbia County. So a very large area there, including El Dorado and the areas outside of that region here. So you guys are expected to get hit pretty hard by the squall line here. Look, the most intense storm, or the most intense part of that squall line is actually going toward your area. And that's exactly where we have that over 2-inch size hail there, 2.5-inch size hail. Thank you, Jackie. Thank you for joining the stream. I really appreciate it. What's up, Charlie? How are you doing? Cajun, very abnormally warm for the season here in Quebec City. Is that the case in the southeast? Yeah, it's very warm here. Actually, it is 8 degrees here already. That's way above average for this time of the year. Again, guys, but right now we are watching a pretty intense squall line here. It's, I'd say, the most interesting one we have right now here, but we have as well some pretty scattered storms that are across Alabama, and some pretty as well scattered cells that are across North Carolina and Virginia. We have kind of severe thunderstorm warnings all over the place here right now, but I'm really focusing on the squall line, because this has already brought in a very large tree on the ground near Louisville there. It's already causing traffic on Highway 29 for Arkansas, and this squall line is going to continue to make its way towards the east here at a very fast rate, since it is a pretty extreme squall line moving at a very fast rate. So it is going to bring some possibly some flash flooding threats here, specifically across the El Dorado area. You guys as well may see some minor flash flooding within that region here, because it's bringing some really, really heavy rain at a pretty fast rate here. So keeping a very, very close eye on that right now. But again, if you are new to the channel, I would recommend you to subscribe. I would greatly appreciate it, of course. And as well, be sure to like the stream if you really enjoy it as well. Alright, guys, but we're continuing to watching this pretty intense storm here, actually squalling in general here across south central Arkansas. So we are seeing some pretty intense hail, and as well as some pretty intense winds. So we are getting up to possibly just over 2 inches here. Look at that, 2.11. Earlier, though, we actually had 2.5-inch sized hail. So this is a very intense cell here, more intense portion of the squall line, making its way towards El Dorado, Hampton, Bearden, Tinsman, Banks, Hermitage, Jersey. You guys are all going to get hit by this squall line here. Do you think we have a severe thunderstorm warning in Georgia? We actually have one in Georgia right now here in the northwestern portion of the state. But again, guys, very intense squall line here, now getting less than 2 inches here. So this looks like this hail is starting to, I guess, lower in amounts as it makes its way there. But let's see, we got a new update here. So we got another very large severe thunderstorm warning here. This includes areas such as Bradley County, South Central Cleveland County, Calhoun County, and Eastern Ochita County in southwestern Arkansas. This is until 4:15 Central. A severe thunderstorm were located along a line extending from near Highland Industrial Park to near Weston, moving east at 40 miles an hour. Ping pong size hail and 60 minor wind gusts will be the threat for the storm here. So again, very intense squall line, like I did say multiple times. It has already brought in a tree down 2 miles northeast of 2 miles north of Louisville. Again, large tree down and blocking traffic on Arkansas Highway 29 there, north of Louisville. So, like I did say, it is definitely a pretty intense squall line for sure, and there's definitely a chance to possibly watch out for some more trees to go down as this continues as well overnight. We're going to be seeing a more intense, possibly derecho tonight here. Let me show you here. This is nothing compared. See that little cell that we're watching that right now for the air? This is what we're watching that for right now. That's exactly what we're watching, but that is almost nothing compared to the major derecho we're watching for tonight across Oklahoma, Texas there, Arkansas, even going as far north as Missouri. And just look at that. Look at this is at 4 a.m. Like, look at that massive squall line and derecho, most likely derecho in general. But, I mean, we may see some very, very gusty winds across Mississippi there, Arkansas, Louisiana, Texas. Is there a chance for 60% for winds? I doubt it. But, again, if it were to be issued, honestly, I would not be surprised. But, again, I still don't see it. And now we have a 10% chance, significant risk for tornadoes now. So we got a new update, guys. A 10% chance, significant risk for tornadoes. They just updated here, and yeah, they just updated this the National Hurricane Center website here. So the slight risk actually going all the way near the the slight risk here is no longer for central Georgia. This moderate risk has been extended further into southwestern Alabama. So this is our latest update here on the SPC. 10% chance, significant risk for tornadoes has been issued for Jackson, Mississippi there, Hattiesburg, Mississippi there, Meridian, Pearl, and Ridgeland, Mississippi. So south central and southeastern Mississippi, you guys are now under, and as well even portions of the even as well southwestern Alabama, and portions of central and southeastern Mississippi, you guys are now under a 10% chance, significant severe risk for tornadoes. So that is actually showing you that there is still a pretty widespread and potent threat for some tornadoes today. Again, people are not focusing on the tornado threat. I get that, but look at the cities here. On this. So again, Greenville, you guys are in that regular 10% chance, but Jackson, you guys are in the 10% chance sig. Mobile, you guys are actually not that far from the 10% chance significant risk there for severe weather. Again, still a very large hail, 30% chance sig for severe hail. Again, monster hail is possibly likely. And of course, the biggest threat for today is a 45% chance hatch risk for winds right now. Actually, 30% and 45% chance hatch risk. So we have a very large hatch risk because of how intense and large that derecho could possibly be here. And again, that's including 2.7 million people in that 45% chance significant risk. And in the 30% chance significant risk, we do have about 8 million people. So a lot of people. What about Tulsa, Oklahoma? So Tulsa, you guys are going to possibly start getting some intense storms very, very soon here. So go to the 15-minute here on the HRR. You guys should get some pretty intense storms here, I'd say, by 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock your time here. So expect some pretty intense storms there within the next 2 to 3 hours across Tulsa. Many of those will most likely be wind and hail. But again, you guys are under a 5% chance. Actually, yeah, you guys are under a 5% chance for tornadoes. So I keep a close eye maybe on a small threat for tornadoes there in Tulsa, but still keep a very close eye on that because main threat there will be for the winds. You are under a 30% chance significant risk and a 30% chance significant risk for both wind and hail. So again, like I did say, mainly wind and hail threat for Tulsa, but scattered tornadoes possibly are possible within the region by the next 2 or 3 hours or so. Christine, I don't think you have to be nervous, but I would just keep a very close eye. If it makes you more comfortable, I would possibly say maybe stay in your basement once he starts moving your area, but I don't think there's going to be a big threat for tornadoes for your area or for Tulsa when these storms actually move in. So I think you'll be fine when it comes to this tornado threat here. But again, guys, if you are new to the channel, be sure to subscribe. I would greatly appreciate it. And as well, if you guys want to use the super chat button, go ahead and you guys can donate to the stream. Of course, I would greatly appreciate that. But again, guys, watching a pretty intense squall right now for South Central Arkansas as well. Some intense storms there in northwestern Georgia as well. Even severe thunderstorm warnings there for northern Arkansas, southwestern. We got another. Actually, never mind. That's expired there. But well, let's go. Let's look at southeastern Virginia. That's very interesting here. Let's go look at southeastern Virginia really quickly here. Looks like we got some very interesting going on there with some those storms over there. So let's go towards where even is Sterling? I have no idea where Sterling, Virginia is actually. I'm gonna be honest. Oh, that's way up there near upstate. Okay, that would not work. Blacksburg, where's that? That won't work. Actually, it might not actually. Let's go to Sterling. That might work. Nope, won't work either. Okay, guys, I don't know my Virginia cities. I'm sorry. Let's go to Wakefield. There we go, Wakefield. Will Baxter Springs, Kansas be affected? So is Baxter Springs in southeastern Kansas? Let me actually look that up for you. Baxter Springs. I'm not exactly sure where that is. Let me actually look up real quick. Baxter Springs, Kansas map. Okay, yeah, you're in the southeastern portion near the border of Oklahoma. So, yeah, you will definitely see some possibly intense storms here. You are under a slight risk there. A 2% chance for tornadoes, like I did say. I don't see any tornado threats for the southeastern portion of Kansas today, but definitely a pretty potent threat for wind and possibly some hail. And that's going to be a big threat here for the next few hours. You're going to start seeing your storms possibly within the next, I'd say, possibly within the next, I'd say, maybe 3 hours is when you start seeing your storms there in the that southeastern portion of Kansas. So keeping a very close eye on that. And then you're going to be seeing some really heavy rain and possibly some intense winds on that squall line there once you get to the overnight hours there around 9, 10 o'clock your time. Or no, yeah, like 8, 9 o'clock your time. And then it should move out by 10:30 Central Time. So it is going to be a pretty long lasting threat for you, I'd say a few hours or so. You're welcome, weather today. So right now we have some pretty intense storms across southeastern Virginia there. So we actually do have a special marine warning here. So again, a very strong thunderstorm was located over Burwell Bay, moving east-northeast at 20 knots here. So very, very quick moving storm here. You can kind of see as well an intense storm there just to the south of Norfolk. Let's look at the hail, if we got any hail in that storm there. Very small hail. Looks like it's going to mainly be a wind threat for sure there. And let's go back towards, we got some interesting storms there near northern. Let's actually go to Little Rock real quick. Little Rock, because it looks like we got some pretty intense storms there near the north central portion of Arkansas now. So even the northern part of Arkansas is getting a few warnings here as well. So kind of everything between Little Rock is getting some severe weather there. You're welcome, Iglyland 64. So again, guys, now the severe weather is starting to blow up across portions of Arkansas. Look at that, some pretty intense storms now near the north central portion of the state, and that's a very intense squall line on the southern part of the state there, getting to inch-sized hail, actually an inch and a half there near the, let's see, this is near the western area, and the western area, and as well inch-sized hail near the Sage area, 1.19 and 1.64. So we're actually getting up to over an inch and a half sized hail there. Actually 1.72 now, so getting well over an inch and a half sized hail there for that storm near the Ellis area. Look at that very intense hail right now in north central Arkansas with these pretty intense cells. We don't have much rotation. We have some very broad rotation with the Ellis storm there, but let's go ahead and read the counties that are under the severe thunderstorm warning here. So let's go ahead and look at this. So we have a severe thunderstorm warning here, including northwestern Randolph County, northern Izard County, Izard County, eastern Fulton County, and northern Sharp County. Again, a severe thunderstorm was located over La Crosse or near Melbourne, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. Half-dollar-sized hail is definitely be a pretty significant threat there. And then, of course, just to the west of that, we have western Fulton County, Baxter County, northeastern Marion County, and northwestern Izard County. So pretty intense storms within a pretty small area. So if you're near Franklin, Zion, Evening Shade Center, Ash Flat, and then even portions there near Bexar, Watch here, you guys are about to get hit pretty significantly by some intense storms with actually over an inch and a half for hail. So very intense hail with that, as well as some pretty intense hail towards the squall line here going to El Dorado. 1.3 inch size hail, and as well just near Eagle Mills getting over 1.23 inch size hail. So very intense hail already reported across Arkansas. Christine, squall lines typically don't produce tornadoes, mainly wind threat. Again, squall lines are typically elevated, meaning hail and winds only, really. So again, guys, really watching out for the severe weather right now. It's going to start getting a lot more intense, let's just say that. And we're going to start seeing a lot more severe thunderstorm warnings because that intense red show possibly possible or almost guaranteed overnight here. But here's a very big overview. So seeing intense severe weather across much of the southeastern portion of the United States there. We got a lot of warnings there in Arkansas there, even to southwestern Missouri. And some very large amounts of severe thunderstorm watches, including even the mid-Atlantic there. So severe weather is going to be very widespread, at least for now, and then it'll kind of limit towards just Dixie Alley in the south central by later this evening here. Let's go ahead and get a better look at the Storm Prediction Center and see the latest reports. So we already have, guys, 32 hail reports. I mean, that is crazy that we've already had 32 hail reports before that main event. So look at that. We've had widespread hail even as far as West Virginia there, intense hail near northeastern Texas, which is exactly where I figured it would be. And I think I said yesterday in my stream that the most intense hail could possibly be in southeastern Oklahoma and portions of Texas as well. Pretty intense hail already across Alabama. Even, of course, right now, the 10 storms that we have currently up there in Arkansas. So we got golf ball sized hail there near Alabama. So really intense hail. So let's see our large report there, 1.75. So yeah, we got some very intense hail so far today across this region here. It looks like we got our most intense hail across Alabama and Texas so far today. What's up, Interpret Explorer? Again, we have we have a lot of Meadowscale discussions so far right now. So we have a Meadowscale discussion. Hold on. Yeah, we have a Meadowscale discussion right now for Oklahoma, Arkansas, just portions of the Ozarks and the South Central. So like I said there, Jack, or actually no, Christine, I think you are the one in, yeah, you're in Tulsa. So you're under this medical discussion. So looking at possibly here, severe potential is expected to increase late this afternoon and portion of this evening here. So let's go ahead and see, looking at some pretty intense storms there. So looking at mainly possibly so initial cells over far western Oklahoma will likely remain limited. So again, like I just say, nothing really tornadic, and that's pretty good for you in just that area here. So just going to be possibly looking at a threat there for some damaging wind gusts, very large hail. But there's going to be possibly some rotating storms, but I'm just keeping a very close eye on this area here. Again, we do have 3 medical discussions. Let's go ahead and look at one here across Arkansas. So this is our medical discussion here. We have 4 portions of western Dixie Alley, including eastern Arkansas, western Mississippi there, and portions of northern Louisiana. So looking at a developing swath of severe wind gusts possible with an increasingly organized convective system overspreading the region here through 6 o'clock Central Time. So going to be seeing some really intense winds within this medical discussion. So notice how a lot of these aren't really tornadic, but still watching possibly for some maybe brief spin-ups. And then let's look at another medical discussion here, and this one including portions of the Ozarks, southeastern Kansas there, far northeastern portions of Oklahoma, north central Arkansas, and as well portions of south central Missouri, and basically right on the border there of Tennessee. So looking at possibly severe risk associated with developing storms over the Ozarks may warrant severe thunderstorm watch insurance. So this is kind of more issuance. So this one's going to kind of be more of severe thunderstorm watch. Not really anything too crazy there for a tornado watch, really. But again, 60% chance there for a watch being issued within that area there. Again, going to continue to really watch out for some intense winds and hail. Nothing yet that's tornadic. The tornadic activity will most likely be, again, for portions of Mississippi there. Let's go ahead and show you guys the let me go show you the convective outlook. We do now have a 10% chance SIG for tornadoes. They just updated it not too long ago. So the biggest areas for tornadoes, according to what the SPC thinks, will be areas of southeastern and central Mississippi and far southwestern Alabama. But in general, a very large 10% chance, including 2.7 million people, including southern Arkansas, far northeastern Texas, north central Louisiana, central and southern Mississippi there, and as well portions of western Alabama. So again, all these Mosca discussions are kind of outside of those big tornado threats. But again, here are these storms that we have right now that are under that Mosca discussion. For the Ozarks, seeing mainly that hail threat there, possibly just over an inch, but as well, very, very intense winds. Look at that. It's obviously going to be straight line winds. You can kind of see all these reds going again away the radar. So really watching possibly some very intense winds in general here with these possibly elevated storms. And then, of course, looking at a very intense squall line here towards the south central portion of the state here, bringing in intense hail on the northern and southern portion of this storm here. So near Eagle Mills, Bearden, you guys getting up to 1.5 inches. And then down here near Newell and Weston, just south of West, so we're actually getting 1.46 as well. So we have the same reports there, 1.46 there, and then 1.46 there, and we actually got 3/4 of an inch size hail near Magnolia earlier when the storm was in that area. So main threat, wind and hail within the storm there. Again, there could possibly be some areas of tire rotation, but doesn't really guarantee it's going to be tornadic. It just means there's going to be possibly. Ooh, we got a tornado warning in is that Virginia? Let's go to North Carolina real quickly here, guys. Let's go to North Carolina. We have a tornado warning here for far northern North Carolina here. So, guys, we have a tornado warning here for that intense one that I was looking at earlier. Mount Airy, Flat Rock, Bannertown. You guys are under that tornado warning right now. Again, I was actually looking at that a lot earlier on. I just looked at that here, so that's actually pretty interesting here. So let's wait for this update here. It's downloading the information here, so let's go ahead and look at this. So actually, hold on. Why is it doing that? That's really weird. Hold on. Why is it doing that? Let's go Raleigh, Durham. There we go. We got to go to the main one. Okay, I was actually not on the main one, but again, we do have a tornado warning here, including northeastern Surry County and northwestern North Carolina until 5 o'clock Eastern time. So this will be for the next 32 minutes or so. Again, radar indicates some rotation. So look at the storm here right now. Look at that. So we do have some pretty broad rotation within this storm here. I could very well see why they have this under a tornado warning here. So I believe this is our first main tornado warning of this event here. That's right, Christine. Again, Christine, be sure to subscribe to the channel if you're not already done so, because when these storms start getting severe in your area, you can come back and get reminded to join the stream here. So be sure to smash the subscribe button so you can come back and watch the stream later on when it gets crazy for your area. What's up, Sierra? I wish I saw this much weather action in a day, lol. I mean, not the tragedy, but like the excitement. I agree. I definitely agree with that. But right now, we do have a tornado warning here for northwestern North Carolina here, just outside the higher elevations there near Boone area, of course, kind of outside the Appalachian Mountains, and kind of right towards the Virginia border is where we have this tornado warning. Like I said, it includes northeastern Surry County. Tornado and golf ball sized hail is going to be the hazard for this storm here. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Flat Rock and moving east at 20 miles an hour. So locations impacted include Mount Airy, Flat Rock, Pilot Mountain, Woodville, Westfield, and White Plains. So again, if you are in these areas such as Bannertown, Flat Rock, please take shelter immediately until you guys are no longer in the warning. Very broad rotation within the storm here. Again, it's very broad. So this is kind of right before they issued the tornado warning here, and this is now what it is. So could they possibly extend the tornado warning here toward the counties east of this tornado warning? That's going to be the question here. So that's going to be the question here. If the National Weather Service has any confidence, that will continue to be a threat here. But severe thunderstorm warning to the south of Raleigh there. We have so many scatter warnings across the Mid-Atlantic and North Carolina regions right now. So this is definitely all over the place right now. But again, tracking a tornado warning here in northwestern North Carolina. Very, very broad rotation. But again, still got to keep a close eye on it because they do have the confidence, of course, to issue this warning. But I don't see anything too concerning with this right now. But again, that can very well change in the coming future. And again, guys, if you are new to the channel, be sure to smash the subscribe button, guys. I would really appreciate it. But right now, we're tracking this tornado warning, our first tornado warning, basically, of this main event right now, across. It's actually for North Carolina, so kind of not in the areas that we were actually watching for today, but including areas like Mount Airy, Bannertown, as well, including areas just to the north of Pilot Mountain. So Pilot Mountain, you guys are right on the edge of that tornado warning. You guys should be mainly fine from the storm here. But so again, keep a very close eye on this tornado warning across portions of the northwestern portion of North Carolina, kind of right towards the border of Virginia. So keeping a very, very close eye within the storm here. Again, it has very broad rotation, but I don't really see it being tornadic. Let's go to echo tops. It does have some pretty good echo tops of about, let's see here, I'd say 35,000 possibly there. And we have echo tops here in the storm here near, this is near Nelson, to possibly bringing over 42,000 echo tops. But this is actually a very interesting storm here right now near the Cluster Springs in Alton. It's got some pretty good rotation, actually. So I'm going to keep a close eye on this storm here near the Southern Virginia area. That is very, very interesting. Actually, it's some pretty good structure with this storm here. I'm going to keep a close eye on that storm there near South Boston. That's a very, very interesting structure of that storm there. It's got some pretty broad rotation there. Very similar to the rotation we have here. So this may get warned here as well. It's got some pretty nice hail, over an inch. I mean, this storm near Cluster Springs and Alton in far south central Virginia has some very nice structure to it. I'll keep a very close eye on that. That may get tornado warned. I mean, I'll keep a close eye on that. When I got a severe thunderstorm warning here, I believe, for Oklahoma, so I'll go to that very quickly here. I'm trying to keep up with this right now, but again, tornado warning here, quickly moving out. This cell's quickly moving out of where we have the warning right now. Again, guys, be sure to share the stream to friends and family. I would greatly appreciate it, guys. Trying to get as many people warned on this severe weather event. Again, a very large, moderate risk for winds, and still have a 10% chance sig for tornadoes. But this storm here near the Cluster Springs got a very, very nice structure to it. Some very broad rotation. This possibly, if it keeps up, may get warned. I mean, not severe warned, because that's already severe warned, but possibly even tornado warned. I mean, look at that structure. I mean, obviously, it may be like a small, like little temporary thing, but I'm still gonna keep a very close eye on that. 1.26 inch sized hail there, not bad whatsoever. Near Nelson, getting possibly very similar totals of hail, and then getting up to around 1.11 inch sized hail there near the Pilot Mountain area. So keeping a very close eye on these storms all over Virginia and North Carolina. So again, keeping a close eye there on these storms here north of Pilot Mountain. We do currently still have a tornado warning there, including south or northeastern Surrey County. So very small tornado warning here. Again, I do think it's not going to be anything too crazy. The cell has already moved out the area of where that warning already is located. I do not see them reissuing a tornado warning here for the counties east of that. That I do not see whatsoever. But keeping a very still close eye on it, because of course it still maybe gain strength or circulation, possibly, but I don't see anything concerning with this tornado warning. But I am keeping a close eye on this storm over here to the north of this near Cluster Springs there, getting out over an inch and a half. So this is a very strong strengthening cell right here towards portions of south central Virginia. So again, inch and a half there for portions of south central Virginia for hail, and a very nice storm here, very broad rotation. I'm going to keep a very close eye on that storm. That one's definitely catching my attention here. But I'm going to go ahead and make my way towards the west here. Let's go back. Actually, we got a severe thunderstorm warning here, I believe, for Oklahoma. But let's quickly go back to Little Rock here. I want to keep a close eye on these storms here in that squall line. It's very, very intense squall line near Little Rock. Or not Little Rock, but into portions of Arkansas there. But yeah, we have a severe thunderstorm warning here for portions of southwestern Oklahoma there, so that's a little bit unexpected there. What's up, Winter Queen Weather? How are you doing? But again, guys, very intense squall line here. We actually got a latest report here near the 4700 block of Mount Holly Highway. A large tree was reported down and blocking the highway. A vehicle ran into the tree, but no injuries were reported. Holy cow. So this is exactly what I was saying, guys. There's some very intense winds within these squall lines. This can continue to be a big threat overnight. A vehicle ran into a tree that was on the ground on a highway just to the north of Smackover. So it's kind of more of a little rural area, but still, that's already 2 reports of trees on the ground within the same squalene in south central and southwestern Arkansas there, getting up to an inch and a half hail size there to the south of Bearden, and as well up to 2.2 inch size hail near El Dorado. So if you're near El Dorado, if you're near areas in Lawson, Urbana, please take your pets inside there. Please take cover because it's a very intense squall here. Again, it just brought a tree down on a highway and a vehicle ran into the tree, but so far there's been no injuries reported. But again, still 2 reports of trees on the ground in a highway in Arkansas from the same squall line. So again, as well, watching some pretty intense storms here toward the northern portion of Arkansas. Another 2 inch size hail they report there to the north of Morristown, getting up to 2.06. So this hail is continuing to actually increase in size now, getting up to 2.21 there in the southern portion there in the squall line, and then in the northern portion of the state there, getting over 2 inch size hail. But 60-mile-an-hour wind gust there, or 61-mile-an-hour wind gust there to the north of Mountain Home. So getting some really intense winds within these small little cells there as well. A severe thunderstorm warning to the north of Tulsa near Miami there and Commerce. And that's going to kind of be toward the south there of Baxter Springs. We just actually had a viewer there on this chat not too long ago. But we also have a severe thunderstorm warning there across portions there in the southwestern portion of Oklahoma. Not something I expected at all today. But let's go to Oklahoma City real quick and see exactly where this severe thunderstorm warning is and how intense it is. But this includes Mangum, Hester, Reed, and portions of southwestern Oklahoma. A very intense storm, actually. This is very intense there, up to inch-sized hail, very broad rotation, nothing too crazy. Actually, it's still pretty broad rotation there, but we don't have anything on debris, but we do have inch-sized hail within the storm here in southwestern Oklahoma. This includes their central Greer County, and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail will be the threat for that. But again, as well, a pretty small storm there to the northeastern portion of the state there near Miami, Narcissa, Dotyville there, if you're in those areas, Commerce, North Miami, not Miami, Florida, Miami, Oklahoma. And this includes northeastern Craig County there and northwestern Ottawa counties there. Again, a severe thunderstorm was located 3 miles northwest of Narcissa, moving north at 20 miles an hour or 25 miles an hour there. Hail damage could be expected there for vehicles, and as well wind damage possibly expected within this pretty intense storm as well. Again, we have severe thunderstorm warnings all over the United States right now, and even some small storms there near Elk City. So we're starting to get some intense storms just blowing up across the United States right now. Very warm temperatures across the region there, very high Cape. So the storms are going to start blowing up in unexpected areas, like we saw a tornado warning there in North Carolina, and that's going to be expired there very soon there. But getting even some pretty intense storms there towards the western Oklahoma. One is already warned. Even intense storm there to the north of Tulsa. So storms are starting to blow up here, like expected, across Oklahoma, meaning we're going to start getting the main event very soon here, possibly in the next hour or so. Going to start gathering some more storms across the state there in the next 2 or 3 hours. That's when that derecho is probably going to start getting very intense here. But let's go now back to Arkansas. Let's go back to Little Rock here to take a look here at this storm, or these storms in general. We got a very intense storm there, squall line specifically for the southern part of the state there. 2 trees have been reported already down. CR, Miami, Oklahoma. I'm from Miami. Oh, bet that's nice. Yes, we have a lot of bad weather. I'm actually from Miami, Florida. I was born in Miami, Florida, so that's pretty funny. But again, very intense squall line right now across portions of south central Oklahoma, quickly moving towards the east here. We got a report not too long ago of a tree. Large tree was reported down and blocking the highway. A vehicle ran into the tree. A vehicle ran into the downed tree. So it's showing you how dangerous these squall lines may be. Yeah, they may not be tornadic, but these winds can definitely pose a pretty big threat. Look at this straight line of winds. It's gusting across the region here. We got another new severe thunderstorm warning here for the region of this northern portion of the squall line, including areas like Wrightston, Fordyce, and Kingsland, including areas of central Cleveland County and southeastern Dallas County. So a lot of areas all the way from the border of Louisiana to areas just at the Pine Bluff is where we have impacts from this derecho. So keeping a very close eye on that, getting up to possibly inch and a half there across areas just south of El Dorado. So starting to get some pretty intense hail there right now for downtown El Dorado, getting about 3/4 of an inch there. And then, of course, near Noel, getting up to an inch and a half, and very intense hail just to the south there of Thornton, getting as well up to just actually 1.6 inch sized hail as well. Again, Sterling wind is going to be a really big threat there. Look at that. And then we also got inch-sized hail there for areas just the 3 miles southwest of Bragg City, and 3/4 of an inch-sized hail reported in Magnolia. So again, very extremely significant there, squall line right now across portions of southern Arkansas, and that's going to be this is going to be this little sample. This is a sample of what we're going to be seeing tonight with this main derecho. Again, look at this main derecho across Oklahoma. It's going to be stretching possibly in 4 states from Texas to Missouri. Is how large that squall line and derecho possibly will be here across Little Rock there. A 10 storms there near Texarkana, making their way to Shreveport there. So I mean, this is going to be a very, very long night here, for sure here. But let's go ahead and look at what we have. Again, tornado warning there for North Carolina, but again, that is not interesting. I already looked at that. That one was not interesting at all. But we got, let's say, Virginia starting to blow up here. A ton of warnings there in that area, but still keeping a very close eye on this major squall line across southern portions of the state of Arkansas. Very, very intense storms here. But yeah, of course, very intense storms here. Let's go ahead and keep a close eye on this, of course. Let's actually look at the areas near Missouri real quickly here. Let's go towards the Springfield area. Looks like we got some pretty intense storms within that region real quickly. We want to take a close look at that. So let's go to Springfield and look at the intense storm here. Looks like we have a pretty intense storm here to the south of Springfield. Here we got a severe thunderstorm warning there, as well as severe thunderstorm warning there across northeastern Oklahoma, and a pretty widespread severe thunderstorm warning there across south central Missouri. But let's go ahead and look at base rough activity here to see exactly. Oh, that's a very intense storm. Holy cow! Getting up to 73 decibels. This is a very, very intense cell here. We're getting some pretty strong Australian winds here. You can kind of see some very gusty winds for sure within the storm here across areas to the south of Springfield here. So it's going to possibly head towards the Springfield region here, but you can kind of see just a whole line of storms blowing up here across this region outside the Ozarks. So very intense storms, specifically across right now towards the areas of southwestern Missouri there to the south of Springfield there. Very intense rain near Crane, Elsie, Marionville, Aurora. So if you guys are in any of those areas, I recommend you guys take shelter because we're seeing some pretty intense hail, actually over an inch and a half. It's actually almost 2 inches, 1.8. So very intense storm right now. We actually had to 75 decibels at some point. I mean, look at that storm there. We had up to 75 decibels. I mean, holy cow. What a storm. I mean, this is a very intense storm. Look at that. 75 decibels was reported within the storm here. I mean, this is an extremely, extremely intense storm. It gradually has weakened out to 71 decibels right now, but I mean, it is still a very, very intense storm right now. See, again, there's not really any rotation within the storm here. I mean, if it kind of does something like this, then it'll be very interesting. Kind of like that, if it stretches out into the reds. But if it's like kind of like this looks tight, but it's not tight rotation whatsoever. It's kind of just the wind, those Australian winds. So keep a close eye on this storm here toward the southwest of Springfield. It is looking pretty good right now. A pretty strong storm here. So looks like there's some pretty good inflow within the storm here. So again, keeping a very, very close eye on it. And again, strong rain towards LC there, even near Reed Spring, and the southwestern portion of the state there. What's up, Sebastian? How are you doing? Watching a very intense storm across Missouri here, but it's still looking at possibly here up to 1.36 inch sized hail. Again, very, very intense cell to the southwest of Springfield here. Very broad rotation. Again, it's going to be mainly Australian winds going to be the big threat within the storm here, which is why it's warned. Let's go ahead and read the description. So, severe thunderstorm remains in effect until 4:15 Central Time for northwestern Stone County and northeastern Berry and southeastern Lawrence counties here. Looking at possibly golf ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gust here. So if you guys have any pets outside within this area here, if I named your county, please put your pets inside. I mean, it's going to be very dangerous with this hail size. I mean, it's not going to be safe for them. Getting still 73 decibel readings here. Very, very intense storm. Let's look at the echo tops real quick here. Let's see how high these echo tops are. Getting into just nearly, say, 40,000 feet there. Nearly 43,000 there to the north central portion there of Arkansas. But very intense storm right now, guys, across the areas of southwestern Missouri here. Very, very intense. So look at the rotation again. Not seeing too much rotation again. Mainly it's straight line winds, but still keeping a very close eye on it. Again, for those who are just joining in, we are watching today's severe weather threat right now. We are looking at Missouri, again, as well as some pretty intense storms going across Arkansas. And we have a tornado warning here for Arkansas as we speak there. So that's the pretty intense squall line there that I was talking about. So we now have a tornado warning here for south central Arkansas. Let's go ahead and take a look at that really quickly here. If I can actually find Little Rock, there we go. So we now have a tornado warning for Arkansas. So let's go ahead and take a look now at that. Very quickly here, so this includes areas like New Edinburgh, Rye, Cornerville. Is this Cornerville here? Cornerville there, and south central and portions of southeastern portions of Arkansas. So again, we do have a tornado warning here. Getting we can see kind of nice hook echo here, somewhat form on the storm here, as well as some nice inflow notch within the storm here. So keeping a very close eye on this tornado warning here. Again, just to the south of Pine Bluff there in the southeastern portion of the state there. So this tornado warning does include counties such as northeastern Bradley County, southeastern Cleveland County, northeastern Calhoun County, southeastern Dallas County, northeastern Drew County, and southwestern Lincoln County. So that's a lot of counties within this tornado warning here. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Ellisville, or 7 miles south of Fordyce, moving east at 50 miles an hour. So again, areas such as Mount Elba, Marks Mill State Park, Herbine, Ellisville, Tripton, Hebron, and Glendale, and Lincoln. If you guys live within that region, please take shelter immediately. We have a pretty good structure within the storm here. And again, we do have some pretty decent and broad rotation within the cell as well. And even over inch size till actually an inch and a half. So pretty intense cell here. So keeping a very close eye on this. But yeah, we have some pretty nice hook echo here, outflow and possibly some inflow. So that's kind of where we'll be watching for that rotation right there, kind of right between that. And we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning just within this tornado warning, an extension there of the squall line. But keeping a very, very close eye on this. We got a new wind report here actually, just to the north here of. This is the north of smack over into the southeast, east of East Camden, and power poles were blown down. So this is a very, very intense squall line, guys. I mean, we already had 2 large trees reported on the ground on highways, and then power poles were just pulled down here. But this is a pretty tense. This is a very, very intense storm right now for sure. Getting some decent but broad rotation within this cell. So keeping a very close eye on that. So this is our only active tornado warning as we speak in the areas of southeastern / south central Arkansas. So keeping a very, very close eye on, and this is exactly why I said why tornadoes still can be a threat even in squall lines, because there can be storms that could be rotating within squall lines and possibly be tornado warned, just like this one. But rotation's pretty broad actually, or it's decent here. Some decent rotation right here just to the west of New Edinburgh there, and as well to the north of Tinsman. So if you live in those areas, you are watching for a pretty nice rotating cell within this region here. Again, there's some pretty it's broad rotation. If it's strengthened, it will definitely be more concerning than it already is right now. But let's go ahead and look at 3D within this storm here in general. Let's go ahead and look at this. That's a little too far out, so let's actually go more zoomed in within the storm again. Very high echo tops here, getting nearly 45,000+. And looks like the heaviest precipitation will kind of be towards between 11,000 feet there, possibly just over, or I'd say just under 10,000 feet there, possibly. We're going to get the heaviest precipitation. Precipitation, again, some pretty intense winds there within the storm, in the higher portions there of the 40, 50,000 feet there, going towards the radar. Those winds, let's go a little bit now, kind of straight up, parallel across the storm. Again, really intense storm here, going as high as possibly 40,000 feet is the intense rainfall. Base velocity, again, some pretty broad rotation, just above 10,000 feet. Nothing on debris bought just yet within the storm, though. But again, keeping a very, very close eye on this storm right now. That is tornado warned here near New Edinburgh is where we're going to be watching here. Some very broad rotation there. Nothing on debris bought just yet, but keeping a very close eye, as we do as well have some pretty intense hail. So let's read the latest report within this, and this is just over an inch and a half here. What's up? New Red Fong and Moppy FN Gaming. Looking as we are watching possibly though for some pretty good rotating cell here. You got the alpha kind of stretching out right here. You got the BRN shear kind of going within and creating this inflow. So perfect area of rotation. Let's go confirm that. And yeah, that's exactly where we'll be watching for that rotation within the cell right now. Again, this is near the New Edinburgh area, just north of Tynesman, and just to the south of Fordyce, and as well to the south of Kingsland. So if you are in, areas such as northeastern Bradley County, southeastern Cleveland County, northeastern Calhoun, southeastern Dallas, northwestern Drew, and southeastern Lincoln County, please take shelter immediately. There is a potential rotating cell within the squall line, so I would definitely take shelter. Again, we actually as well have up to over an inch size hail within this storm. Again, an inch and a half. So this is still very intense of a storm here. Again, getting some more severe thunderstorm warnings here across northeastern Oklahoma there, portions of southwestern Missouri. More severe thunderstorm warnings there across portions of Virginia and North Carolina. But right now, keeping a close eye on portions of Arkansas. So again, pretty intense storm that is severe. That is tornado warned here. We have some pretty broad rotation within the storm here in portions of southern Arkansas. So if you are within this area, such as New Edinburgh, please take shelter and go into your safe place, because this is a very intense storm right now. Very, very intense. It does have over an inch size hail as well as some pretty gusty winds. So I would definitely keep a very, very close eye on this system. Again, like I did say, it is tornado warned. There is some rotation, and if it does strengthen, I would keep a very, very close eye on it. Again, it's still some pretty broad rotation, and it looks like it is possibly starting to get a little bit tighter, so I'll keep a very, very close eye on this storm here. We don't have anything on debris ball just yet, nothing on coefficient coefficient, but that's what we have so far with this tornado warning here across portions of south central Arkansas. I cannot donate that much. These are not the best times, but I do think it's important to encourage talented people's dreams and hard work. Thank you so much, Charlie Clywer. I appreciate so much for the donation. You are super awesome, and $5 is just enough. I appreciate it again. You are super duper awesome. Again, guys, still watching out for this tornado warned storm here across portions of southern Arkansas. It does have some pretty broad rotation right now at the moment, so keep a very, very close eye on this storm. Just to the west of Edinburgh there, some pretty intense storm there. Very broad rotation though, keeping a very close eye on that. So again, it's not concerning at the moment here, but of course it could very well gain rotation at any moment. But we have a new wind report here within the squall line here, just to the east of Hampton, or to the west of Hampton there. Wait, is this the? Oh, actually, no. We have a tree was blown down on a home in East Camden. All right, guys, we actually have a tree on a home in East Camden, 1 mile west of East Camden there in Osheta County. And the fire department / fire rescue did report this. There is a tree on a house right now. in East Camden from this very, very intense squall line. So far we've had 3 trees on a highway, power poles ripped down, and now a tree on a house. This is showing you how intense squall lines can be. This is just the very beginning of the squall line threat here across portions of Arkansas again. And we've got a massive severe thunderstorm warning here, including portions of Bradley County, Cleveland County, West Desha County, Drew County, in southeastern Arkansas, southeastern Jefferson County, and Lincoln County. Again, all of this in southeastern Arkansas, going all the way up to the border there of Missouri on the Mississippi River Valley. So again, really getting a pretty intense squall line here. It already has a tornado warning here. It already has caused damage on, including a vehicle and as well a house. So this is just a very intense moment right now across portions of Arkansas, and looks like we have another severe thunderstorm warning there across Georgia. And let's actually go look into Missouri. Let's go towards Missouri once again. We had a very intense storm near Springfield, but let's go look at those storms. Looks like they're really building up across the Ozarks. Some pretty intense storms within that region here. So again, if you guys have not already done so, again, please be sure to subscribe to the channel and as well like the stream. I would greatly appreciate it. So again, we have some pretty intense storms here to the south of Springfield. Look at that. We now have a severe thunderstorm warning here, including northwestern Berry County and southwestern Missouri, and Lawrence County there in southwestern Missouri there. So the severe thunderstorm was located near Purdy, and this is the latest update here. Look at these really intense storms. They're kind of conjoining at this point here. But again, severe thunderstorm was located near Purdy, or 8 miles northwest of Cassville. And looking at $half size hail and possibly 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So really, really intense cells here. Again, mainly straight line of winds. And we also now have a severe thunderstorm warning here for Joplin. So if you're living within the Joplin metro area, as well portions of the far southeastern Kansas, including Baxter Springs, Riverton, and Galena, you guys are as well now under a severe thunderstorm warning, including southeastern Cherokee, northwestern Newton, and as well as southwestern Jasper County. So this includes Cherokee County in Kansas and Newton and Jasper County in Missouri. A severe thunderstorm were located along a line extending from near Baxter Springs to near Shoal Creek Drive, moving northeast at 20 miles an hour. So looking at mainly 60-mile wind gusts, and then possibly a threat there for some quarter-sized hail. So again, some really intense storms now in southwestern Missouri and southeastern Kansas. So very, very intense right now. Hey, thank you so much, Sebastian, for the donation. I really appreciate it. You guys, Sebastian and Charlie, you guys are amazing. I appreciate the donation. But let's go now to North Carolina. Looks like we're getting some really intense storms there. Sebastian, I really appreciate all your donations. Again, you are our number one donator of this whole channel. So I appreciate that, guys, so much for the donations. I hope you're doing good, Sebastian. Again, we do have some pretty intense storms near North Carolina, though, as this can load for us. Oh, yeah, we got some pretty intense storms here, actually. So, let's look at these storms here in North Carolina. So, we have some pretty nasty storms here towards the border of these two states here, and even a pretty good storm here near Dry Fork. So, again, very, very good-looking storms here across the Virginia border with North Carolina, getting up to possibly, let's see here, over Insides Hill within these storms here. So, keeping a very, very close eye on these storms, of course, right now as we speak. So let's go ahead and keep a close eye on these storms here. Actually, let's see if there's a Virginia radar site we can possibly use here. If there's a site here in Virginia real quickly here. Let's go to Virginia, see if there's any radar sites we can possibly use there. And let's see here near Wakefield. Let's see where Doles is. Doles might work. I don't know where that is. Okay, that's in Northern Virginia. Oh my gosh, I do not know where this is. Wakefield, that's kind of right there as well. So I'm trying to find a good radar site here for looking at southeastern or southwest Virginia. Let's see what this one has to show for us. But again, very intense storms here actually. Oh yeah, some pretty intense storms right here on the border with Virginia and portions of again, North Carolina. So getting up to again inch-size hail there, just to the ears, just to the southwest of Dry Fork as well. Pretty intense storm here near the Clarkville area. See if there's any rotation within these storms here. So we have some pretty good rotation here near Dry Fork and near the Blair's area. So we have some pretty decent rotation here within that cell. And let's see, we don't have anything too interesting there in Virginia, or at least southeastern Virginia. Very broad rotation there, south of Raleigh. So we actually have some pretty good rotation here, some pretty tight rotation to the areas near Dry Fork. So keeping a very close eye on that. Let's say we have possibly, let's see here. Doesn't look like we have anything too crazy within that storm though. So again, pretty intense storms though within that region there. But let's go ahead and look back at the tornado warning here in Arkansas. Let's get an update on that. So let's go back to that squall line in Arkansas, because that's, I guess I'd say, our main topic for the moment here, because that's our only tornado warning at the moment right now. So again, tornado warning still including Rye, New Edinburgh there, Cornerville. So again, very intense squall line moving within this region. And let's go ahead and get an update. So let's see if there's any rotation. So there's still some very broad rotation, as well as some pretty good hail, actually down to 1.5 inches. So still some pretty intense hail within the cell here. Again, nothing really on debris ball, but we still have a tornado warning across this area here in the squall line, and a severe thunderstorm warning here now all the way up to portions up to the Mississippi border. So this is now moving quickly to the eastern areas here of the state. Again, let's go ahead and look at the SPC here. Let's see if we have any new updates here on the. Let's see if we have any new MDC or anything like that. So far we have 42 hail reports, and the event really has yet to start here. So we now have a severe thunderstorm watch for Oklahoma. So a severe thunderstorm watch here is included for portions of eastern and central Oklahoma as we speak here. This includes Tulsa, Oklahoma City, areas as well near Vance. So it looks like the chance for tornadoes is going to be very, very low, but the threat for wind and hail is going to be a big threat here. That's exactly what we're looking at, hail and wind for these storms here. So again, looking at possibly for some pretty severe storms within this area, scattered large hail and isolated very large hail, and events up to 2.5 inches there. A tornado or two is possible. So very, very small tornado threat within this storm here. So isolated very large hail, thank you to those very high lapse rates. An isolated tornado or two may occur, with the more probable areas being across south central and southeastern Oklahoma in the vicinity of the residual outflow boundary. So again, like I had to say, kind of southeastern Oklahoma will be a lot more favorable. But again, counties here, including a lot of counties within the region here, Cherokee, Johnston, you guys are as well under that severe thunderstorm watch. Let's go look if we have any more watches. Again, we actually have a lot of watches now. We got one here for Mississippi here, portions of Arkansas, Mississippi, actually western Tennessee, northeastern Louisiana, much of eastern Arkansas, far southeastern Missouri, and western Tennessee. Mainly threat for some severe winds, low threat for tornadoes, and as well moderate threat for severe hail and very gusty winds. So again, possibly very large hail events of up to 2 inches in diameter, and again, possibly even up to 75-mile-an-hour gusty winds. Very low threat for tornadoes, but maybe 1 or 2 tornadoes will not be ruled out the possibility there for this event. Again, 42 hail reports, even all the way up to portions of the Midwest and portions of the Mid-Atlantic. We don't have a medical discussion, though, for even central Texas. So this includes here possibly isolated to widely scattered intense thunderstorms, increasingly possible through 5 to 6 o'clock p.m. Looking at possibly the risk there for damaging hail and locally strong surface gusts. Not looking at any pretty big tornado threats, though. But again, it's going to kind of form right on the dry line here. So it's going to kind of be right on the eastern portion there of that dry line, right, and all kind of absorbing all that moisture. And we actually have some pretty high Cape values within that region as well. So keeping a very close eye for much of the United States here, much of the southeastern United States there for some severe weather. I mean, look at all these severe thunderstorm watches. I mean, look at all these watches here across portions of Dixie Alley there, even including Alabama now, as well up to portions of the Mid-Atlantic. So things are starting to get very interesting right now across the southeastern United States here. So again, here's a look here at what we're having right now across portions of southern Arkansas. Again, we have a tornado warning here. Very, very broad rotation. This tornado warning may may actually expire very soon, actually get canceled possibly very soon here. Nothing too crazy with that, mainly a wind threat. Let's go back to Missouri here. That's kind of where we're having our more intense storms at the moment here to the southwestern portion of the state there. So let's go to Springfield, Missouri there, even possibly as well, including northeastern Oklahoma. It's kind of where we're having our more intense severe weather right now statewide there. So keeping a very, very close eye on that. But hey guys, what's going on? What's up, cringe memes here? So again, we actually had up to 2.75 inch sized hail just to the 1 mile west northwest of Colfax. So some pretty intense hail there towards Arkansas. But look at that, very intense storm still across portions of the Ozarks there. Purdy, Wheaton, you guys are just outside that storm there. Manette, Pierce City, you guys are next on the list here for some severe winds and possibly even some gusty winds again, as well possibly some significant hail, depending on if this hail does continue to increase or not. Getting just now under an inch there, but I guess our largest hail so far within this region here includes right on the southeastern border there of Kansas, right bordering here, not too far from Joplin. 1.3 inch size hail there, so very, very intense storm within that region, very broad rotation. So again, keeping a very, very close eye on that right now. But as well as some intense storms blowing up near the just outside Tulsa. We got severe thunderstorm warning there towards Cleveland, Hallett, and as well another pretty intense storm there just to the north, including Collinsville, Tallulah, and Jamestown. So getting some pretty gusty winds in that region and possibly up to over an inch there on hail. So some pretty nice hail in that storm there. Let's go to Oklahoma City, though, on that radar site real quickly. I know we're going all over the place, but so much severe weather. So let's go to the Tulsa radar site here, see these storms here, and see how severe they actually are. Alright, so let's get a close look on this here in Tulsa real quickly here. Again, guys, if you are new to the channel, I would recommend subscribing and as well smashing that like button if you really enjoy the stream here. So let's wait for this information to load. So yeah, a very intense storm here to the north there. Actually 1.19 inch size hail. So again, they're kind of being very consistent there to over an inch. As well, possibly pretty intense storm there up to 1.3 inch size hail there near the Hallett area. And it's actually pretty intense there. It's still a very nice storm there. But again, nothing really tornadic with these storms. Hail and winds, of course, and as well a pretty nice storm to the west of Oklahoma City there. Not really any hail reported with that storm. It's going to be mainly the gusty winds. Going to be a threat for that storm here that we're talking about to the west of Oklahoma City. Main hail producers will be kind of to the Tulsa region and as well near the Joplin region. But that's kind of what we have right now for Oklahoma. But again, really intense storms there towards the areas of Springfield as we speak. And even some pretty intense swelling, of course, like I did say, across areas like south central Arkansas. But let's see what we have. Let's see if we can get any information here. Let's see if there's anything interesting that I want to keep a close eye on. So let's continue to watch out here, though. Let's see here where I want to look at for it. But let's go continue to look here. Let's see. Where do I want to look here? Should I go to... let's go back to the Springfield radar site real quick. Because, again, very intense storm in that area. Or in these areas. Multiple severe thunderstorm warnings there. Actually, let's say we're getting some pretty... Let's actually go back to North Carolina. Let's say we're getting some pretty intense storms still in that area. So let's go back to North Carolina real quickly, guys. Let's go towards North Carolina. If we can go towards the Raleigh-Durham one, that will be the closest to look at. But pretty intense storms here, possibly in far southern Virginia there. It's kind of, we're going to be really watching out for those pretty intense storms up there. Again, earlier on we had looked at that, and they have had pretty decent rotation here. So that's why I kind of want to go back here. So let's go near Dry Fork, and we're actually seeing some, we're getting some really nice rotation in that storm here. Very nice rotation to the southwest of Dry Fork. Again, this could very well be some nice outflow developing here. So keeping a very, very close eye on that here. But again, there is some decent rotation here. So very interesting here. As well, pretty decent storms developing across the Raleigh region. To the south of Raleigh, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning here, including northeastern Harnett, south central Wake, and west central Johnson County. And then we have the original severe thunderstorm warning here, including south central Wake, west central Johnston, and northeastern Harnett. That was our original one, but we now have an extension of that severe thunderstorm warning just to the south of the Raleigh area. Again, getting up to possibly, let's see, 1.11 inch size hail with that. Again, a ton of severe thunderstorm warnings across North Carolina right now. So definitely some pretty intense storms. And we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning here. This includes here, let's see what that, new severe thunderstorm warning here for southeastern Pittsylvania County in south central Virginia there. Golf ball sized hail and possibly 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts will be the threat here. So definitely keeping a close eye on that. Alright guys, but again, really watching a very nice rotation within the storm here. Very nice rotation actually. Let's go coordination coefficient. Nothing that's yelling debris ball here at all right now. But again, there's some pretty intense rotation within the storm here. It's pretty tight, so very keeping a close eye on this storm here. So for those who are just joining in, we're watching a pretty intense storm here to the south central portion of Virginia. There's actually some pretty tight rotation within the cell here, so keeping a very close eye on it. It just got a new extension here on severe thunderstorm warning. There is some pretty good rotation within the storm, so keeping a very close eye on it as well. Bringing over inch-sized hail to the south of Dry Fork here, getting up to a report there of about 1.5 inches. So very interesting cell within this region here. Again, if you have not already subscribed, though, be sure to smash that subscribe button. Of course, I would greatly appreciate that. Again, guys, continue to watch out for this pretty intense storm here. Again, really nice cell here. I mean, it's got some pretty decent rotation here toward the north of Blair's. Again, this is kind of north of Brosville, north of Danville. What's up, Harrison? How you doing here again? It's got a pretty nice storm here for sure. To the south central portion of Virginia. And we got some more severe thunderstorm warnings here towards north central and northwestern Georgia. More as well across the Mississippi River Valley. That tornado warning there in Arkansas has expired. But let's go ahead and see if we got any new updates here on severe thunderstorm watches and anything like that. And let's load the SBC update here. See if we got anything new on this over and moving east at 15 miles an hour. Look at that rotation. That is some very tight rotation there. Tornado and golf ball sized hail. Alright guys, but we now have a tornado warning here for this cell up here in Virginia. I mean, I kind of said this is very tight rotation ahead of this tornado warning here. I mean, look at that, very tight. This should have been tornado warned, I mean, quite a while ago, but again, nothing on debris. We may have some small debris because of some hail, but I don't think that's actually going to be anything tornado, actually on the ground. But again, tornado warning here for south central Virginia here for there's areas like Blair's, heading towards possibly very soon towards areas like Alton, Elmo. That's a very weird name, Elmo, but very tight rotation actually. This is extremely tight rotation. So this is our third tornado warning since I've actually started streaming here. Our first for Virginia today. So again, these areas are kind of outside that main threat for today, but showing you how moderate storms can still possibly see some pretty good severe weather. Again, getting up to possibly over 1 inch there and getting up to a 88.5% chance for some severe hail. Again, nothing just yet on the debris just yet. Again, Nothing too crazy on debris. Very nice rotation on this cell, actually. It's very, very tight. I mean, I kind of called this tornado warning here. It's kind of about time they issued this tornado warning here for areas of South Central Virginia. Alright guys, let's continue to watch this here. So this actually is very concerning here. I mean, I would not rule out the possibility if this were to be on the ground here. I mean, that's some very tight rotation. We have some small debris there. Very small debris ball. This could possibly be on the ground. So if you're near Blair's and just to the north of Danville, please take shelter immediately. There is a tornado warning here, and possibly a pretty good chance that there is possibly a tornado on the ground here within the cell. I mean, look at that. We got some nice outflow as well as some pretty nice inflow. You got that basic mesocyclone right there. You got the outflow there, inflow notch there with the BRN shear. Latest rotation. I mean, that's very, oh my gosh, it's extremely tight. I think that there's possibly very good chance it could possibly be on, a threat possibly being on the ground here. For those who are just joining in again, guys, we are continuing to watch out for the severe weather event today. We have a tornado warning here across the South Central Virginia area. Very tight rotation. So some pretty intense hail as well, up to over an inch here. Just over an inch. Is my aunt going to get severe weather? Any severe weather? She lives in Virginia Beach. Actually, there are some pretty intense storms right now in Virginia Beach right now. So there's possibly a chance she could be under a severe thunderstorm warning very soon. Again, guys, we are continuing to watch out a pretty intense cell right now. I mean, this continues to strengthen its outflow right now. Very nice inflow. This is a pretty nice looking supercell. It is tornado warned. It does have some very, very tight rotation. Nothing on debris just yet. I mean, there possibly could be a tornado, though, on the ground right now within the Blair's region here. Again, guys, if you're just joining in, we are watching possibly a chance for a tornado out here into South Central Virginia. We have a ton of severe thunderstorm warnings, though, towards the Ozarks and South Central. But right now, this is a very nice-looking supercell here. I mean, this is a very nice-looking supercell. It's being quite quickly to the east here. Very tight rotation, continuing to look very, very good here. Looks like we don't have anything necessarily on debris on the coefficient, though. Very intense hail. Echo tops possibly towering over 43,000 feet. We actually had a hail report of over an inch and a quarter there, just to the east there, just to the west of Dry Fork earlier on, before this was tornado warned. But again, very intense storm here. This is a very nice looking supercell. We got some pretty strong inflow there. Very strong rotation again. Nothing really on debris just yet, though. I think there is a chance possibly we could very well see some debris here. I mean, we had a small possible debris bubble because of the hail, though. But this is a nice looking storm here. And we got that nice looking outflow. And you got kind of that shear kind of going in within the storm here. And bringing some very nice inflow. I mean, this is a nice looking storm here. But tornado warning right now in South Central Virginia. For those who are just joining in right now, guys, we do have tornado warning here in South Central Virginia. It is looking very interesting. We have some pretty good rotation to it as well. It's still looking pretty good, but we have some pretty darn tight rotation here. So keeping a very close eye on it. We do have hail now towering up to, look at this, hail up to just under an inch there and a quarter. As well as some pretty intense hail near Townsville. I believe that's over an inch and a half. 1.5 inch hail reported just a moment ago within that storm there. But, I mean, we got some really nice outflow there within the supercell mesocyclone right there. That main storm right there. That main supercell. This is a very nice looking storm for those who are just joining in, ladies and gentlemen. Very nice looking storm. But I'm really continuing to watch the storm though. It is definitely still very, very interesting. That's for sure. See latest velocity. I mean, it's still got some really nice rotation. Actually, it's still pretty tight within the cell here. Again, this is tornado warned. Let's look at the latest report here on this storm. Again, it's radar indicated rotation here on this storm. So this is yet to be confirmed to be on the ground here. But let's look at coercion coefficient. Nothing really on debris just yet. We got a ton of storms as well towards the east of that storm. There we got one here bringing it up to nearly 2-inch size hail there just at the north of Townsville. Getting really nice decibel readings there up to possibly in the upper 60s, as well as some pretty broad rotation within that storm as well. Another severe warning storm here towards the areas of south central Virginia. That's near the Bracy area and Ebony. You guys as well getting some really nice, some small hail reports there as well, getting just over half an inch or so. But let's continue to watch this tornado warning storm. I mean, it's still got some really nice rotation. Nothing on. We have possibly some small debris here. Yeah, so we got some small debris likely here within the storm here. Let's see if it matches up with the rotation, and it does kind of match up right where that rotation is. So it looks like we have some small debris within the storm here, but it looks like it's possibly no longer be tornadic. Is there a bad weather report in Bucktails? I actually did not know where that is. What state are you talking about? But again, we have a ton of severe thunderstorm warnings here towards northern Arkansas, northeastern Arkansas. But right now, again, continue to watch out this tornado, to watch and forecast this tornado warning here across south central Virginia. Some very decent rotation, a pretty nice looking supercell here. We have possibly some small debris, so it's definitely very interesting to keep a close eye on right now. But we've actually been streaming here for already over an hour and a half here. But again, tornado warning here for Virginia and a ton of severe thunderstorm warnings across the area near Newport News. A pretty intense storm there. A special marine warning there as well. Actually, we have two special marine warnings here, which are basically severe thunderstorm warnings, but for water or the coastal areas there. Pretty intense storm as well toward the south of Raleigh, getting up to just over an inch report there, and very, really gusty winds for sure within that storm. So some really tight looking rotation there within that tornado warning, and as well as some pretty broad rotation continuing to look pretty potent across portions of the Townsville storm here, right on the border. One cell on the Virginia side and one cell is on the North Carolina side, so it's kind of right on those borders. But very, very interesting here. Again, let's see the latest report here, getting up to possibly just an inch and a quarter there, just under an inch and a quarter. But this rotation is still pretty present. This rotation here within this tornado warned cell. It's going to be heading towards areas such as, let's see, Elmo quite soon here. Guys, got to get hit significantly hard by this really heavy rain possibly, as well there is some pretty good hail within the storm here. Looks like it is becoming a lot a lot stronger here, like a 1.23 inch size hail now. So getting larger hail reports as we get new updates here as we go. And again, some more storms to the east here. And we have a ton of severe thunderstorm warnings here across this whole area, across Virginia and North Carolina. Even a few warnings there across Georgia, Tennessee, Alabama. Some more there across northeastern Arkansas. You can kind of see the Mississippi River there. You got Missouri, as well as some more storms there towards the just near the Springfield area as well. But I'm going to continue to keep a close eye on this tornado warning here in this area between North Carolina and Virginia, because definitely some pretty widespread intense storms here within this area. We still have, like I did say, some pretty tight rotation. Again, this is pretty tight rotation. It's not letting edge out just yet. Again, guys, if you are new to this channel, I would recommend you guys subscribe. Of course, I would greatly appreciate that. I may stream tomorrow. I'm not going to be 100% sure whether I will or not, but I will keep you guys updated on that, whether I will or not. Again, please share the stream, guys. Let's try to get to 100 likes by the end of the stream here. This will be a very long stream for sure. And yeah, we still have some very tight rotation, guys, on this cell. I mean, this is very interesting here. This tornado's warning cell is not giving out just yet. We still have to see. Let's look at this hail report. Let's see the latest hail report. Still, it's just a quarter, 1 inch and a quarter. So, but very tight rotation still. And we have another tornado warning here now going into the border of North Carolina. So if you are now located in Elmo, Alton, if you are here, where is this? Just north of Milton there, you guys should take shelter immediately and go in your safe place. We have a tornado warning for your area, including southeastern Pittsylvania County and southwestern Halifax County, all in south central Virginia. This goes all the way up into the border there of North Carolina. So again, this is going to be until 6:15 Eastern time. And a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Keelings or near Blairs, moving east at 25 miles an hour. Tornado and ping-pong-sized hail will be the hazard for this storm here. Again, we have a new tornado warning here within the cell. Very tight rotation still present across this storm here. So I'm keeping a very close eye on this right now. So we have small debris, though, right where we have that hail report there. And that's kind of where we have that rotation as well. So we got some small debris within the storm here. Is it going to be hail? That's going to be the question here, whether it's hail or debris, or if it's possibly even a tornado. So keeping a very, very close eye on this, of course, right now. But again, we do have another tornado warning, of course, for this storm here, going an extension possibly to this tornado warning storm, as it still has some very nice rotation towards it. I mean, we kind of have this little outflow kind of stretching out like that, kind of like a little hook right there. But we don't have too much inflow within the cell, really. But again, if we look towards rotation, it's very tight rotations. It's present. It's very potent. I live in Northern Virginia, and I have a question. Are there going to be any storms heading in my area tonight? You should not have a really big threat for severe storms overnight here. It's going to kind of be mainly towards, I guess, the afternoon hours, basically. But yeah, you shouldn't be having any storms tomorrow night or tonight. But if anything changes, it could very well possibly be like a few showers or so. But I don't see any storms within your area tomorrow night here. But again, still watching out for this tornado warning cell here. It's got some really darn tight rotation. I mean, look at that really tight rotation right here. Actually, now it's just updated right here. Very nice rotation. You got those winds going across, going towards the radar, and those winds going away the radar here. Again, up to now a quarter and an inch and a quarter there for hail. But still some really nice looking rotation within the cell. That's exactly why they had issued a new tornado warning now, because this rotation has not let out at all. Do you think southern Missouri might get tornadoes soon, like in late April and early May? I think there's definitely a chance possibly for some tornadoes in Missouri by definitely next month here. Again, guys, still watching out for this tornado warning cell here into Southern Virginia here. We now have a new extension to this tornado warning, including here southeastern Pennsylvania County and south central Virginia and southwestern Halifax County. So if you're near Turville, Milton, Elmo, and Alton, please take shelter immediately. Again, go in your basement. If not, go in your closet that's furthest away from you in the outdoors. So there is just precaution that there were a tornado, you would most likely be safe here. That's your safest option if there were to be a tornado here. But still, very intense rotation, very intense storm here. So it is not letting out at all. It's not letting out whatsoever. Let's look at the echo tops real quick here. I mean, we're seeing some pretty nice echo tops, getting into the mid 30,000s there, but actually even 40,000. But let's go look at 3D real quick on this storm again. Really nice echo tops here. You can kind of see possibly the updraft. You can kind of see why there's not really any cloud cover here. And it's possibly most likely because the updraft kind of bring that really upward motion of warm air there, condensing, and as well that cool air kind of condensing the atmosphere, letting out for these intense supercells here. Again, possibly some very broad rotation, kind of the higher atmosphere, but look at that really nice rotation. I mean, it's broad, but it's a pretty widespread area of rotation, so keeping a very close eye on this area. But looks like there's possibly two areas of rotation right here. Let's say we got one area kind of right here rotation and one area right here rotation. So it's going to be very close, a really close area possibly to keep a close eye on. But again, we do have this hail icon here, possibly just over an inch. And that's kind of watching as well for that area of some decent rotation just to the east there of some pretty good rotation here. Right here, just to the east of that main hail icon there. Again, you're going to usually have that hail to the north of that area of rotation. Typically, that's what you usually see. Hey, Olivia, thank you so much for the donation. I was wondering because like an hour ago there was a lot of thunder and lightning. Like I said, Northern Virginia is most likely to start seeing severe storms right now, within the afternoon hours and evening hours. But again, you really won't be seeing any storms there overnight. But again, for those who are just joining in, we are continuing to watch out for some pretty intense storms here. Again, we do have an extension to this tornado warning here, including, I believe, the southwest or southeastern, portion of Pennsylvania and southwestern Halifax County. But again, really nice rotation within the cell here. Very nice rotation, actually. So we're going to keep a close eye on it, whether it could possibly strengthen rotation-wise, but I'm going to keep a very close eye within Virginia and North Carolina here, as we have some pretty intense storms here to the north of Townsville. And Bracey as well, you guys as well, seeing some pretty nice storms in that region. But 1.4 inch size hail right on the edge there of that supercell, kind of right where that just to the north, just to the southwest of that main area of rotation, which is kind of right between Elmo and right between that hail icon. So if you're just to the south of Elmo, you are possibly seeing some areas of rotation within the cell here. So again, keeping a very close eye on the supercell. Again, there are let's see, this main tornado warning is now in effect here for southeastern Pennsylvania and southwestern Halifax counties in the southern portion there of Virginia, right on the border of North Carolina. Again, though, seeing some really nice amount of hail there, to an inch and a half there across portions of Townsville, as well getting out to around just under an inch and a half there near the portions right on the border there of North Carolina and Virginia, to the north of Milton there, and to the east of Danville, as well as some pretty decent hail there towards the Virginia beach area, are kind of right on the border there with North Carolina as well. So it looks like Southern Virginia and Northern North Carolina are kind of firing off right now, popping off right now. Thank you to these very high Cape values. But look, all these severe thunderstorm warnings we've seen here, and very consistent with this tornado warning cell here. Just to the, it was kind of near Dry Fork, and now it is near the Elmo region here, where we have this concerned area of rotation. Very still some pretty decent rotation within the cell here. I mean, it's not letting up whatsoever. All right, so again, we got looks like we still have this tornado, or sorry, this severe threat warning here for. Actually, this one actually has, I believe, has expired. Looks like areas of northeastern Arkansas are blowing up right now. Looks like as well that squall line in southeastern Arkansas as well, prompting those severe thunderstorm warnings, getting towards the Mississippi River Valley and river itself. But I'm gonna, once this tornado warning does expire, I will most likely take a look at the western areas there. But it's still some really nice rotation within the cell. I don't think it's going to drop a tornado because obviously we've had a lot of strong rotation. Nothing on debris just yet. And it's just not looking like it has a pretty good structure to the storm. Again, guys, if you are new to the channel, be sure to subscribe. Of course, I would greatly appreciate that. I'm trying to get to 5,800 subscribers very, very soon here. So, again, be sure to subscribe. Smash that like button on the stream here. And, yeah, if you have any questions, be sure to drop them in the chat below. But yeah, we still have this tornado warning cell right now across the southern border there of Virginia and as well northern North Carolina. But of course, if you haven't already done so, be sure to subscribe to the channel. I will be streaming this event basically all night. Basically all night. But again, guys, I'm currently keeping a very close eye on this tornado warning cell. I mean, it's still got some pretty decent rotation, of course, right now to the south of Elmo, which is located basically right on the border there of North Carolina. We still have some pretty intense rotation. It is still tornado warrant here, and it's continuing to move now to the southeast here, so it should be near Alton very soon here, near Cluster Springs. So if you guys are in those areas, I would recommend you guys possibly do take action and go into your safe spot or your safe space. Elmo again, looking at Alton, you guys are keeping a close eye on this storm as well. So, still, this rotation still pretty intense and probably as well pretty tight there just to the south of Elmo. Is kind of we're really watching out, and as well, it's a pretty nice rotation to the north of Milton, which is kind of right on that border there of the two states here. Again, scatter storms across this whole region though, but we have yet to get really towards this main event here. Again, we have still a pretty significant squall line there in southeastern Arkansas, some pretty intense storms there near northeastern Arkansas, and as well some pretty intense storms there near the Tulsa region, as well near Springfield. And I'll go to those areas once the tornado warning actually expires right now. But again, still really keeping a close eye on this cell here that is located in the southern portion of Virginia. Again, guys, getting at the inch size tail there. Let's see. Let's look at that. 1.4. So just under an inch and a half hail size there to the south of Elmo. That's kind of where we're really keeping a close eye on some pretty significant hail. Again, no longer any severe thunderstorm warnings there for northern Georgia. No longer as well as severe thunderstorm warnings for northern Alabama. But it looks like Arkansas is really popping off, specifically the eastern half of the state there. We have a ton of warnings on the southeastern end and the northeastern end right on the river there. But still some really significant hail now, getting up to an inch, 1.7 inch size hail there to the south of Elmo. So really intense storm right now, possibly. Look at the rotation. It looks like the rotation is starting to die off a little bit now as we go on, though. Let's look at this here again. It's keeping a really close eye on right here, though, for that rotation. that's kind of where we are going to be looking at for that rotation. That's kind of the main area where we are watching out though for. That's kind of the main area where the National Weather Service was looking at for when they issued this tornado warning for areas such as the southeastern Pennsylvania and southwestern Halifax. That's where we are watching out for those areas here. Again, tornado and ping pong size is going to be the hazard within the cell here. So again, keeping a close eye on it though. The rotation's still pretty consistent right now. But again, this is right on the border of North Carolina for those who are just joining in. But again, I don't think this is going to drop any tornadoes, or I don't think it's going to drop a tornado or anything that topic. But still, some pretty consistent rotation, which is why I'm still looking at it right now. But there you go, tornado warning. Tornado warning there again for southeastern Pennsylvania County, southwestern Halifax there. So again, if you guys are near Turville, Milton, Elmo, and Alton, please take shelter immediately. Again, there is a potentially small chance for a tornado here, and actually over 1.5 inches there for hail. So hail and tornado will be the hazard. Obviously, the hail is going to be the main threat, since the tornado will not be extremely likely within the storm, though. Still some pretty broad rotation, as well as some pretty broad rotation to the east here with some pretty intense storm there. Over 2-inch size hail to the east of Townsville. And we have another tornado warning here, including out northern North Carolina. So this tornado warning includes Pearson County there in central North Carolina. So a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Milton or near Turville, moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. So now we have a third tornado warning related to the same cell. So continue to see tornado warnings here being issued. So this includes Roxborough, Longhurst, Timberlake. That's kind of where the main cities within this new tornado warning here. So again, for those who are just joining in, we have another third tornado warning here for this same cell that's currently located in Virginia. It does have some pretty good rotation to it still. Right here to the south of Elmo, we have that main rotation there. And it's going to start moving to the southeast here at 30 miles an hour. So if you are located mainly near Longhurst, within this general region here, I would keep a very close eye on this, because if it continues to strengthen in rotation, I would definitely keep a close eye on it. So if you're in Roxborough, Longhurst, Timberlake there, just including Pearson County, I would recommend you guys take shelter immediately. Because again, this is your third tornado warning here for this same cell. So it does have some pretty high confidence that it could still possibly produce something later on. But I hope you guys are enjoying your wonderful day right now. Again, this is gonna be a pretty long stream as we speak here. So you guys are going to get severe weather overnight. I will possibly be here. I'm not exactly sure how long I'll stream. I'm not sure if I'll be talking this whole event, but definitely will possibly have the stream up for most of it, if not all of it, because again, this will be kind of 3, 4 a.m. still having some severe weather with it. And if you haven't already done so, be sure to subscribe, of course. I would really appreciate that. And again, third tornado warning issued right now, including now Pearson County in north central North Carolina, as a result of this still some pretty decent rotation there near Alton and between Alton and Elmo, and just north of now Milton. Thank you so much, Gabriel. I appreciate it. I got hail from a stray T-storm in Maryland, but I'm driving back to coastal Virginia tonight. Oh yeah, we got some small hail there up in the Mid-Atlantic earlier today. That makes up over 50 hail reports. But again, still watching some pretty intense storm here, though. Now making its way towards northern North Carolina again. It's going to start crossing borders quite soon here. It is moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. Again, keeping a very close eye on this storm. Still has some pretty decent rotation, and still a very intense storm here near north of Middleburg, getting up to 74 decibels. So this is also a pretty intense storm here. There is some pretty broad rotation with this cell here. So I'll also keep a close eye on that. If you think about it, look at these areas. These areas are all in the marginal risk. Sorry, not the marginal. Yeah, marginal risk here, and portion of the slight risk. So showing you how just because you're not in the highest risk does not mean you won't get severe weather, because we've already seen our most amount of action, tornadic action. When I mean tornado warnings in this whole area across North Carolina and Virginia. So it's kind of showing you how even if you're in a marginal or slight, doesn't mean you can't get severe weather. So that's why you always gotta be weather aware. Always gotta be weather aware, of course. Again, it's pretty intense rain there near Ebony, Bracey as well. Got still some severe thunderstorm warnings there, and as well Norfolk, Newport News. You guys are blowing up with some warnings there as well, special marine warnings there, as a result of these very severe storms here. Let's see updates here. So looks like we still have a ton of severe thunderstorm warnings here towards the east. I mean, severe thunderstorm warnings are all over the place, but again, really watching out though this tornado warning system here. So again, our first tornado warning has now expired here, and we still have 2 tornado warnings here. One for North Carolina, and one for Virginia here. So as the storm does make its way towards the southeast here, going to be very close. There's going to be obviously a pretty big threat there. Thank you so much, Zarudo, for the donation. I really appreciate that. Again, every donation that I get will go towards my channel and my equipment here, so I do appreciate that donation again. I hope I pronounced that right, Zarudo. Again, I really appreciate the donation. Thank you so much. Can you get us Sunday's weather outlook? Right now, I'll go to that later. Remind me. I'm just going to focus right now on this tornado warn cell. So, Collins Weather Buzz, can you remind me later on the stream here? Because as I'm still keeping a close eye on this tornado warning here and these severe storms across Virginia and North Carolina. But remind me, and I definitely will check a look at that later when the severe weather kind of dies off a little bit. Again, getting into some pretty good rotation though, right here to the northwest of Alton. So it's going to be nearing the border very, very soon here. You should be on live TV. That's my dream, to be on live TV. Again, still getting up to inch-sized hail within this cell here, up to an inch and a half, 1.48. Very intense still here still. Very consistent with the hail. 1.7 inch-sized hail to the north of Middlesburg, and it's going to make its way towards Norlina and Wise. If you are in the north central portion of North Carolina, you are going to be expecting some pretty intense hail. Again, if you have any pets outside right now and you live in the Wise area, Norlina, I would definitely keep them inside for at least the next 20-30 minutes as the storm does pass through, because that's some pretty large hail, and definitely you don't want to have any pets outside during that. Alright, thank you so much, Collins, for the, I appreciate the... Again, I'm kind of just overloaded right now with all these severe thunderstorm warnings and all that, so I'm going to try my best to get all over the place here. Just, if you remind me, I'll definitely do it here, because my memory when I stream pretty bad. But again, 1.7 inch size hail there to the north of Middlesburg, and still watching. We do have a new tornado warning here, including Pearson County in the north central border there of Virginia and North Carolina, as this tornado warning cell continues to have some pretty decent rotation here. Now looking at some pretty good rotation just to the north there of Alton. That's kind of what we're watching for a main rotation there. In general, some pretty broad rotation in this whole area, though. You kind of see those reds and greens. But let's go ahead and see if we have any new Meadowscope discussions here. Let's actually see if we got any new Meadowscope discussions. We have not looked at that in quite a while. So while we have, while we wait for the new updates here, so we've had 65 hail reports today. Holy cow! And we have yet to get in the main event. We're not even close to the main event yet. We've already had 65 hail reports and 13 win reports. So let's go to medical discussions. Looks like we don't have any new medical discussions at the moment here. But we do have still a ton of watches, including this is going to be severe thunderstorm watches. At the moment, we don't have any tornado watches. That should change as we possibly go throughout Mississippi and Louisiana. Again, this is going to be mainly a wind and hail threat, which is why we have not had any tornado watches as of yet. But look at the 65 hail reports there going all across the United States. There, Oklahoma, Texas, and as far north as portions of West Virginia. Again, we have a ton of watches though. So our latest one includes now northern Texas. So if you're near Dallas there in DFW, Waco, you guys are under a severe thunderstorm watch here. So looking at possibly a severe weather this afternoon and evening here from 4:25 p.m. until 11 p.m. Central Time. Scattered large hail and isolated very large hail events up to 2.5 inches in diameter likely, and isolated significant damaging wind gusts up to 75 miles an hour. So again, not mainly a tornado threat, but we still have a chance for a tornado or two. You can never rule out a tornado again, like we see. Again, we have a pretty decent tornado warning cell in a slight risk. So these areas are also under a slight risk here. But again, favorable conditions for some severe weather, mainly the wind and hail. So again, very possibly even baseball-sized hail, possibly baseball-sized hail. So that's exactly why we have a 15% SIG for these areas near Dallas, because of the confidence of that severe weather or that extreme hail. Again, we have some very high lapse rates within that region, and then kind of forming around the dry line. So pretty favorable conditions for some supercells that could produce hail, possibly a tornado or two. But again, we can never rule out a tornado. Let's go ahead and look at the latest update here on the day one outlook. Again, for those who are just joining in, we still have a moderate risk there, all the way from northeastern Texas there, all the way down to just to the northern Mobile area actually. So we have a 10% chance significant risk for tornadoes, and again, a very widespread 45% chance SIG and even a 30% chance SIG for wind. So again, big threat as we are looking at for a very large ratio to go over these areas in the overnight hours. Big time wind threats, possibly power outages again. Big threat. We had a kind of a minor derecho earlier today in Arkansas. The beginning of the stream, it actually has already caused a ton of trees to be uprooted, as well caused some power lines to go out, and as well tree has already been reported on a house or to fall on a house already earlier today. So let's look at the latest rotation though. I mean, it's still looking pretty good though. Now pretty good as we go just near Alton is kind of where we're watching for that that rotation. Again, we still have a tornado warning there for the Pearson area, and we still have some pretty strong storms to the east there towards areas such as South Hill, Norlina there. You guys are still seeing some pretty significant hail, but it is dying off. But again, if you're near Norlina, I would recommend still taking your pets inside. There is some pretty decent sized hail, but it looks like the warnings are slowly starting to die off a little bit here as these storms kind of go off into the coast there in Virginia. So mainly looking at these special marine warnings here, but those will start to die off a little, very in the next, I'd say, 15-20 minutes here. These storms definitely won't die off anytime soon. They're actually still pretty large hail producers there right on the border. And of course, we still have this tornado warning here for Roxborough, Longhurst, Timberlake. So keeping a very close eye out for those areas. But specifically, I watch out for the northern portion there of Pearson County. And we have another tornado warning here, including, this is now for the Southern Virginia area. So another tornado warning now issued here for areas including Virginia, Cluster Springs there, and just to the west of Nelson. So a tornado warning here includes southeastern Halifax County, and again, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Turbeville and moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. So the hazard is tornado and ping-pong-sized hail. So if you are near Heightsburg, Cluster Springs, or Virginia, please take shelter immediately. You guys have better confidence possibly for getting being in the path here of this significant supercell here, going to most likely hit towards those areas. So again, if you're near Longhurst, Roxborough, you guys mainly won't get hit by the cell, but you guys are still under tornado warning here. So still be in your shelter, still be in your safe place or your shelter. and you guys are still under that tornado warning here. So as long as you're tornado warning, stay in your shelter. Just be better being safe than sorry here, obviously. But again, guys, keep a very close eye on the North Carolina and Virginia area. We now have our third straight tornado warning in the row right now. So we kind of have like a shield, within these tornado warnings here. So this includes, of course, North Central North Carolina and South Central Virginia here. So kind of right in these rural areas outside of Raleigh. I see an hour or so away from Raleigh. But again, keep a very close eye on it, though. Very, very close eye on this storm here. If you have not already done so, be sure to subscribe to the channel again. I would greatly appreciate if you guys did subscribe. Of course, I'm going to be streaming all night long, so it just takes 1 second to smash that subscribe button. Of course, you guys can get notified throughout the whole night. But again, getting up to, let's see here, 1.58 inch size hail. So basically over an inch and a half basically so far for the hail so far today. So pretty significant hail, though, within the storm here. Again, still some pretty good rotation near the Alton area. And that's exactly why we have a new tornado warning here, including what this includes here, the southeastern Halifax County there in South Central Virginia. So if you're in the area, please take shelter immediately. Guys, you guys are under tornado warning right now. Again, if you guys have not already done so, be sure to subscribe to the channel, smash that like button. But right now we have, again, a new tornado warning here for South Central Virginia, including Cluster Springs there. Sorry, not Cluster Springs, sorry. Yeah, Cluster Springs, Virginia there, kind of right on the border of North Carolina, and as well, that general region there to the, kind of right on the border there. So if you live in that region, please take shelter immediately. There is, a supercell likely possibly producing a tornado here, so there is some pretty good rotation to the north of Alton right now. We don't have anything on debris just at the moment right now, so just still keep a very close eye on the storm. So if you're under a tornado warning here, take shelter. What about the one in Johnston? Because I live there. Johnston, I don't see. Are you under a severe thunderstorm warning? I'm not sure where Johnston is. I don't. There's so many warnings here, but I'm gonna keep a close eye on that. Johnston. I don't see it. No, Harrison, this is not confirmed tornado just yet. I mean, we do have a third tornado warning just again as precaution, but we still have some pretty tight rotation here to the southeast or east of directly east of Alton right now. It's kind of where we have our threat for possibly rotation there. As of now, we don't have anything on debris, according to coercion coefficient. At least that yells out debris ball, so let's go ahead and keep a close eye on that. So let's see, that's kind of where we're watching for that rotation there. We may have something small here, possibly right here between Alton and Cluster Springs. So again, keep a very close eye if you are under that storm or if you're in that region. And look, we just surpassed 2-inch size hail. Look at that, 2.04 inch size hail. Very strong storm here. Tops here, surpassing 35,000. So very elevated storm. Pretty high storm here, up to 30 to possibly 35,000 feet there. But 2.04 inch size hail again. Some pretty decent rotation here. You can kind of see these greens and reds meeting. So you got those winds going towards and against the radar, kind of going towards each other. And if they start rotating, that's maybe possibly you're going to be seeing a threat for a funnel cloud here, leading possibly to a tornado, which is exactly why when you see this, you're going to possibly see a tornado warning here. And that's exactly what we have right now. So if you're near Cluster Springs, Virginia, please take shelter immediately, kind of right on the border there of North Carolina. So again, keeping a close eye on this storm here, surpassing 2-inch 2-inch size hail already. So that's a pretty significant hail there. Again, this has been a long track storm so far for rotation though, all the way from the Dry Fork area and now all the way down here near Cluster Springs and Alton. So it has had pretty tight rotation for the past, I'd say, 25 minutes. And my phone keeps falling, guys. Hold on. Again, seeing some really nice rotation here across this area right here near Cluster Springs. Those greens here going towards the radar and those reds going towards against the radar. So when they're getting this close, you're keeping a very close eye on that there is some rotation within this storm here. So again, some really nice rotation to the south there of Alton. Now surpassing 2 inches here, or 2-inch diameter hail, 2.04. So very concerning here, and they have now minimized this tornado warning. So Roxborough, Longhurst, you guys are no longer under that tornado warning there. So it still includes their portion of northeastern Pearson County, tornado and $half-sized hail. So again, this storm is going a little bit out of track here compared to what the National Weather Service was expecting here. They're expecting this storm to go southeast, but now it's going directly just to the east now. So kind of big threat there for Cluster Springs, Virginia. If you guys are in that area, please take shelter. There is some increasing rotation and a very, very strong storm in general here. So keep a very, very close eye on this storm here for sure. Looks like we have possibly a small debris ball here. Right, we have some pretty good rotation here. So we have a small debris ball right here. So that could possibly be because of the hail. You see, that's kind of where the biggest hail is right now. So getting up to 2.04. But we do have a small debris ball right now, just to the north of Alton. So that could possibly be hail damage. Because we do have a pretty decent debris ball that just popped up on the latest run here. So that could be something very interesting here. No, this is not radar. This is not a confirmed tornado just yet, but it is getting some really increasing rotation to the areas here near the north of Alton. Now another area now of rotation within the storm here. So it looks like the area for rotation is kind of near or just north of Alton now, which is where we have that debris ball. So it looks like we have the supercell kind of having its outflow like that, and this VRN here kind of going within inside, creating that inflow right here. But let's actually look at 3D real quick on this storm here real quickly. Here, let's go to 3D. And yeah, you see some really high echo tops. We're getting up to possibly again surpassing 40,000 at the highest elevation of this storm. And if we go kind of through 3D across this whole storm, you kind of see the heaviest precipitation there at around 20,000 feet there. It's kind of where we had the heaviest precipitation rate for sure. Really intense storm for sure. Let's go through the actual right there again. Really heavy precipitation going as high as 30,000 feet. Again, there is some pretty good rotation towards the higher elevation region though. So, oh yeah, we got a really nice shape. We got a really nice shape to this. Look at that. We got some really nice outflow. We got some nice inflow. So this is a very concerning storm right now. If you are near Alton there, if you are near the Cluster Springs for Virginia, I would recommend you guys do take shelter immediately because we have, this is a tornado, guys. We do have a tornado on the ground right now. We have a massive debris ball to the north of Alton. We possibly do have a very wild tornado on the ground as we are speaking here. If you are near the Alton Springs area, please take shelter immediately. If you're near Cluster Springs as well, please take shelter immediately. Again, we possibly do have a tornado on the ground to the north of Alton. Very clear debris ball. I can't tell if that's actually for hail or for a tornado, but we have some pretty strong rotation right to the north of Alton, and we have some really nice supercell structure here, nice outflow, and very nice inflow. So there's possibly a tornado on the ground. There's possibly a tornado on the ground here. We have a very clear debris ball. That's a very strong debris ball right here again north of Alton and as well to the southwest of Cluster Springs. So if you are in that area, please take shelter immediately. It does look like there is possibly a strong tornado on the ground. Look at that debris. Look at that debris. That's a massive and a very strong debris reading here. So it does look like there is possibly a storm or a tornado on the ground here. So again, I'm gonna keep a very close eye on this storm here. Like I did say, this has had some high confidence for quite a while, and it is now possibly bringing a very intense debris ball to the north of Alton. That is very, very nice. I mean, look at that supercell. That is a classic supercell. That's a classic hook echo right now. So that is definitely a massive debris ball right now. So for those who are just joining in, we have a pretty significant debris ball here to the north there of Alton. If that stays here, and yeah, it's still there. That's a massive debris ball. That is definitely probably because of the I can't tell if that's hail or not, because let's look at the hail. Yeah, there's no hail where we had that debris ball anymore. Look at that. Let's look at this right here. And where's the hail? It's kind of, that's definitely probably not the hail, because look at the highest hail report is south of Alton, but the debris ball is north of Alton. That is a very clear debris ball. I don't think it's because of the hail. I mean, we got some very nice rotation here, and as well, very nice supercell structure. We got really nice outflow within the storm here. We got some really strong inflow right where that debris ball is. Right where it is where we have that area of low precipitation. And we now get a reading of 71 decibels again. We have a clear debris ball. It most likely is not the hail, because a lot of that hail is to the south of that. Look at that. That is not hail. At least not now. But that is a clear debris ball. Again, there's a chance it could be hail. There's a chance it could be a tornado. It's very hard to tell at the moment here. Very hard to tell at the moment here. But again, we have a very strong debris ball. No matter what, right now, we have a very strong debris ball here. And it's been pretty consistent for, I'd say, the past 4 runs right now. Look at that. Past 4 runs. It looked like it was hail at first, but there's all that hail to the south of that, really. It's really kind of to the south. That's kind of where all that rotation is. Look at that. It all lines up. There's a rotation. Debris ball. That's kind of where the inflow is. That's probably a tornado, guys. So we most likely possibly have a tornado on the ground to the north of Alton in Virginia, heading towards the North Carolina border right now. A very clear, strong debris ball right now. I don't think it's hail, because a lot of that hail is towards the south of where we have the debris ball. You can kind of see, look at that hail is south of that debris ball. And I don't think inside hail will cause a debris ball that clear. I mean, look at that latest run. Holy cow. Look at that latest run. Now, Gwen, if you're near Cluster Springs, please take shelter immediately. There's probably most likely a tornado heading your way right now. We got some pretty strong rotation there. Pretty strong rotation right here. That latest run. Massive debris ball going straight for Cluster Springs. So if you are in Cluster Springs, please take shelter immediately. Again, guys, we have a very, very large debris ball right now in the Cluster Springs area where we have the tornado warning. That's also where we have that strong rotation. And look at that supercell. We got the really nice mesocyclone right there. The outflow stretching in. The inflow coming in. That is possibly a tornado on the ground. I can say that because that hail is kind of towards the south of where we have the debris ball. That is definitely a very large debris ball for sure. It's obviously clearly a large debris ball there. You can kind of see through it at this point between Alton and Cluster. So if you're in Cluster Springs, please take shelter immediately. If you're near Alton, please take shelter immediately. And as well, typically, the hail is towards either the south or to the north of the debris ball, and that's exactly where it is. I mean, look at that. Usually, typically on a supercell or tornadic supercell on a hook echo, the hail usually is to the south or to the north of that debris ball, and it is. It basically is. It's basically on the southern part there. So we got the nice rotation. We got the nice outflow. We got the nice outflow and inflow. This is possibly a tornado on the ground here in Southern Virginia. And it's still a massive debris ball. I mean, look at that. The latest front going straight for Cluster Springs. Straight for Cluster Springs, ladies and gentlemen. If you know anybody in Cluster Springs, please tell them to take shelter immediately. There's possibly a tornado heading their way. It does not seem as if it is a hail report or a hail. It does not look like it's a hail, because all that hail's to the south, and we got some really nice rotation right there near Cluster Springs. That's all. It's all lining up. It's literally all lining up with that hail to the south and to the east. So I'm confident that there's a tornado on the ground in Cluster Springs, or heading towards Cluster Springs. That inflow notch is looking really good here. And that's kind of right where that debris ball is, right where that inflow is, and that very little precipitation is. That's showing you that there's possibly a tornado on the ground going towards Cluster Springs again. Very nice debris ball right now. I mean, it's been pretty consistent. Look at this. Pretty consistent debris ball. So if you live in Cluster Springs, please take shelter immediately. If you know anybody that lives in Cluster Springs, please tell them to take shelter immediately. We do have a significant event here heading toward that area, whether it's hail or it's a tornado. But that does not look like a hail debris ball at all. That is definitely possibly a significant tornado here, or a tornado in general heading that way there. So look, all that hail is to the south. Look at that. That hail report is also to the south of that debris ball. Inflow is very, very strong right now. Look at that debris. Look at that inflow there. Very strong inflow. Got the mesocyclone right there, like that main mesocyclone there. The outflow stretching out there. The heavy precipitation, and you got the BRNG here kind of bringing the inflow right there. You got the warm air aloft there. The updraft. Very strong debris bar still over Cluster Springs here. Again, guys, it can be two things: hail or a tornado. But either way, we have a very significant debris ball. But again, there's a pattern to this. I mean, look how that hail is kind of to the south of that. There's like no hail where we have that debris ball. Let's look at this. Let's go to the hail. You see, it's kind of where there's no hail there. That's where the rotation is, and that's kind of where we have the strongest inflow. So there's a very interesting scenario right now in south central Virginia with this tornado warning storm. There is a significant debris ball near Cluster Springs there. There is some hail to the south, though it's definitely not a hail debris ball, because look at the hail to the south. We got some pretty decent rotation there, but it's definitely a pretty significant debris ball, and it's been consistent all the way back to near Alton. It's now all the way near Cluster Springs here. Very clear debris ball. The thing is it hail or is it a tornado? You see that nice outflow and inflow of the storm there? Nice inflow there. You kind of got the eagle-like storm. That's kind of, or like a bird. That's kind of what you kind of want to see there, with the inflow kind of being right here, with the inflow being going in here, right there. It's kind of what you want to see when you see like a typical hook echo on a supercell there. I mean, we still got a debris ball at the moment here. We're gonna have to wait for the latest download. But again, like I just say, this has been a consistent debris ball, consistent all the way from Alton. Again, for those who are just joining in, guys, we are watching a pretty significant event right now across southern Virginia, heading towards North Carolina. Right now, we do have a pretty significant cell right now that does have. Looks like the debris ball has now. Looks like we no longer have a strong debris ball, but we had a really strong debris ball here. Look at that from Alton. We still have a very, very, very small debris ball near Clear Springs, but that's not as significant as it was earlier. Again, there's no clear question to whether this was a confirmed tornado or not. There's no report yet. Again, it could have been hail that caused a debris ball. I'm saying that again. It could have been the hail, but all I'm saying is that hail has been south of that main debris ball. So that's the hail we have right now, 1.09. But again, 1.09, that a hail that size would not cause a significant debris ball like we just saw. I mean, look at that. This was a very large debris ball though, and it was pretty large all the way up to Cluster Springs. So again, there's no clear question to whether that was a confirmed tornado. We will find out, obviously, once we get the reports there. But that was a very interesting debris ball for sure. All the way from kind of developing near Alton, then continuing to get a lot larger. And then it kind of went to Cluster Springs, and then it looks like there's no longer really a debris ball there anymore. But we had a really strong amount of inflow and outflow there within that storm here, which is why it's definitely very interesting here. A lot of that hail kind of maintained to the south of that rotation, so that's exactly why there was a question that it could have been a tornado debris ball and not a hail debris ball. And I'm actually getting a call right now. Oops. Sorry guys, I just got a Discord call right now. I apologize for that. Alright, but that was very interesting here. I mean, for those who are just joining in, we had a pretty significant debris ball there for portions of Cluster Springs there near Alton. Look at that debris ball. And again, that is under a tornado warning here. We had some pretty good rotation at that moment, and a pretty decent like supercell structure. What's up, iHuman? How are you doing? But let's go ahead and now move toward. Let's see where we want to go here right now. Let's go ahead and take a look possibly now at this Arkansas squall line here. Let's go to Arkansas and take a look at these storms that we have with Arkansas. We have not looked at Arkansas in forever. Yeah, WX, like I said, it could have been either hail or tornado, but typically, again, inside hail would not bring in a debris ball that was that size or that significance. But again, it's definitely a possibility that it could have been hail. See you later, CR. Have fun at work. Again, we have a pretty intense squall line right now across southeastern Arkansas. Earlier on, this squall line actually did cause two highways to actually have a tree down, 2 trees down on highways, and as well earlier on near, I believe it was near Smackover or Camden, we did have a tree reported to have fallen on a house. Actually, let's actually go to Oklahoma here, because those storms in Oklahoma are definitely a lot more significant here. They definitely have a lot larger hail. So let's go all the way to Oklahoma City, guys, toward the west there. And storms are starting to blow up there in those regions. Cap inversion is breaking, so storms are starting to blow up across the region in Oklahoma City there. We have roof damage here from post-frontal winds as well. Again, same thing here. So seeing some pretty gusty winds within this region here. Yeah, we got some really, oh boy, look at this storm here in Oklahoma. 2.75 inch sized hail. 2.75 inch sized hail 6 miles southwest of Minco and Grady County train spotter. And train spotter again, same thing there, up to 2.75 inch sized hail. But let's go look at the rotation, very broad rotation there on that. But we got a very intense supercell here, bringing some really intense winds and as well intense hail, nearly 3 inch sized hail there. Really intense hail with that storm here to the southwest of Oklahoma City there near Amber, and going to Chickasha, Tabler, and soon into Middleburg. There you guys are under that severe thunderstorm warning. This includes Central Grady County. I know, Adam. I mentioned several times it could have been hail. I stressed it. I stressed it pretty frequently that it could have been either hail or a tornado. We will definitely find out if it were a tornado soon. But yeah, we had 2.75-inch size hail twice already with the storm here. Another very intense storm here to the northwestern portion there of Oklahoma City. Nicole asked, will there be any tornadoes in or near Dallas? I doubt there will be any tornadoes near the Dallas area. You guys are actually under a medical discussion, but for winds and hail, if you're near DFW, you would definitely be seeing intense hail possibly within the actual region here. So let me actually show you here the medical discussion we have. Actually, no, sorry, you guys are under a watch here. So, sorry, not medical discussion. You guys are under a watch in Dallas. So, again, this watch for Dallas has a very low threat for tornadoes. See, very low threat for tornadoes. Again, we can't rule out the possibility for maybe 1 or 2 tornadoes. But, again, overall, very low chance for tornadoes in the DFW area. Main threat is moderate threat for severe winds and moderate threat for severe hail. So, in Dallas, you are looking at mainly a wind and hail threat. So, good thing is nothing tornadic. And we know have a significant threat here for tornado. Sorry, not for tornadoes. Significant threat for hail in this medical discussion here for eastern Texas and as well northern Louisiana. Large hail threat to persist and tornado threat possible later near south of outflow here. So again, we are looking at possibly a large hail threat continue this evening here and possibly a small threat for some tornadoes. Again, large hail due to the lapse rates we're seeing here, pretty high lapse rates, and then tornado risk is expected along and on the warm side of the outflow boundary. So again, looking at for a better chance for tornadoes within this region, it's still a bit on the lower side, but tornadoes are going to become a lot more often or not a lot more likely once we get towards Louisiana and portions of northeastern Texas there. The further west, really, the lower the chance for tornadoes, though. Do you think Montgomery, Alabama will get very strong winds? Yes, there's a very great chance, or a very strong or high chance that you in portions of Montgomery and central Alabama could see some really gusty winds possibly once we get into the morning hours around possibly 3, 4, 5 a.m. there. So kind of will be somewhat overnight, but not really there. But going to see again an enhanced risk there for the Montgomery region, and you guys are under a 30% chance significant risk for winds, and it's going to be mainly the threat from a derecho. It's going to be going overnight here across portions of Dixie Alley and a portion of the South Central. Again, like I did say, by the time it gets in your area, it will be I wouldn't say a weaker threat for extreme winds, but you are still going to be seeing a pretty good chance in general for some pretty intense winds here from straight line winds there from this derecho. So yeah, definitely looking at possibly over 40 mile-an-hour wind gusts for sure, possibly within the Montgomery region, possibly tomorrow morning. Springfield, Missouri. Let's see. Springfield, Missouri, has a low chance of having tornadoes later today. I don't know how I feel about it. Yeah, Springfield, Missouri. You guys really will really have a low threat for tornadoes there. Again, it would be mainly elevated storms there, possibly some intense hail and as well some pretty gusty winds. But again, a really low threat for tornadoes in that area. Nicole, I would recommend staying away from windows just in case. And as well, Nicole, if you have any pets outside that are usually outdoor, I would definitely bring them inside today. Because again, you guys are under 15% chance sig for hail for a reason there. Adrian, will Nashville be affected? So again, Nashville, you guys are under kind of around the border of the slight and a marginal. You guys will get possibly some smaller intense storms here once we get overnight there around 12:30 to possibly 1 a.m. You get some possibly a small squalling within that region, but it's going to be really minimal. You may get some gusty winds here, but nothing compared to the derecho we're looking at possibly for western Dixie Alley. But again, you will got possibly some elevated storms there, maybe some gusty winds, but nothing crazy expected here. But again, Oklahoma, portions of Texas, you guys are expected there to possibly get some pretty intense storms within the next few hours here. Again, in the Dallas area, you guys are looking at some pretty intense storms here, and that's where we're going to be watching for some pretty large hail within these areas here. Very large hail. Really low chance for tornadoes, but really high chance for some hail across portions of Oklahoma and northern Texas there. What's up, Jerry? I saw the 2012 derecho coming at me at 75 miles an hour. It cut off trees halfway up, but didn't even touch my small potted plants on my porch. Oh yeah, derechos are really interesting, huh? I have two doggos, so Nicole, I would definitely bring them inside today. Because you guys are under a watch here for some pretty intense hail overall. But again, very intense storms here across western Oklahoma and central Oklahoma. Getting a pretty intense storm here towards the Chickasha area. Getting up to, I believe, getting up to around just under 2-inch size hail there. Again, pretty intense wind with this storm as well. And again, we have this one actually produced 2.75-inch size hail twice, and as well 2-inch size hail twice as well. Another pretty intense storm here to the northwest of Oklahoma City, bringing just around 1.86-inch size hail. Again, really low threat for tornadoes. You can kind of see all these greens signifying straight line winds here. So really gusty winds again. We're seeing some really gusty winds possibly, and that's exactly why we don't have any tornado threats within this region here. Again, gusty winds, and as well the big threat for hail. And then we have another strong storm here, but actually this severe thunderstorm warning here includes areas such as southeastern Kingfisher and northwestern Oklahoma and Logan counties. 2-inch size hail and 60 minor wind gusts is possible. So if you're in Cedar Valley, Seward, Guthrie, Cashion, I recommend bringing in your pets inside because there's some pretty intense hail just to the west of you guys. It'll be there within your vicinity within the next 10-15 minutes. Same thing there if you live near Chickasha, Tabler, let's go towards Middleburg as well. Recommend taking your pets inside as well. And looking as well some pretty intense storms to the Tulsa region there, not too far from outside Tulsa. Another pretty intense storm here. Let's see, bring inch size hail 1.25. And as we gradually go further into northwestern Oklahoma, gradually seeing a little bit less hail, but really intense hail right now to the areas just surrounding Oklahoma City right now. Again, if you haven't already done so, be sure to smash the subscribe button, of course. I'll be streaming throughout the night. And as well, if you haven't already done so, be sure to like the stream. And if you have any questions, be sure to ask them in the comments below. And if you guys want to, you guys can go ahead and use the super chat button. But other than that, that's kind of the announcements there. Started tuning late. Was watching Ryan Hall, y'all. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Again, guys, really watching out some pretty intense storms here across central Oklahoma right now. So, really intense hail and generally getting up to 1 to possibly even 2-inch size hail. And again, we do have now a new severe thunderstorm warning here to areas to the northeast of the Oklahoma City metro, including northwestern Lincoln County, east central Logan County, and as well as southern Payne County. So if you guys are in this area, you guys are expecting possibly some pretty intense hail there. Likely again getting up to actually 1.5 inches there. Again, these will mainly be hail and winds. We don't see any tornado threats likely within this event here across Oklahoma. So as the cap inversion broke off, we're going to start seeing these storms taking advantage of that and just kind of breaking off and blowing up across portions of Oklahoma. Again, these warnings are starting to die off there and cancel across portions of North Carolina and Virginia. So keep now a very close eye on Oklahoma. And once these storms start blowing up across Oklahoma, that's when the threats are going to start beginning here across Louisiana, Mississippi there for some tornadic activity. So, again, keeping a very close eye on that. Let's see if we have any new updates here on the SPC. So far, we've had 81 hail reports. So, holy cow, a ton of hail reports. We have 4 medical discussions in place. 1 for the Ohio River Valley, 1 for the Mid-Atlantic, and 2 for the South Central. We have a ton of watches so far. And we have a pretty large moderate risk in effect here, mainly, of course, the big threat for the winds. You can kind of see all these supercells all over the place there again. The supercells, though, are not going to be tornadic. Again, they're going to be kind of more elevated, so a lot less of a threat there for tornadoes, kind of more towards a wind and hail. And of course, if you guys want to use the super chat button, you guys can use the super chat button and donate to the stream. That will go all that money I get on super chat will go towards, of course, the channel and equipment. What's up, Light? How are you doing today? Again, still watching out for some pretty strong storms developing across central and northern Oklahoma, which got now a new severe thunderstorm warning here, including Alex, Dibble, Crinner, Bradley, and Alex there in portions of south central Oklahoma, and includes southeastern Grady County and southwestern McLean County. So looking at 2-inch size hail in diameter and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So again, not looking at any tornadic threats here. At least not at the moment, but as we go towards, I guess, southeastern Oklahoma, northeastern Texas later on, that will possibly start to see some tornadic threats here as well. Gradually throughout the next few hours, going to be seeing possibly some supercells to develop here across Mississippi there. Here's the latest look at the 21Z. You can see possibly a supercell threat across Mississippi here within the next few hours. See some scattered supercells within, I'd say, let's see, what time is this? This is 7:45. Possibly some scattered surface-based storms across the region here that could possibly be tornado warnings across Mississippi there, where we have that 10% chance significant risk. And of course, that'll gradually increase there in threats as we go into the overnight hours here. Some potential surface-based storms ahead of that main QLCS, or that main derecho. But look at these, look how heavy that rain's going to be there across Mississippi there, Alabama. I mean, it's going to be one for sure significant threat for sure. We're seeing a lot of power outages for sure. A lot of wind reports will start picking up very soon. Right now, the hail reports are in the lead with we got 81 hail reports so far, but the wind reports will quickly catch up to those hail reports as we start getting in the next, I say, 2 hours or so, that the ratio will kind of start to unite or develop here, that the ratio. So wind reports are going to definitely start to increase very soon here. Again, getting up to just an inch and a half there near Pawnee and the just to the east of Pawnee there in northeastern Oklahoma. Getting up to now 2.5 inch size hail just to the northeast of Chickasha in Oklahoma there. Again, mainly a big hail threat and possibly some very, very gusty winds. Again, really possibly see some hail damage there when it comes to cars. Definitely possibly some wind reports of damage there across roofs. So definitely going to be seeing a lot of hail damage for sure across these regions. Yes, it'll be the derecho tonight. That's going to be the big threat for Oklahoma, but even possibly some scattered surface-based storms within the next few hours here across southeastern Oklahoma there. Again, you guys are under, let's just go ahead and show you guys the kind of the outlook real quick. Again, you guys there in southeastern Oklahoma, you guys aren't too far from the 10% chance for tornadoes as well. Northeastern Texas, you guys do have a pretty decent chance for some tornadoes later on here as this moves on. But now we have 86 hail reports and 15 wind reports, 0 tornado reports right now, and we have now a new severe thunderstorm watch, including portions of central and northern Louisiana and east central Texas. Again, low threat for tornadoes, but moderate risk for winds and as well 2-inch plus diameter hail. So again, this will be affected until from 5:30 until 11 p.m. Central Time. So primary threats include scattered damaging winds and isolated significant gusts up to 75 miles an hour, as well as scattered large hail and isolated very large hail up to 2 inches in diameter possible. So big hail and very gusty winds. So looking at, again, those elevated storms, and as well a tornado or two if possible. So again, you can't rule out the possibility for tornado, but it's going to be very, very low. But again, a new watch in effect here, so that includes much of Louisiana. But look at all Dixie Valley and the Central Plains, kind of all covered up in these watches. We still have 4 medical discussions in effect right now, and so far we've had 99 total reports today. So that is crazy, and we have yet to get throughout the main event, which is that derecho, which will start to form very soon here as these supercells kind of start to condense and kind of all unite here within this area. But again, if you have not already done so, be sure to subscribe to the channel, guys. I would greatly appreciate it. I'm trying to get to 6,000 subscribers as fast as possible. So again, if you do that, that would greatly help out my channel in general. We are at 5,786 subscribers, so we need 4 more to get to 5,790. So be sure to again smash that subscribe button. I would greatly appreciate that. So again, we're really not seeing too many severe thunderstorm warnings in North Carolina, Virginia anymore compared to earlier on. But we have a ton of severe thunderstorm warnings now across portions near the Tennessee and Mississippi side, actually. So let's all these storms are blowing up in Oklahoma. Look at all that. That's what happens when you cap inversion breaks. I mean, as well with 3,000 plus joules per kilogram K. I mean, that's just what happens. But let's now go towards the let's go to Memphis. I think I have Memphis already on my favorites. Yeah, let's go to Memphis real quick, because that's kind of where we have a lot of storms blowing up across now. West Central Mississippi there as well. West Central Tennessee, and as well even a few warnings now popping up across Mississippi there. We got one there near Hickory, and as well we got one there, or a few there from that squall line that has been a big threat for the past 2 hours or so. But boy, we've been streaming for about almost nearly 3 hours now, so that's a long time. Alright, so here's a look now at the storms. So we have some pretty intense storms here near the west central Tennessee area. Get up to possibly well over 2 inches there within the storm here, just to the east there of Covington, and just to the west there near Brownville, 2.02 there. Again, mainly a wind and hail threat within this region, but we have a ton of severe thunderstorm warnings across this area. So we actually have severe thunderstorm warning here, including in northwestern Tennessee there, including their, let's see, southeastern Penobscot, central Dyer, southwestern Obion, and southeastern Lake counties there. So looking at a pretty intense storm with quarter-size hail and 60 minor wind gusts. Another storm here, one of our most intense here, including northeastern Tipton County, southwestern Crockett County, southeastern Lauderdale County, Haywood County, and west central Madison County. Again, looking at ping-pong-sized hail and 60 minor winds there, of course. And another one now stretching from the northern border of Mississippi to the southwestern portion of Tennessee, including north central Marshall County, northwestern Benton County, Fayette County in western Tennessee, and southwestern Hardin County there. Again, there's some pretty intense supercells there that will mainly be elevated at this point. Very little threats for tornadic activity here. Again, big hail threat. Look at the hail threats. Look at all the hail we're seeing here. Getting here, look at that's 1.62, 1.36, 1.78. So look at this really intense hail near Williston, in southwestern Tennessee there, as well as some nice hail there to the areas of east central Arkansas. That pretty intense squall line in that area. So pretty intense squall line for sure here. So let's see if we can get a better radar site though. Let's see if we can get the one. Is there one in Oxford? I think there's one in Oxford. Is there? I don't know if there's one in Oxford or not. In Mississippi, nope. There's one in Columbus though. So get a better look at these storms here and the northern portion of Mississippi there. So we're gonna wait for that to download. But again, if you haven't already done so, be sure to subscribe to the channel, guys. I would greatly appreciate that. Yeah, look at these really intense storms, though. Getting up to 1.15 and 1.72 there, right in that one in southwestern Tennessee. A few storms as well blowing up across even just the areas near Tuscaloosa. 1.64 inch size hail, 1.38 there into the areas of eastern Mississippi there. So still some pretty intense storms there in portions of Alabama. Let's go to Shreveport, Louisiana, real quick. We're just going to go all over the area, just get an update on what's happening in these areas right now. Just getting a better update here. Again, as well, smash that like button if you haven't already done so. I would really appreciate that as well. Help the algorithm recommend the stream to people, as many people as possible. And I think we're just about to hit the 3 hour mark on this stream, guys. So it's already been a long day. Let's go ahead and wait for this to download for us. Yeah, pretty intense storm here across areas near Downsville as well. Even some pretty good storms here toward the areas of east central Texas there. 1.46 inch size hail, 1.07, 1.03, as well as some pretty intense storm there of 1.88. So nearly 2 inch size hail near the Downsville area. Very heavy rain there again. Not really a big tornado threat. Again, hail and wind is the big threat. It even states that in the tornado watch we have in this region. So keep a very close eye on that. Again, getting a very large area of some hail between Downsville, Point, Calhoun. But we have a ton of warnings to keep a close eye on. But let's go back to Oklahoma here. Those are definitely the most intense we have for sure with hail wise. So let's go back to Oklahoma City here. So let's go to Oklahoma City. Again, some really intense storms. We got a whole line of warnings here. And look at all the hail just popping up here as we look to see getting up to 1.38 to the areas near Cleveland, the northeastern portion of the state. We go a little bit closer to Oklahoma City, getting up to possibly 1.6, 1.17, 1.48, and then our most intense there of 1.94. Nearly 2 inch size hail now to the south of Chickasha and near Tabler. And let's see where this is. This is Ninica. So if you're in those general areas, you're going to possibly get some pretty intense hail, but just a whole linear line of really intense storms across west and across central and eastern portions of Oklahoma. So really just strong line of storms here that are definitely elevated based supercells here. So kind of mainly a threat for wind and hail. But I mean, really intense hail though. But again, you notice that we don't have much rotation with these storms here. Like I did say, going to be mainly wind threats. We may have some small areas of broad rotation, but again, that does not really mean anything just really yet at all. Boy, we have a ton of severe thunderstorm warnings right now for sure. But yeah, really intense warnings or storms that are as you warned right now. So let's go ahead and get out and let's go ahead and look at the future threat here for severe weather. So again, let's go ahead and look at pivotal weather and look at some soundings here because, yeah, it's a little bit dead right now. So let's go ahead and look at some soundings. So let's go to the HRRR real quick here. So let's go to the HRRR and let's go toward the South Central real quickly, guys. So let's go to South Central. So while this loads for us, go to Continental, go to South Central. What's up, Dwight? How you doing? What's up, Jay Gabriel Cramp? How are you? So again, let's go to the cap values here. Look at the cap and see exactly why some significant severe weather is likely across these areas in the DFW area. You guys are under a severe thunderstorm watch now. Again, you guys are going to be seeing a pretty big threat for some hail. You guys are under a 15% chance significant risk there. So you can kind of see really high amount of cap right now. So not seeing any or much severe weather development across northern or southeastern Texas southeastern Oklahoma and northeastern Texas. You guys are kind of limited right now towards severe weather development. And you kind of see very low cap within the central and northern portion of Oklahoma. And that's kind of how we see all these storms blowing up like we see right now in GR2 analysts. Very intense hail, the very high lapse rates as well. If we go to lapse rates, you're going to be seeing some very high lapse rates between those regions there, which is why we're going to be seeing such high numbers of hail getting up to possibly 2.75 inch size hail. Look at those lapse rates there. If we can get out here, but look at that. Some pretty significant severe weather across, again, right now currently across central Oklahoma there, and that'll continue to be a potent threat as we go down to southeastern Oklahoma, and that threat will even increase even more for hail, getting to better conditions, a lot higher capes and better temperatures here. But while it's sounding low, it's, again, tornado threat, a small tornado threat. Again, photograph's not that good, but in general, you get the point. Some pretty significant severe weather. But there's 9.2 on the lapse rates there across portions of central and southern Oklahoma, and that's exactly where we're getting our highest hail values here. And as a cap does break across Texas there within the next few hours here, but it's by 21Z, the cap should break by then. Some really high lapse rates across northeastern Texas there. Let's go ahead and look at that real quick here, getting a 9.3 near DFW. And that's why we're going to possibly see like a tornado threat, or a very small tornado threat, but mainly, again, a general big risk for some hail. Again, a 13.3 on the supercell composite. So mainly hail again. It's just not too good for tornadoes at that point. But getting later on there, still some pretty good lapse rates across DFW and northeastern Texas. So as we get later on, that threat for hail and severe weather will increase across northeastern Texas. But right now, you guys are capped out. Again, it will start to break very, very soon here, which is why you guys are under a severe thunderstorm watch at the moment here, because you guys are expected to start getting some severe weather. But you see a lot of cap right now across northeastern Texas and southeastern Oklahoma. But again, very soon that cap will break here. So let's actually wait for this to load first. All right, see that cap's gonna start breaking very soon here. Look at if it's actually loads. Look at 23Z. Basically no cap within the region there. 22Z, again, very little cap at all. 21Z, 20Z. So it's going to start breaking by 20Z, that cap. So going to get negative 84, negative 37 there. So again, that's going to start becoming favorable for some severe weather there. You got a severe weather threat there. 3200K, 77 degrees there. Again, some significant hail. Look at that, 74% chance for some significant hail. Getting a 2.2 in the SCP. Negative 10 lifted index. So some pretty unstable atmosphere for sure. But as it breaks even more, a bigger threat for hail and severe weather across southeastern Oklahoma and northeastern Texas. Again, mainly the hail threat. So we go towards just not too far from Texarkana, where we get a little bit better probability for some tornadoes. So as we get further towards the Texarkana region, we're going to be seeing a lot better of a threat for tornadoes. You kind of see a lot better readings on the photograph there. 24.9 on the superset composite, 6.5 on the SCP. Again, we're going to be seeing a lot better conditions there as well. DFW is just so close to the dry line that it's just not looking too good for surface-based supercells. But if you go near DFW, again, the photographs aren't looking that good. I mean, yeah, we got a tornado potential hazard, but the photographs are just not looking that good. 1.5 on the SCP, a big difference, and that's why the main threat for DFW, northeastern Texas, and as well as southeastern Oklahoma will be the hail. Again, as we go later on here, pretty big threats there for portions of, let's go to north central Louisiana there in the next few hours. A pretty good threat there for some tornadoes, getting up to a 1.4 on the SCP, so not the best number. Let's go down to portions as well to southeastern Oklahoma there. Again, going to get a pretty big threat there. It's not looking that good on the photograph either, but let's go to northeastern Texas by this 0Z. Again, pretty weak photograph, so again, that's why we're not seeing the best chance for tornadoes within northeastern Texas. But go later on here into portions of now. Let's go towards portions of, let's see here. Let's go for portions of Mississippi there. In the next few hours, they're going to get a pretty good threat there for some pretty significant severe weather there. Pretty big threat possibly for some really strong gusty winds. Same thing there for northwestern Mississippi there. Again, you guys really won't be seeing a big threat for tornadoes. But once we go further to the south there, near Jackson, near the Monroe area, we will get a better threat for tornadoes. You can kind of see getting a marginal tornado threat there. So a bit better threat for some tornadoes. 3,700 Cape there. So again, that cap's going to break very soon across Texas and Oklahoma. So start expecting that hail to get pretty messy across the region very soon. It was hailing in Crosset 30 minutes ago. Oh, nice. Yeah, let's share the stream, guys. I agree with top weather discussion. Let's share the stream, guys. Get as many people on the stream as possible. Again, I'll be streaming for a while, but look at all these severe thunderstorm warnings. I mean, look at that. That is just absolutely crazy all over the place here. So, we have one of our latest and newest severe thunderstorm warnings is going to be for the just north Tulsa including northwestern Rogers County and southern Nevada County, looking at 60-mile-an-hour gust and quarter-sized hail. And let's see here. That's one of our latest severe thunderstorm warnings here, and we got another one here for portions of the Burbank area, Fairfax there. That's also including areas such as west central Osage County there. Looking at possibly some pretty significant hail, quarter-sized hail. Damage to vehicles is expected again. With hail that size, I would recommend parking your cars inside and bringing pets inside. And as well, if you are new to the channel, I recommend subscribing to the channel, of course. I'm trying to get to 6,000 as fast as possible. So if you haven't already done so, smash that subscribe button and share the link of the stream to as many people as possible. Look at the really nice numbers here. 2.23 inch size tail to the north of Alex. Again, mainly wind threat and hail threat. So we really won't be seeing anything too tornadic until further into the evening hours. But again, these storms are trying to really die off across North Carolina, Virginia, and we got a huge threat from the squall line here across portions of the Mississippi River. Mississippi River. So let's go ahead and look at those storms here. Let's go towards Little Rock. And we just hit the 3-hour mark, guys. 3 hours of streaming. A lot more to go. And we actually get a wind threat here, or wind report there. Tree down on County Road 1519 and County Road 1529. So another tree down there in Mississippi there from a severe storm. So again, pretty intense storms there, north central Louisiana. But again, watching for the squall line. They're bringing some pretty gusty winds here across portions of the river, the Mississippi River. So it's now kind of crossing the river and going into portions of far western Mississippi there. So areas such as, let's see here, we got this actually warning was canceled. So let's go to this warning here. So southern Phillips County, portions of Coahoma County, northwest Tallahatchie County, and southwestern Quinton County. You guys are under those severe thunderstorm warnings for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. And then a warning up here towards the just not far from Memphis there, including portions of central Lee County and northwestern Phillips County there. So 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. So you kind of see a trend here, mainly for winds. Obviously, some smaller hail on the smaller side, but a lot of that severe hail is going to be where we have those higher lapse rates. That's going to be for Oklahoma. I mean, it's not like we're seeing low lapse rates for these areas, but again, a little on the lower side right now. Let's see here, but let's go ahead and see what we have right here. So, rotation. We have some slight rotation here across the Monroe region here, on this severe thunderstorm warning here. So, keep that very close on this right now. Near Monroe, just in the northwest of Monroe, we do have some ever so slight rotation here. Claiborne Point, very slight rotation right here. Very, very broad. Keeping a very close eye on that. Again, just keep a close eye on it. But we do have severe thunderstorm warnings again for north central and northeastern Louisiana, Morehouse Parish, northern Richland Parish, and West Carroll Parish. You guys are under a severe thunderstorm warning, and we've got a new one here for that northern part of that small squall line there, including southern Ashley County and northern Morehouse Parish. So kind of right on Arkansas and Louisiana border right now. Again, really watching out for a pretty intense storm right now across, specifically near the Monroe area. But we now got another severe thunderstorm warning here. Let's actually go to Shreveport right outside real quickly. Let's go outside of the Little Rock and let's go to Shreveport. A lot more accurate and a lot closer to the storm there. Let's go to Shreveport there for that radar site. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning here to the south of Monroe. So this includes here southeastern Union Parish and Osheta Parish in north central Louisiana. So that's where we have our latest severe thunderstorm warning here. So again, mainly these are going to be hail and wind threats right now. Again, if you're new to the channel, be sure to subscribe, guys. And as well, if you want to help the stream even more, be sure to use the super chat button. But yeah, let's look at, yeah, we got actually 1.86 inch report there just to the northwest of Monroe near the Claiborne area, and as well a pretty intense storm here with that new severe thunderstorm warning there, 1.86, so another nearly 2 inch report there. But again, pretty broad rotation to the northwest of Monroe. So yeah, we got a lot of intense storms now going toward the areas of northern Louisiana at this moment as we speak. But things are getting pretty active there across Oklahoma. There you see a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings there. As the cap will break across Texas, we'll see very similar scenario up there in the next hour or so, or I say the next hour and a half or so. And again, pretty intense storms right now across Louisiana. Getting some slight rotation there near the Claiborne area and as well near the just to the southeast of Point. But really nice hail there, getting over an inch right now. But again, we have not just gone within the past minute or so 2 new severe thunderstorm warnings here for portions of northern, specifically northeastern Louisiana here, just outside of one near the Bonita area, Jones, Wilmette area there, bordering Arkansas and Louisiana. And then we got another severe thunderstorm warning here south of Monroe, including Columbia, Riverton, Bosco, and we got a pretty nice structure through the storm here. Very, very broad rotation. Going to keep a very close eye on these storms here, border or near the Monroe metro area, or the Monroe area in general. So keeping a very, very close eye on that at the moment here. Let's go see if we got any updates here with the SPC. See if we got anything new whatsoever. And we have another meteorological discussion at the moment. So we now have a meteorological discussion here for hail possible with stronger cells along with localized strong wind gusts. So again, mainly strong wind gusts and hail. So again, nothing tornadic just yet, but looking at some storms over west central Alabama may produce hail or localized wind damage as they continue north. An additional watch is not expected in the near term for this activity, but local extensions may be considered. So again, we've got a pretty big threat there for some large hail. We're now up to 95 hail reports here all across the United States. Let's look at all these hail reports so far today. I mean, look at this. We got a ton there in the mid-Atlantic there, a ton in Alabama, a ton across Missouri, a ton in Texas, and now a ton there across Oklahoma there. We're gonna start seeing a lot more reports in Oklahoma and Texas very soon as that cap continues to break off here. But again, we now have 5 meteorological discussions. We now have up to 113 reports so far. So I mean, things are continuing just to get pretty crazy as we continue throughout the event. We now have up to 2 inch size hail within the storm here. 2.31 inch size hail just to the north of Sykes, just north of Sykes there, and north central Louisiana there. So if you're to the west of Columbia, to the west of Riverton, we got now up to 2.45, so almost 2.5 inch size hail there in north central Louisiana. Now getting up to 2 inch size hail to the north of Monroe. So if you're in Monroe, Louisiana, you're going to be expecting possibly for some pretty intense hail. And we just got another severe thunderstorm warning here, including western Mississippi there, Washington County and northern Sharkey County, looking at 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. So again, the hail threat's going to get really small as we continue on, but really the hail threat's still pretty large and significant across northern Louisiana at the moment. And as well, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning here for east central Texas, and it's going to be just to the north there, to not too far north there of areas like Crockett and Lovelady, and this is including here north central Trinity County and northeastern Houston County, Again, looking at 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. Severe thunderstorm was located near Kennard, or 16 miles northwest of Apple Springs, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So again, gonna be definitely keep a close eye for some pretty intense winds there with this storm. Let's go to Oklahoma real quick here. Let's go see how high the hail reports are getting up to these areas here. You're gonna start getting a ton of hail reports just plummeting, or rolling in. More and more hail reports will start coming in from Oklahoma as these storms continue to increase in strength. Okay, look at all these storms across this area here. We got some pretty intense hail there to the south near Alex here, 1.8, 1.52, so an inch and a half report there near Pink, just outside there of the radar site there. But earlier on, we actually had 1.25 inch size hail just to the north of, just to the 5 miles southeast of Utica and Oklahoma there as well. We actually had up to 2.75 inch size hail there across this region. But look at Chickasha, Ninaka, you guys all be getting hammered by over 2 inch size hail, and it's gonna minimize to around an inch, just around an inch. So, but again, really intense hail and winds with the storm here. So this severe thunderstorm warning is gonna stay until 5:55, or sorry, it's gonna be until 6:15 Central Time there. So not too long. But look at tennis ball size hail. As a tennis player, that's very large hail. Again, pretty intense storm here. 2 inch size hail, 2.5 inch size hail near the Brooksville area, near north of Macomb. Very little rotation with this storm here. Again, mainly going to be straight on winds, but we still have a pretty good structure to it, a nice base to it, as well as some nice outflow. But again, not looking like it's going to be anything tornadic. But again, like the description said, there's going to be a chance possibly for a tornado or two within this tornado watch, or sorry, within the severe thunderstorm watch. As well as some pretty intense storms just outside Tulsa, 2.3 inch size hail there near Peru, Westport, and Oak Grove. So keeping a very close eye again for those storms there. Let's see if we got any latest severe thunderstorm warnings there. So far we haven't really had any new severe thunderstorm warnings here. Actually, we just got a new one right now. New severe thunderstorm warning here just to the north there of Tulsa, getting possibly southeastern Osage County and southeastern Pawnee County. 5:59 Central, a severe thunderstorm were located along a line extending from near Hominy to 3 miles northwest of Westport. Golf ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So again, really gusty winds within these storms here across Oklahoma there. So really, as well as some pretty significant hail within this region as well. Another latest severe thunderstorm warning here is right here near just to the north of Oklahoma City. This includes northwestern Lincoln, northeastern Oklahoma County, and southeastern Logan. At 5:57, a severe thunderstorm will locate along a line extending from 4 miles south of Meridian to near Edmond, moving east at 25 miles an hour. Lower threat for hail at ping pong size, but even still 60-mile-an-hour wind gust. Looks like a lot of people have loved the stream, though. We're actually only at 9 viewers, so another dead stream. I guess I'm not a viewer person. I guess I'm just not a live stream channel or a live. I guess I'm just more a video person. But again, some really intense hail and winds across Oklahoma. This cabin version is really breaking off across the region here, so things will start to get a lot worse here. When we're talking about hail and winds here, so that's going to continue to be a pretty widespread threat. And as we continue on with the next few hours here, it's going to continue to be a threat here across Oklahoma. You can kind of see these storms are just going to continue to fire off, and at some point, they're all going to become large part of a large derecho. So we're going to start seeing, these scattered supercells here, elevated supercells. You see, kind of like that, what we're seeing. And then as we get later on, and to the next 2 hours or so, that's when they're going to start becoming part of a derecho. And then it's just going to go downhill from there. A ton of wind reports there, very large hail. Going to start seeing some severe weather soon for portions of northeastern Texas as the cap does break. You can kind of see this cap's going to really break in by by 20Z there. I mean, yeah, we have some pretty nice cap right now, sitting up to well over 200, and it's going to very well decrease here to like that high 100s, and it's going to completely just break and cap off here again. We do have a drawline in place here, so we are going to be seeing again possibly some limits, possibly a limiting factor here to some severe weather, which is kind of why they were decreased or they were issued into a slight risk now. But let's go towards the. Let's actually really quickly here go towards portions of the. Hold on. Let's go look at the dew points though to see and check a look here at what we're seeing the dew points here, because again there is a dry line, and I'll go ahead and show you this dry line real quickly. Let's go to dew points. So again, we are going to be seeing a dry line basically right over DFW here, so that could be a limiting factor to some severe weather across this area. You can kind of see, let's actually back up a little bit here towards this time frame. We're going to possibly seeing, let's see here, possibly dew points up into the 40s, only the 40s near DFW there. And then just to the northeast of DFW, we're going to be seeing some 60s and 70s there for dew points. So that's exactly why we're going to be seeing a lot favorable conditions for severe weather in northeastern Texas and southeastern Oklahoma. Again, Texas or Canada, you guys are under the moderate risk, and as well, much of just northeastern Texas in general, you guys are under, of course, that enhanced risk for that severe weather, because there's just a lot better conditions, and even some decent chances for tornadoes. Like Texas or Canada, you guys are, I believe, are under that 10% chance for tornadoes. Conditions are generally just a lot better. And again, there's not a threat of seeing very dry atmosphere, because that dry line is basically right over you guys. Again, we go just to the west of DFW, just in the suburbs, there's basically going to be really look at none, because there's going to be some really extreme cap. We're going to be seeing a lot of cap on the western side, on the dry portion of that dry line, so it's going to be kind of one limiting factor. But again, that's also going to be a big reason for why we're not going to be seeing too much severe weather. Across the northwestern portion of Oklahoma, again, we're seeing a little bit of moisture there. Dew points right now, some 60s, and that's exactly what we have. Some small severe weather across that region here. But as we go towards the east here, things are going to get a lot more downhill, a lot better for some pretty significant severe weather. So that's kind of the explanation to why things are going to get why things are going to go downhill once we get there. What's up with southeast Oklahoma? So southeast Oklahoma, you guys have a pretty decent chance for some pretty extreme severe weather, even a possibly small chance for tornadoes. So again, you guys are not going to really be affected by that dry line, or a threat for that dry line affecting you guys, because as you see that little jet kind of pushing this moisture towards the north here, we're missing a lot of moisture between that southeastern portion there, getting up into the high 60s for dew points, so pretty good conditions for some severe weather. So southeastern Oklahoma, though, you guys start seeing some pretty good storms here. Let me actually refresh the latest A-arm run here, and this is the latest model. So as we go towards, I'd say, the next few hours here, between the next 3 or 4 hours is when that severe weather is going to start making its way towards southeastern Oklahoma. And it's going to be a really dirty squall line, or a pretty dirty derecho, bringing really gusty winds, possibly over 70 mile-an-hour gusts, and as well some pretty significant hail. Blast rates will be a lot lower within that area, but still looking at possibly 1 to 2 inch size hail within that within that derecho. Let's go ahead and look here at the Cape values here. Let's go to the latest model. Okay, this is the latest refresh here, so you can kind of see in the next few hours there, about 2-3 hours, when that ratio kind of makes its way there, we're looking at over 2,000 joules per kilogram across that region here. Again, it's going to be pretty favorable now, but as it makes its way there, it'll kind of ever so slightly kind of decrease in Cape values, but still going to be pretty good there. And if we look at the supercell composite parameter here real quickly here, let's go to the supercell composite parameter. We're going to be seeing a pretty good chance possibly for some supercells. Supercells across southeastern Oklahoma as we go into the time period there, 3 hours or so. We're going to get possibly between 11 for some supercells. So there is a chance for some supercells within that region that most likely will bring in, I'd say, wind and hail, but there is a small chance as well for some tornadoes within the region here. So keeping a very, very close eye on that for that region. But again, southeastern Oklahoma, looking at possibly for some significant winds and hail within the next 2 to 3 hours or so. So things will start to go downhill in the next few hours. Again, if you are new to the channel, be sure to subscribe, guys. I'm trying to get to 6,000 subscribers as fast as possible. So again, if you are new, Subscribe, of course. I would greatly appreciate it again. And you can start releasing the intense storms, and this derecho kind of setting up here and kind of building up, kind of, I guess, becoming derecho in general within the next 3 hours or so, and everything's going to go downhill from there. So you can possibly see a threat from scarce supercells across Mississippi there, even portions of Texas there, next 2 hours or so. But still seeing pretty intense storms right now. Oklahoma, which got a new severe thunderstorm warning here for northeastern Oklahoma, including northern Osage County, northern Washington County, and northwestern Pawnee County. Looking at possibly 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. So looking at some pretty significant winds for sure here. And decent hail again, 1.28 inch size hail, and then getting anything just over half an inch or so across areas like Burbanks there and Fairfax. And still seeing some pretty significant hail there near the Brooksville storm there, 2.13 inch sized hail. And you get really intense hail though, 2.13 just to the south there of Brooksville. And then just to the north there of Macomb there. So that's kind of where we're getting the heaviest or that extreme hail there. And we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning here going towards as far south as Maysville and White Beach. So this includes here northwestern Garvin County, southeastern Grady County, northeastern Stevens County, and southwestern McLean County. So if you're in those areas, I recommend you guys do keep a close eye on that for the next few minutes here, because you're looking at golf ball sized hail. So pretty significant hail. So if you have any pets outside, I would recommend you guys do take them inside. If you're near Cox City there, Purdy, Ern Springs, Lindsay, definitely keep a close eye on that, because if you have any pets outside, it's not going to be fun for them and possibly even a chance for them getting injured. So definitely take your pets inside, as well as some really, really gusty winds. So again, it's going to be really pretty significant storms here. Oh yeah, there's been so much hail today. That's exactly why we had a pretty big threat for hail. But these wind threats are going to get a lot bigger as we get this main derecho forming here within the next possibly 2 to 3 hours. When that derecho will start to form there across Oklahoma and portions of Missouri, even down to Texas there. So as we go overnight, the wind reports are going to start really increasing and just running in on the SPC there. But we now got a ton of severe thunderstorm warnings here towards Louisiana. Let's go to Louisiana now. Again, there was something to keep a close eye on that. There we had some decent rotation. Let's go all the way to Louisiana now, to the Shreveport radar site. But let's see, we've been streaming for about 3.5 hours now. That's a pretty good amount of time here. The chat's dead right now, though. The stream in general is pretty dead right now. So we got some really intense hail, though. But look at the storm here near the Riverton area, just on the sides. We have still some pretty intense hail, over 2 inches there at 2.15. Some really nice amounts of hail there in that region. Let's go to the rotation. There's some pretty broad rotation there within that region. I mean, it's got a really nice structure to it, though. It's really got a nice base on this supercell. We have a severe thunderstorm warning that's for this area until 7 o'clock Central Time, including northern Caldwell Parish, southeastern Jackson Parish, southern Ouachita County, and northeastern Wynn Parish. But guys, I'll be back. I'm gonna go take a dinner break. I will be back, guys. I'm gonna go take a very quick dinner break. So I will be back in just a moment, guys. So bear with me. I will be back. I will eat dinner, and I will be back in about maybe 5-10 Alright, what's up everybody? I am back here. I'm sorry, I was taking a very short or a decent break here right now because since I'm gonna be streaming all night, I want to take a small break and actually have some dinner here. But we do have a tornado warning here for Mississippi now. So let's go towards the Mississippi Radar site here where we actually have this tornado warning here. So let's go to Columbus here. So again, we do have our tornado warning here. Our first for Mississippi for today here. So there's a potential possibly for many more, or not many more, but possibly a few more here later on during the overnight hours here for the southeastern portion of the state there. So here, look at this. Oh, that's a very nasty looking hook here. So you got a nice amount of outflow here for sure. So you got the outflow kind of stretching out like that and some inflow coming in within the supercell. So again, we do have a pretty good amount here. Of storm wise and pretty broad rotation. So this is warned here, but looks like actually it's no longer warned anymore. So I came back at the worst time. So again, we still have a pretty intense storm here, bringing actually over inch-sized hail, actually bringing possibly, let's see here, possibly over just nearly an inch and a half here, 1.7 inch size hail. So kind of just under 2 inches here for hail right now with this severe storm here that is no longer tornado warning. So I'm glad I didn't miss anything out important because that was not on the ground or anything like that, so which is good because I didn't want to miss that. That could have been really bad here. But again, we still do have severe thunderstorm warnings here in the area that replaced this tornado warning here. So we have one here, including this includes here eastern Union County, northeastern Pontotoc County, northern Lee County, and again looking at golf ball size hail likely in 60 mile/hour wind gust. Another severe thunderstorm warning here in effect until 7:15 p.m. Central Time for eastern Union County and northwestern Lee County, and that is the warning here that is there to replace that tornado warning here. Again, pretty intense. This first squall line here that was all the way up into southwestern Arkansas when we first started the stream is now as far east as portions of Greenwood. So this is how long we've been streaming here. This squall line here used to be all the way over here into areas like Magnolia and Texarkana when this stream started. Let me actually remove this so you guys know I'm actually back. Let me remove that. Let me actually just delete the whole message. Okay, so again, we do have some pretty decent hail just to the south of Greenwood here in Mississippi there, as well as some pretty broad rotation within these cells here. But hail again, getting possibly just over an inch within that storm there, and that's going to possibly bring in maybe some few severe thunderstorm warnings here between areas across Mississippi there. But again, pretty intense storms to the north there, the neighboring state in in southern Tennessee there, 2.49 inch size hail there, and portions of southwestern Tennessee there. So getting up to 2.5 inch hail there, which is actually not bad at all. They're getting up to 74.5 decibel reading there for that storm here. So it's a very strong storm for sure. Heavy precipitation rate for sure as well. Getting a severe thunderstorm warning there, including northeastern Hardin County, northwestern McNairy, southeastern Madison, and as well as Chester County there, and portions of the southwestern portion of Tennessee. And then we have another smaller, less intense cell to the south of that near Summer, Rammer, and that includes here southeastern Hardin County, McNairy, and south central Chester. So kind of including the similar counties for that. But again, there was a tornado warning here for portions of Mississippi there, but I did miss it. Again, I was eating dinner and I got up and I realized, holy cow, there's a tornado warning. And right when I come back on the stream, it's gone. So I do apologize for that. I do apologize for missing out on that tornado warning here. But a good thing is that it was not on the ground or anything like that. So that's definitely good that we did not miss anything like too important. But let's go ahead and starting to see some storms fire off now into portions of northeastern Texas. So like I did mention about an hour ago, that cat will start to break, and that's exactly what it's doing here. So storms are going to be likely now across the Dallas region here. So let's go to Dallas and Fort Worth because storms are going to get really intense. And again, we're looking at, we're looking at, again, really large hail for the DFW area and northeastern Texas. And that's exactly why we have so many severe thunderstorm warnings here. I mean, look at these nasty storms. Look at possibly inch-sized hail there. There was 2-inch size hail just reported a mile east northeast of Grandview. As well, pretty widespread 1.5 and widespread 3/4, and it's going to be just to the south there of Dallas. Dallas, you guys are under a severe thunderstorm warning here. Again, includes southern Dallas County. A severe thunderstorm was located over Avila over Glen Heights, moving east at 35 miles an hour. And again, look at that, possibly some hail damage within that region. Again, some significant hail is going to be the biggest threat again with these storms, as the cap is breaking and it's obviously wearing off across portions of central Texas. A lot of the severe weather potential will be noticeable across portions of northeastern Texas and as well even portions of central Texas. And that's exactly what is stated there in that severe thunderstorm watch there. And that's, as I believe, even in the medical discussion that we had earlier here for portions of Texas. So it's kind of what we're really going to be watching out for. Some more intense hail. Again, we already have reached over 2-inch size hail already, according to this report here. Not too far from the areas of Maypearl. And right now, we do actually have over just around 1 inch and 3/4 there, just to the west of Italy there, and the southern metro area of Dallas, and as well getting up to around 1 inch or so near Glen Heights, which is not too far from the areas of Dallas there. Anything for Collin County? Where is Collin County? Are you talking about Texas there? Let's see if I see Collin County here. Ellis County. I'm not familiar of where Collin County is. Can you tell me where Collis County is, so I can give you a pretty good answer of that? But again, very intense storm here towards the south there of the Dallas metro, getting into the around 64, 65 decibels there, as well as some pretty intense storms there toward the east there, making their way into Louisiana. So again, I'm not really familiar where Collin County is, so if you let me know, I will let you know. But again, right now, we're seeing some pretty intense hail right now across northeastern Texas. And let me actually show you guys there, like I did say, around, let's let me refreshing it to the latest update here on the HRRR real quick. We're going to go to the 23Z. So we're basically about to get to 0Z, which will go up to 48 hours out. So let's go to the severe weather there and go towards the cap. You're going to see a lot of it has kind of worn off here across northeastern Texas. Look at that. A lot of it has just worn off here. Very little cap, which is why we're going to start seeing some severe weather now across portions of Texas there. Look at that severe weather threat. It does have a tornado threat, but again, there's going to be very, very small threat for tornadoes. Maybe 1 to 2 spin-ups. And it's exactly what it states there in the severe thunderstorm watch. 17.7 there on the supercell composite. So there is a chance as well for some pretty intense supercells. And that, of course, those supercells will produce, again, the extreme hail like we're seeing right now. Look, here's one there, a pretty significant supercell there near Italy and Forston. That's exactly what we'll be expecting here across northeastern and possibly even northeastern and north central Texas. Similar scenario there across south central Oklahoma. We will see a small threat for some tornadoes. And let me actually go ahead and show you guys what I'm talking about here. Let's see the latest SPC update here. And you do see we do have a watch here for these areas. And actually, we have a medical discussion for portions of the southern plains. But let me go ahead and show you the watch here that we have in this region here. So let's go to the watches real quick, and you're going to be seeing in this watch where it has Dallas and DFW and portions of the northeast Texas. It does have possibly a chance for maybe some 1 to 2 tornadoes here. So a tornado or two possible, but again, looking at scattered hail, very large hail, and as well as some significant damaging winds. So it's going to be the main threat here. It's exactly what we're going to start seeing now as that cap does break off. So it's in a pretty significant storm right now near Italy and Forston, which is, I'd say, a good 30 to 40 minutes south there of the Dallas metro area. So again, pretty significant storms that will be developing across that region here as we continue throughout the overnight hours here. But again, right now we don't have any more tornado warnings. Actually, we do have a tornado warning now. Another one here for Mississippi. So we have another tornado warning here. So let's go back. So that's this one I won't be missing here. So let's go back to Mississippi. There we have another tornado warning here. Was it that previously warned storm? Yeah, it was that previously warned storm. So again, another tornado warning now in effect here for portions of near the Blue Springs area. We have still a pretty nice looking supercell. A tornado watch is not a tornado warning. Yes, I know that. Yeah, look at that, possibly up to an inch and a half there, just to the west of Sherman and Ecru as well. At least update here, they're getting 1.62. So 1.6 inch size tail to the west of Sherman and to the east there of Ecru. And then just at the Blue Springs, we have up to 1.6 inch size tail there. You can kind of see if this main mesocyclone right here. You can kind of see some nice outflow, kind of stretching out, kind of like a little eagle, or like a bird peck, something like that. And then you kind of see possibly the BRN shear kind of wrapping around the cell and bringing some really nice amount of inflow. So again, we do have a tornado warning here for areas of the northwest or northeastern portion of Mississippi once again here. Again, this tornado warning does include areas such as eastern Union County, northeastern Pontotoc County or Pontotoc County, northern Lee County, and northeastern Mississippi there. So at 7:14, Doppler radar indicated a severe thunderstorm producing a tornado was located over New Harmony or 7 miles north of Trace State Park, moving northeast at 20 miles an hour. So again, watching a pretty significant storm here, possibly likely bringing a storm here or a tornado. Pretty nice rotation here just to the west of Blue Springs in between Sherman. So we do have some pretty good rotation in that little area where those greens are meeting up into the reds. And as we go to the hail again, seeing some really significant hail up to an inch and a half, and possibly some small debris as a result of that hail. As you can see, we are seeing a lower debris ball here on coercion coefficient as a result of possibly that pretty significant hail there. So we are seeing possibly some small debris as a result of that hail. At least that's what the radar site is showing here, reflecting off the small debris ball here. Again, guys, seeing up to just around an inch and a half there, just over an inch and a half. Small debris as a result of this hail. That's most likely what it is, since we are getting nearly up to over an inch and a half on hail. Ecotop's pretty high on the storm, actually. Let's see, getting up to possibly around up in the 40,000s, the higher 40,000s, so pretty high ecotops within this storm here. So that definitely shows that we are seeing a pretty intense cell. The ecotops kind of typically, I guess, the stronger, at least the more favorable for producing a tornado here, as well kind of the updraft. So you can kind of see, look at the updrafts on this storm here, or on the storm. You can kind of see the updrafts here of the upward motion of warm air, kind of going up like this, as we have the kind of cool air condensing the atmosphere. You can kind of see these warm or this cooler, that's cooler in the upper atmosphere, kind of condensing that warm air, making this an unstable atmosphere. You can kind of see this really warm, or these very high ecotops here. It's exactly what we're seeing here. You can kind of see this little V shape here, very little precipitation there, or a cloud cover in this whole area. That's because of the updrafts bringing the upper motion of warm air across this area, leading to these really high ecotops as the cold air kind of condenses that. And it's exactly why we have such high ecotops, because of the upper motion of air. Again, really high ecotops, getting nearly 47,000 feet. So really high, but again, a nice looking outflow on this storm. Oops, I don't want to use a pink there. Again, look at that. Getting up to the nice outflow. Some decent inflow with that BRN shear again, but look at that. Now getting up to 2-inch size hail. So very large hail heading towards Blue Springs. So if you're in Blue Springs, I would recommend that if you guys have any pets outside, anything like that, that you bring them inside immediately, because 2-inch size hail is definitely going to possibly injure animals here. Again, you'd never want to have your pets outside with extreme hail like this. So, and even if you're in Blue Springs, you should not be outside, or your pet should not be outside, because you guys are under a tornado warning here. So if you live in Blue Springs, if you live in Guntown, if you live in Saltillo, if you live in Sherman, if you live here in this Wallerville area, please take shelter immediately, because you guys are under another tornado warning here. Again, some pretty broad rotation within this cell, kind of just to the west there of the Blue Springs area and Sherman. Again, very intense hail, up to 2 inches now, and you can see pretty good probability up to a 98% chance for some extremely dangerous or extremely large, intense hail there. You can kind of see again, pretty significant hail within this area here. You can kind of see a decent looking supercell structure. You kind of see a decent hook echo kind of developing, trying to form there. And possibly, like I did say, some slight debris maybe developing as a result of that large hail. So that could very well be causing some debris or some damage. We're gonna possibly get some storms tomorrow, Winter Queen in Georgia. We're gonna get some pretty intense storms there tomorrow. But again, still got a tornado warning up here in the northeastern portion of Mississippi there, and just ahead of that, or just behind that, we have a pretty intense squall line making its way there. Going to start bringing some really gusty winds there, even some intense hail to the Greenwood area there, and north central Mississippi there as well. Some intense storms trying to blow up there across Texas, Oklahoma. New storms are kind of starting to die off a little bit, but again, we're going to start seeing a big threat here, possibly for the derecho starting to possibly start making its way to forming. So let's go ahead and look at the latest update here on the HRR here. So we got anything interesting here. And you can kind of see these storms are going to start possibly soon developing that derecho formation. So like I did say, I think maybe an hour and a half ago, that these storms are going to start soon. Like when I said like 2-3 hours, these storms are going to start possibly forming into that derecho formation. So that's exactly going to be a big threat here towards 9:15. So next 2 hours, we're going to be seeing a really nice derecho forming out across Oklahoma. And that's going to bring the big threat here overnight now at this point. So once we get in the next 2 hours is when that big wind threat is going to start becoming potent and visible across this region here as well. Significant squall line across Mississippi there and portions of Tennessee within the next 3.5 hours or so. But as we get in the next hour, danger continue to become quite severe across portions of maybe south central Mississippi there, maybe some surface-based supercells. And this is kind of what they're showing right now. You can kind of see that's where we have the tornado warning right now, and possibly still within the next hour, some intense storms likely across the Dallas region. But again, gonna really watch out for the main derecho to possibly bring in some slight severe weather across portions of the Texas region there, and then extremely big threats for wind and damaging wind and possibly some large hail across all the way from northeastern Texas to portions of Missouri with that derecho between the next 3 or 4 hours. And then once you get past that, getting to around 1 a.m. Eastern time, 2 a.m. Eastern time, the air is going to get a lot more severe across Arkansas, northern Louisiana, and then very, very dangerous conditions there across portions of Mississippi there by 4 a.m. Eastern time. So, I mean, it's going to just be a big threat just throughout the whole night here. Let's go back here into the storm here, the cell that we have here in northern Mississippi there. Still seeing some good amount of outflow within the storm there. Very broad rotation still right near the Blue Springs area. Let's go see if we have any debris. Yeah, really no debris on the storm yet. Or I don't think there's going to be any debris anywhere or any time with this cell because it does not look too concerning. So we have 2-inch-sized hail. That's the latest report here on the storm. And again, we still have a pretty significant amount of severe thunderstorm warnings here. But look at these storms starting to pop up now across Mississippi here, across areas like the Philadelphia region there, across areas near the Morton area, kind of just across central and northern specifically central Mississippi. We are starting to see some pretty intense storms developing across that region. They could possibly develop into some supercell like this storm here near Morton, getting possibly already over 1.5 inches there on some nice hail there. Similar scenario there to the storm near the Redwater region as well, getting some significant hail, getting just over 1 inch. Again, so you see even some pretty significant storms there, all the way into portions of western Alabama. But again, still watching this storm here that is a tornado warned here. There is some decent, very broad rotation there as well, intense squall line now located across portions of west central Tennessee. So you're going to start watching for some intense winds in Tennessee. Again, if you have not already done so, be sure to subscribe to the channel. If you are new, I would greatly appreciate it. But as well, seeing a pretty intense squall line here across portions of Mississippi here. That's going to bring some pretty gusty wind. You can kind of see we go to base velocity. You can kind of see these greens going towards the radar, just very strong and visible winds here. You can kind of see just moving rapidly towards the east here. So definitely some straight line wind is possible for that area. But again, uh, gonna really watch out for the main threat to develop here now in Oklahoma there and portion of Missouri here within the next, I'd say, 2 hours when that main derecho is gonna possibly form here. But right now, we're seeing kind of a mini squall line here developing across portions of Mississippi there. And I'm sorry, I think I just dropped my cap of my water bottle, so I apologize if you guys heard that. And then, of course, as well as seeing a mini squall line here across portions of west central Tennessee there. And we are going to be seeing some slight hail with that, but mainly big winds with that as well. But again, still watching out for this tornado warning cell, still bringing up to 2+ inch size hail, getting, let's see, the highest report, 2.09 there, just over Blue Springs. So if you're in Blue Springs, you're getting some very, very intense hail, just under 10 size hail basically, and still some pretty good rotation. So keeping a close eye on this. There is still some pretty decent rotation as this rotation is moving towards the northeast here, now passing between Blue Springs and passing between Sherman. So if you're between those areas, I would keep a very close eye on it and stay in your safe place, because we still have a pretty nice structure to the storm here. You can kind of see this main supercell right here with the outflow stretching out and some nice inflow going around the storm and developing some nice amount of inflow here. So again, really watching out possibly for some rotation between this whole area, and that's kind of where we have very visible inflow notch there, and that's exactly where we're watching for that rotation. So I'm going to keep a very close eye on this. We do have a pretty small, let's say we do have a pretty small debris ball as a result of this very strong and possibly even dangerous hail getting possibly over 2 inches here. So it looks like we do have some debris, a small debris on correlation coefficient reading here as a result of this very high and as well very large hail we're seeing here. Again, over 2 inches here, so it's pretty significant and very well could cause debris there. Specifically when it comes to, I guess you can say, vehicles, as well as some pretty significant debris in that region there. And who knows, possibly even branches, depending how fast the hail is moving at a rate, it could possibly break some branches. So again, that's exactly why we are seeing possibly a very small debris reading there as a result of that very large hail in the region. And now we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning here. So we're gonna start seeing a lot more warnings across Mississippi there as a result of these very strong discrete supercells developing within the region here. So we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning, including Leake County, northeastern Franklin County, and northwestern Scott County. Looking at a severe thunderstorm was located over Forkville or 8 miles north of Morton, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. Looking at ping pong size hail and 60 minor gusts. So we had kind of two little cells within these counties here. We got one to the north near Carthage, and we got one here, which is the one that actually got warned, which was the Morton one, and the one here near Pelahatchie. So that's kind of the cell that is the reason for this warning. Again, we do have up to around 1.5 inches for hail, not too shabby at all. So again, near Forkville and branches, we're going to possibly seeing some pretty intense cell there. Again, 1.5 inches or so as well. Looks like the probability getting up to let's see here, getting around a 65% chance for some significant hail. But again, if you are within Forkville and Branch, I would recommend you guys do stay inside, as there is some pretty intense hail. So keep your pets inside as well. And there is a chance possibly for a severe thunderstorm warning within for at least one of these cells here for the areas such as Wire, Ackerman. If you guys are in that region, I do think there's possibly a chance for a severe thunderstorm warning for your area, as we are seeing some pretty intense winds, of course, and some small hail, again, possibly just around 3/4 inch there. We may get around possibly just near 1 inch there near the west region. So again, there's possibly a small chance for some for at least a warning for one of these cells or discrete cells near the central portion of Mississippi. Again, so getting some pretty intense hail though within that squall line, and mainly the southern portion of the squall line. We have more intense storms there, getting possibly around, I'd say, 55, 56, maybe even as high as 62 decibels within that lower portion of that squall line. So again, still seeing some pretty intense rainfall, but again, may be seeing extremely strong winds, but still watching out for this tornado warning cell here. Byron Flynn asks, where is the derecho going to be? The derecho is going to be all, across this whole region here. So again, the derecho is going to start developing. The main derecho is going to develop really within the next 2 hours or so across portions of Oklahoma, southeastern Kansas, and portions of southwestern Missouri. And then as we continue now in the next 3.5 hours, this derecho is going to get a lot larger and a lot stronger, stretching from all the way from north central Texas across eastern Oklahoma, now getting across the Ozarks here. As we now get later into the next, I say, 5.5 hours, this storm is going to continue to become more and more, widespread, all the way from northeastern Texas into portions of southwestern Missouri. And it's just going to continue overnight in the overnight hours across Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi there, Tennessee, Alabama, Louisiana again. So it's going to be kind of go across much of the area here where we have that risk for severe weather. Again, we do have a tornado warning here for this cell up here in northeastern Mississippi, just to the north of Tupelo, getting up to 2-inch size hail, and we are seeing some pretty good rotation here, specifically near the Sherman area is where we are watching for the best amount of rotation right now. Right here is where we're going to be watching out for the best rotation. Will the derecho get down to South Mississippi? It may stretch there. The very edge there possibly may stretch specifically across, I'd say, 4:45. So it'd be 3:45 a.m. tomorrow morning here. So it will be a pretty big threat, specifically across the morning hours. I'd say some really heavy rain down in southern Mississippi there. Starting, I'd say you may start to see a few scattered cells, discrete cells, maybe some supercells after midnight, and then the heaviest rain from the derecho and the heaviest and strongest winds will come in by, I'd say, 3:30 a.m. Really heavy rain for 4 a.m., 4:30 a.m. Getting to 5 a.m. might be your heaviest downpours between 5 to 5:15 a.m. for your area, and then it's going to continue all the way possibly into the overnight, possibly even I could say the rush hour time period around 6 a.m. There's still some really heavy rain, so we're talking possibly really heavy rain for at least 4 to 5 hours. So yes, that's a ratio will go all the way down to southern Mississippi. Actually, it's pretty surprising to be affecting a lot of these areas. And I guess the reasoning for this moderate risk in southern Mississippi because of the 45% chance for the wind. So it's exactly why we do have a moderate risk for areas like Hattiesburg and southern Mississippi, because the derecho is going to bring in such crazy wind that they have extended it, or they had advanced it to a 45%. So yes, there is going to be a pretty significant derecho for southern Mississippi. As of now, we've already had 156 hail reports and 31 wind reports. So far, 0 tornado reports, thankfully. But that may change as you go in the overnight hours. Again, we do have now a medical discussion here for a portion of the western Tennessee area, northern Alabama, and as well of northeastern Mississippi. Like I did say, there is a pretty intense squalling likely for the area, a mini squall line for Tennessee. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. So again, main threat will be the winds for that area, but again, we still do have a tornado warning here for areas across just outside of Tupelo. So a very, very intense supercell here with some pretty good structure to it. Let's go ahead and look at the coalition coefficient. We did actually have a small debris here, but it looks like the only debris we do have for this cell is because of the very large hail. Again, this hail is actually over 2 inches, so this debris is most likely from the hail, not a tornado, so don't freak out. If it were to be a tornado, it would be very clear to be a tornado, but again, as of now, nothing, anything worrisome within this tornado warning, at least as of now here. But let's go ahead and show you guys the squall line that is going to be in place here for the west central portion of Tennessee there, and far northeastern Mississippi and northwestern Alabama, which is exactly where we do have that new medical discussion. Again, looking at possibly a summary producing hail persists from northeast Mississippi there into western Tennessee. Again, we're going to be seeing mainly, again, the big threat for winds and hail, nothing tornadic whatsoever. So don't freak out, there really won't be any tornadoes. But as you do see, we do have kind of a mini little squall line here extending across western Tennessee there into the northern portion of Mississippi. Let's actually go to the Memphis one, because the Memphis one actually does show a lot more of a intense of a storm or a lot more intense of a system. So let's go to the Memphis radar side, because last time I checked, it was a lot more intense here with these severe thunderstorms on the lower portion of that squall line, and just in general some heavy rain towards just in general near Huntington, Paris, and that region of western Tennessee. What's up, Tony? How are you doing? This ratio will reach southwestern Georgia tomorrow. So again, it will reach southwestern Georgia tomorrow, which is why we do have an enhancer there for winds. So let's go ahead and wait for this Memphis one to load for us. So again, we are going to be seeing a pretty intense squalling right now. I guess a mini squalling across portions of western Tennessee there. And that is where we do actually have a middle school discussion. So again, we do have right now a tornado warning on that lower portion of the squall line. But in general, this is kind of where the squall line is going to be located, a whole linear area of some pretty intense storms here. A few supercells are located. We have around at least 2 clear supercells, of course, one which is tornado warrants with some decent amount of rotation near the Hot Springs area. We're going to keep a very close eye on that. As well, pretty decent supercell here. Bring over inch-sized hail near the, I'd say, the finger area there. That's a weird, really weird name. Bethel Springs. Noah said we're supposed to get winds with the 80 miles an hour. Yeah, they're down there in the portions of southern Mississippi. It's going to get really intense. And Noah, if you're not already, be sure to subscribe, because of course I will be streaming this event as it goes down to southern Mississippi. So if you want to get updated as it does go in your area overnight, please subscribe to the channel, and I will be streaming on it, and it will be just a lot easier for you to access it if you're subscribed. So again, guys, we do have at least 2 supercells within this mini squall line across western Tennessee and northern Mississippi. Again, this squall line will make its way soon into portions of northwestern Alabama near Florence there, Waterloo, Cherokee again. But let's go ahead and take a look at this tornado warning here. Still a pretty strong supercell right now with some decent rotation across this whole region here. We have a pretty large area of some decent rotation between Blue Springs, Sherman there. Again, as well as seeing some pretty good hail getting up to over 1.5 inches there. We have possibly a small debris ball because of this hail. So this hail is so large, we are seeing a small reading on correction coefficient of debris there. Again, as well, a pretty significant storm here near the finger region there. So we have, I believe, we have 3 severe thunderstorm warnings here within this one cell. So this includes southern Henderson County there, northern McNairy County, northwestern Hardin County, and as well Chester County there. That's exactly where we are watching for a second supercell within this system. As well, watching out for some very broad rotation, but the main threat, of course, will be the hail, getting up to around over 1.5 inches there. Thank you so much, Noah, for subscribing. I really appreciate it. Again, I most likely will be streaming the event once it gets to your area. Again, that will be like 3, 4, or 5 a.m. for my area, so we will see. What is going on in Oklahoma City area? So Oklahoma City, you guys know, we actually have a tornado warning for Oklahoma. So let's go to Oklahoma real quick. We actually do have a tornado warning there. Thank you for the question, Chris, because you just got me to see that. You just got me to see that tornado warning. All right, so right now we do have a tornado warning here for upper 4 portions just out of Tulsa. I will get to your question very quickly, Chris. Let me just look at the tornado warning here. Everything's mainly moved out of Oklahoma City though, so you should be good. A lot of the storms have moved out. The most intense storms are over from Oklahoma City, so you are fine in Oklahoma. Nothing too crazy for your area, but we do have a tornado warning here for the southern portion of Tulsa. So again, we do have our first tornado warning of the area or for the state of Oklahoma today. So again, we do have a tornado warning here, including east central Greene County and southeastern Tulsa County. Again, at 7:41, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 3 miles west of Mounds, west of Mounds, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. So if you are located in Kiefer, Glenpool, Bixby, Mounds, please take shelter immediately because there is a tornado warning within your area. We do have that's weird that there's actually let's go to the Oklahoma City. That does not look good. Let's use the Fort Smith, because that one just does not look good. There's like no rotation, so that must be weird. But again, guys, we do have a tornado warning here for the Tulsa region or just out of Tulsa. So Tulsa, you guys are under a severe thunderstorm warning, but just to the south of you in the metro area, we do have a tornado warning here. But at least the Tulsa radar site was not showing anything intense. So I'm gonna go use the Fort Smith one, see what they have here. All right, that's not looking good either. So let's go to Oklahoma City. Let's just go to Oklahoma City, guys. I'm trying to find the best radar site to use because I mean the one in Tulsa just did not show anything here. So I wonder if that's because it's so close to the radar site that it's not the best one to use. So I'm probably gonna use the Oklahoma City radar site real quickly here to see what they're showing here. So let's see. Yeah, this one's not looking the best either. So again, Oklahoma City is not showing any rotation at all. So really, there's no rotation within the cell whatsoever here. So I'm not too worried about this one, at least for now. There's really no rotation at all. Yeah, there's like no rotation. This is all straight line winds. There's practically no rotation in that cell. Looks like the 20 warning did expire in Mississippi there, but there's practically no rotation within that cell. At least for here. Again, I don't see really too much rotation here whatsoever. I wonder what radar scope is showing. So let's go to radar scope real quick, see what radar scope is showing here on this cell here, because this one's not showing here any rotation. So let's go towards the Tulsa one. Yeah, even Tulsa's not, even this one on radar scope's not showing any rotation at all. So we don't see anything here. Rotation-wise on this cell. I mean, this is not concerning at all for me. I mean, at least I don't see anything concerning on this tornado warning. So again, for those who are just joining in, we do have a tornado warning, though, for portions of southern Tulsa, or the southern Tulsa metro. But there's not any concerning rotation that I see at the moment. It's very, very broad. And it's actually like no reds whatsoever, so very broad rotation within this cell right here. We are seeing some decent hail just under half an inch, or within the half-inch area. So getting possibly around quarter-sized hail within the region in this tornado warning here, as well getting some pretty intense hail to the south of part of this little mini squall line here, across all the way from areas down there near the Davis area to portions as well as far north as the IXL area. So pretty significant squall line here, bringing actually over nearly an inch and a half here. Pretty broad rotation within this cell here, or within this squall line, but still getting again pretty intense hail within this region here. Getting one area near Holdenville, just under half an inch, just under an inch there, and just to the north of center, getting around 1.7. But again, nothing concerning here for the Tulsa area. We are starting to see a pretty linear, pretty strong large squall line of severe weather, and this is going to be the beginning phase of this formation of the derecho. So this, believe it or not, this is the beginning phase of the construction of this derecho. You can kind of see there. We go now. You can kind of see the little scatter storms developing across Oklahoma. It's going to continue to possibly just gather up, and they're going to kind of embed in each other, and they're going to become part of the derecho. So this is going to be the formation. This is going to be the construction period of the formation of this derecho, believe it or not. So again, not going to be any big threats for tornadoes across Oklahoma, or at least this portion of Oklahoma, at least for now here. So let's go back towards let's try Jackson, Mississippi radar site. Let's go to Jackson real quick, see what they're showing here very quickly. Let's go to Jackson, MS. Tyler said, "Hey Adrian, do you think Detroit could get put in a marginal risk again tomorrow for the third straight day? Just wondering, please answer when you have a chance." Alright, so let's see where you guys are at right now. So let's see here. So you're looking at for Detroit. So again, you guys, let's see for tomorrow. Let's go to the day one outlook, of course. So day one, day two. Um, you guys are practically almost in the margin of risk. Yeah, there's probably a very good chance you guys will be putting the margin risk. I mean, it'd take like 3 more miles for you guys to be in it. So yeah, there's a very good chance you'll be in the margin risk tomorrow. So again, pretty intense storms here across portions of central Mississippi here. You can kind of see pretty intense storms developing across the central part of the state and a little portion of the squall line here making its way into the western portion of the state here. So Mississippi is going to start getting hit quite widespread by all these severe thunderstorm warnings here. But let's now go ahead and look here at what we're seeing here within the total reports here. So again, we've seen already 162 hail reports. I mean, that's just absolutely crazy, the amount of hail reports. So yesterday we saw 3 tornadoes there in Tennessee there, so 3 so far for yesterday's event. But look at this, we've seen 162 hail reports, and just look how widespread it is. I mean, it's all scattered. We got hail reports there across the Mid-Atlantic, including West Virginia. A lot of hail reports across Alabama. A lot of hail reports across Texas and Oklahoma, and a pretty good amount of hail reports between that little squall we saw earlier this afternoon across Missouri. So again, pretty intense amount of hail we've already seen. We're starting to see a little upward trend in the wind threat, and that's going to be as this as the derecho starts to form. We're going to start seeing a lot more hail reports kind of coming in. So watches, we saw a pretty good amount of watches, severe thunderstorm watches, no tornado watches at the moment. Again, very little tornado threats within this event here, or at least within this event right now. But here's a look at the musical discussions we have. So again, we have a musical discussion here for central, northern, and for north central Mississippi there, far southeastern Arkansas, and northeastern Louisiana. So looking at mainly damaging straight line winds again for this squall line, which I'm talking about right now. Look at that little squall line here. It's exactly what I'm showing you guys right here. Pretty intense squall line, portion of the squall line here to bring in some pretty gusty winds and as well some small hail. What's up, April Brooks? How you doing? What's up, Go Rockets? How are you doing? Again, guys, if you are new to the channel, I would recommend you guys subscribe. I will be streaming throughout this whole event here. We are 9 subscribers away, guys. We are 9 subscribers away from 5,800 subscribers. So please smash the subscribe button, guys. We just need 9 more. 9 more and we hit 5.8K. So again, smash the subscribe button, guys, and as well the like button. Hey, we are from the direct weather community. Karen wanted us to show some love. Hey, thank you, guys. What's up, Chicken Patty? Holy cow, a ton of people are joining in. Whoa, whoa, whoa. We just into 22 viewers. What's going on here? Again, guys, we're starting to watch a pretty intense squall line here. Across portions of western Mississippi there, crossing the river here. So we're going to start seeing some pretty intense winds there across that region. What's up, Virginia Coasters? How are you doing? But again, guys, like I did say, we are, let's see here. We are 7 subscribers away, guys. We are 7 away from 5.8K. So smash that like button and as well as the subscribe button. Hey, AWF, do you think storms will fire up in Waco? Waco, you guys will start to see some pretty severe weather. Yeah, you guys are going to start getting some severe weather quite soon here within the next hour or so. Again, as that cap inversion does break, you will start to see possibly some decent hail within the region here. I say just give it around an hour or so. Thank you so much, Go Rockets, for subscribing. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. Hey, what is up, Savion? How are you doing? Again, guys, still watching out for some pretty intense storms building up across central Mississippi right now. Getting a few little cells here that will actually get over an inch there. You see Ackerman, you guys better just getting around over an inch there. Area just at the Potter Creek there, getting around over an inch or so. So we are going to start seeing some small cells that could possibly bring in some pretty intense hail within this storm, or within this these linear lines of storms here. So again, Mississippi, you guys are going to start blowing up here with these warnings here as a result of this squall line here, which is going to be to the north. You got and then another squall line to the west. So we're going to start seeing some pretty intense amount of storms building up across portions of Mississippi there. What's up? What's everybody? Hey, we got 30 people watching. Holy cow. Again, guys, we are continuing to watch out for the severe weather threat. So, again, we do have a tornado warning there near Tulsa. We will take a look at that real quickly now because as of now, we have very, very little rotation within that cell in Tulsa. But, again, we are going to keep a very, very close eye on it. So as we continue to look here, we do have still a tornado warning here for the south metro area of Tulsa, including Bixby, Glenpool, just how the Jinx. But yeah, you can kind of see there's very little rotation here. It's mainly straight line wind. You can kind of see very, very broad amount of rotation. I mean, I don't see anything concerning within this tornado warning here. But again, there's still a tornado warning for a reason. So if you are in, let's see the counties here. If you are in, okay, so it looks like this warning has been canceled here. So again, this warning has actually just been canceled. So I was about to say, I don't think there's a really reasoning for this. But again, a severe thunderstorm watch remains in effect until 11 o'clock p.m. Central. So again, we're going to start seeing some more severe weather across the Dallas area very soon here as the cap continues to break here. Again, trying to see some pretty nice severe weather across portions of northern Louisiana. Let's go to LA. Not Los Angeles, but LA, like you know what I mean. But again, looking at northeastern Louisiana there across portions of, again, Monroe getting some pretty good severe weather. Mainly, these warnings are because of the winds here from a squall line, which is going to be moving within the area here. Adrian, when will the derecho form? So basically, we are looking out for the derecho to form here within the next 2 hours or so. So right now, we are in the process of this main derecho forming here. So yeah, we have some small squall lines across Mississippi and Tennessee right now. But the main event, the main derecho, which will be bringing in that 45% chance, significant risk for winds, is in the making of the creation right now. So you kind of see these little cells in Oklahoma right now and Missouri. Believe it or not, those small cells will soon, in the next few hours, be the big main threat and reason for the moderate risk. So I'd say next hour we're starting to get some more cells developing again. Some nice as the cap does break, we're getting a lot better severe weather chances there. But as we get now the next 2 hours is when the ratio becomes obvious, and then within the next 2.5 hours is when the severe weather threat, derecho threat will become quite obvious. And I'd say within the next 2.5 hours is when this derecho will I'd say completely form. Obviously, it'll continue to gain strength and gather, and as well, it's just becoming a lot more widespread. But I'd say between the next 2.5 hours to possibly 3 hours is when that derecho will most likely form. Again, it's going to be a big threat, though, across eastern Oklahoma. The good thing is about this is that there really won't be a big tornado threat. Again, we've only had 0 tornado reports today, so that's obviously good. But we've already had 150 plus hail reports today, and as well 30 plus wind reports. But expect these wind reports to go up as the derecho is in the making. So we've had a few small squall lines here, but again, the main threat will continue to, I guess, gather up within the next hour or so. But again, guys, we're starting to watch out for some pretty intense severe weather now across the northeastern portion there of Louisiana. I mean, northern Louisiana is just popping off here with warnings here. I mean, literally just all over the oranges. Alright, guys, let's see here. I really don't want hail. I'm in Huntsville, Texas. I'm actually not 100% sure where that is located, but look at all of. Actually, hold on. What is this report here? So, oh, guys, we actually, we have one fatality. Tree down on a mobile home, killing one occupant. Wind gust estimated at 45 miles an hour. So, sadly, guys, we did get a fatality today as a result of this squall line that came in earlier earlier today. So a tree fell down on a mobile home, killing one occupant. Um, so again, this is just showing you how even though a squall line isn't a big tornado factor, that it can still be fatal. Again, prayers and my heart goes out to the family of that of that person who that died sadly. Again, that's going to be just to the north of Shreveport, and that's where we kind of saw the intense severe weather earlier today. Um, so again, we so far have one fatality from the many squads we've already seen today, and that is a source from an emergency manager. I believe I guess it's the Shreveport Hospital. I have no idea, but that is a completely new report. I've actually never seen that before. So again, we do have a fatality, and again, a lot of the fatalities from squall lines could happen because people think, oh, there's no tornadoes, no threat, and they don't remember there's big trees that can fall down with derechos because how strong, or it was squall lines because how strong the winds can be, and that's going to be a bigger threat here. Sadly, a way bigger threat. We're going to be seeing a lot more intense winds later tonight with its main derecho, because this was a very small squall line here. I mean, some small, intense, discrete cells. But as we go overnight, there's going to be a lot stronger winds. We're talking possibly over 70 miles an hour with that main derecho. So, and it's going to be overnight, meaning obviously a lot deadlier and a lot better chance here. So sadly, guys, we did get a fatality in northwestern Louisiana, but we are still seeing some pretty intense hail, up to 1.5 inch size hail there near the areas near Creston and Chestnut. Pretty widespread hail with that storm there. And we have another cell here just to the north there, Riverton, just over an inch or so as well. Again, a ton of severe thunderstorm warnings here across this area. We have some pretty small but severe storms within this region here, bringing some still pretty intense hail. Okay, guys, let's see how far we are from 5,800. We are now 7 subscribers away, guys. 7 subscribers away from 5,800. So again, be sure, if you are not already subscribed, smash that subscribe button and the like button. But again, for those who are just joining in, sadly, we did get a fatality within the squall line here in northwestern Louisiana. A death report just to the northwest of Shreveport, and looks like a house or a tree did fall on a mobile home. So again, showing you how things can very well be deadly even in a non-tornado threat here, sadly. But let's go towards the Dallas area real quickly here, because again, we're gonna start getting some pretty intense storms here across portions of northeastern Texas as that cap does break. Again, just to the north of Waco there. Waco may see some storms here, but again, so we gotta keep a close eye on that. But like I did say, I mean, this cap's almost completely just broken off across portions of northern Texas, which is exactly why these storms are starting to pop up. Look at that. -12 joules per kilogram in portions of Dallas and the DFW area. We are looking at possibly a very small tornado threat. Again, mainly going to be seeing some pretty intense hail because of the high lapse rates. And again, we still do have a dry line kind of set up right within this area here. So we have some very dry atmosphere, very dry conditions kind of just to the west, and some really almost perfect conditions just to the east here. So that's kind of maybe the limiting factor for severe weather for central Texas, as the dry line will be more of a factor in that area. But the cap has almost completely broken for northeastern Texas there. That's going to definitely be a big threat and concern here for some severe weather development within that region here. But again, some pretty intense storms here just outside of Dallas here. We actually have a storm here bringing over an inch or so within that storm there as well, bringing around just under an inch and a half there as well, just within the, let's see, is that Maypearl area. So keeping a very, very close eye on that storm there. But again, guys, even if you guys want to, you guys can as well use the super chat button. So if you guys want to use the super chat button, I would greatly appreciate you guys can donate $1, $5, whatever amount is convenient towards you. The Carolinas has been so lucky this severe weather / tornado season, dodging these big severe weather events. But when that luck runs out before the Carolinas gets out before the Carolinas gets its big severe weather outbreaks. I don't think the Carolinas will be that extremely active. Or yeah, they're gonna be active, but I don't think there's gonna be any big outbreaks for you guys over there. Specifically as really after April, you guys don't typically see outbreaks. You guys get some small severe weather, like a slight maybe enhanced risk, but nothing crazy there. Like you would typically see like the moderate risk we saw earlier last month. But again, still seeing we now have the severe thunderstorm warning has not expired here for Dallas here. Actually, never mind. Actually, they just issued. All right, never mind. It's the opposite. There's now a severe thunderstorm warning here for Dallas. So, severe thunderstorm warning for central Dallas County until 9 p.m. Central Time. And a severe thunderstorm was located near Rolette, moving east at 20 miles an hour. Again, looking at 60 miles an hour and possibly quarter-size hail. Look at that. We actually got almost an inch and 3/4 of report there just to the west there of Italy. Not Italy like Europe, but Italy, Texas. So they got Italy, Texas, and Paris, Texas. So you got Europe basically built in Texas. I guess that's how big the state is. Alright, guys, but again, still watching out for some severe storms starting to blow up across the Dallas metro area again. We have seen the hail we were expecting, but obviously not as large, getting around an inch or so. It actually got just as high possibly as just almost 2 inches there so far for our highest report for the region here. But as we go, as this main derecho does form and move in the areas within the next or actually between the next 3 or 4 hours, we're going to be possibly seeing some really more intense hail within northeastern Texas there, portions of southwestern Arkansas, and as well portions of southeastern Oklahoma. But let's go ahead and go see where we want to go now. So again, that tornado warning there expired in Tulsa. About time, because that was basically nothing to really worry about there. Let's now go back to the Shreveport area here to see what we got. We got a huge just area of a whole little blob of extremely severe storms across the northeastern portion of Louisiana. I mean, look at the whole area. It's kind of covered in polygons. So yeah, definitely really crazy there. What's going on there? So again, we are now 6 subscribers away from 5,800 subscribers. So please smash that subscribe button, guys. We just need 6 more. 6 more and we get 5.8K. So if you're new, smash that subscribe button. And we do have a flash flood warning here in this area, including here northwestern Caldwell Parish, Jackson Parish, southeastern Lincoln Parish, Osheta Parish, south central Union County Parish, and northwestern Wynn Parish. So we do have a flash flood warning in that area because all this whole linear area of storms behind behind those counties will be heading that way here. And again, these are some pretty heavy rain bands here, so it's going to be really heavy rain. We're talking possibly 2 to 3 inches here within the next few hours here within this area. So really watching out possibly for some big significant severe weather here. And as well flooding, obviously, but going to be seeing some mainly big flooding for the northeastern portion of Louisiana, because obviously not only do we still have all this part of the squall line left to go, we still have that main derecho left to go. That's going to bring heavy rain. I think the new SBC update came out. Let's see. What's up, my boy, Wisconsin, man? The GOATs, the GOATs. Alright, so yeah, we have a new update here. So again, as this severe weather kind of is going to start dying off across portions of the South Central, I mean, like, actually, like, supercell-wise, distant moderate risk has now been, it actually shrunk a little bit now, only across Louisiana, Mississippi there, and Alabama. So 2 million people are now under this new moderate risk, including Jackson, Monroe, Hattiesburg, Meridian, and Vicksburg. And this enhanced risk is still pretty much where it originally was there, across portions of as far as northeastern Oklahoma, and going all as far east there as central Alabama and even near Mobile. We do still have a 10% chance significant risk for tornadoes, and that's going to continue as the derecho will move in these areas overnight. Still a pretty widespread 45% chance SIG, but we still have a pretty large area for winds. Of course, we do have 7 million people under that SIG, including Montgomery, Shreveport, Mobile, Jackson, and Tyler, Texas. Those areas there, and then 45% chance significant risk there for including Jackson, Monroe, Hattiesburg, Meridian, and Vicksburg. So those areas possibly could lose power that I just named in that 45% chance because of the very, very intense, very intense winds there with the derecho here, possibly going to bring in some areas, maybe even over 80 miles an hour. So going to keep a very, very close eye on that as well. And we do actually have now still a pretty widespread marginal risk and even slight risk there for the Mid-Atlantic. Slight risk maintains there for around 15.3 million people, including portions of Illinois there, portions of Missouri, Kentucky there. So going to keep a close eye on those areas. Is there a derecho? Not at the moment, but there will be a derecho tonight here. Possibly big time heavy rain. Look at that massive derecho from southern Missouri to northeastern Texas there. That's going to be at around 11:45 there. And as it continues, look at this derecho. It's going to be massive just across this whole area here. Very intense winds here. And then going to be seeing pretty intense squalling just ahead of that. So we're going to be seeing possibly well over half a foot of rain of for some areas here, specifically across Mississippi here. Overnight here, we're going to be seeing some discrete cells now. Mini squalling next 4 hours. Another big squalling here after that. And then the main derecho. So yeah, we're going to be seeing a pretty significant derecho, which will be forming within the next 2 to 3 hours here. You know what? I'll let it slide, little cement block. I will let you slide. I'll let you slide. You're my G, so I'll let it slide. That language. I got you. But again, still a pretty significant risk there for. We still actually have a significant risk for all three threats: tornado, wind, and hail. The 30% SIG is kind of similar, has not really moved area anywhere really. It's kind of similar across western Dixie Valley and the southern plains. Let's see our update on the subscriber count here, guys. Let's see. We are still 6 subscribers away from 5,800. So if you know any friends or family that might like my channel, if you are not subscribed just now, please smash that subscribe button. We are 6 subscribers away from 5,800 subscribers. So please smash that subscribe button. Adrian, with Gonzales, Louisiana, see any devastating straight-line winds, or will it just be damaging wind events? I'm kind of scared and I need some information. All right, so Gonzales is basically in the southeastern portion. So Gonzales, I believe, is in the slight risk. And the latest update here, you are only in the 15% chance for some winds here. Let me actually go towards. Let me get this out of here. So let me go towards the Gonzales area. Let me go to Louisiana for you really quickly here. Louisiana. So Gonzales is kind of just basically right here, I think. Right here, somewhere over here. So you're going to possibly see some. You may see some small gusty winds, I'd say here. So the storm's going to be in your area by 6:30. So it's be 6 a.m. So you're gonna be seeing some really intense rainfall between, I'd say 5:15, or no, actually not 5:15. Maybe 5:45 a.m., 6 a.m. So you're gonna be kind of seeing possibly between 6 and 8 a.m. 6 and 7 a.m. the heaviest rain there. Let's actually look here. We're gonna be seeing some intense winds. So let me actually go towards Louisiana for you again. Louisiana. Let's go towards the winds here. Let's actually get the latest update though. So again, you won't be seeing extreme winds though, Johnny. YouTube West, you really won't be seeing anything too crazy. You are only under a 15% chance, but you still will get hit by the southern portion of the derecho. Let's actually go to the surface wind real quick. Let's go to 10-meter wind gust. All right, let's see the 10-meter wind gusts here and see how gusty you can get in your area. So again, we're watching possibly again. Let's go towards the morning hours. You may see possibly as high as possibly 34 to possibly even 40 mile-an-hour wind gust. So again, it really won't be too crazy for your area, maybe 30 to 40 mile-an-hour gusts. So again, it really won't be too significant within your region. So again, you may get some pretty strong gusts up to 40 miles an hour, but it really won't be as crazy as the 45% chance area where we can possibly get over 75. Thank you so much, Low Cement Block. I really appreciate it. I'm gonna be streaming for hours and hours and hours and hours. I've been streaming here for about 5.5 hours so far today. What's up, Admiral? How are you doing? I appreciate you stopping by. I really appreciate that. Again, here's the latest update. The latest update here on the SBC Outlook. We just got a latest update here. The moderate risk has now been retracted just a little bit here towards 3 states here. Well, actually, okay, 4 states. The tip of Arkansas is in there. So the very tip there of Arkansas is in that moderate risk. Central and southern Missouri, or sorry, not Missouri, central and southern Mississippi. There, you guys are also under that moderate risk. Western Alabama and as well northeastern Louisiana. So if you guys are still under that moderate risk, even with the huge retraction, I would recommend you guys not stay up all night. But how do I say this? What is it? It's Friday night, right? Friday night. So yeah, Friday night there's no school, so maybe I recommend staying up all night. What's day 2 looking like? So let's go look at the latest day 2 update. And day 2, we still have an enhanced risk for a portion of the north eastern Gulf of Mexico. So we do have an enhanced risk there for 2.5 million people there, including Montgomery, Alabama, Mobile, Alabama, Dothan, Pensacola, and Auburn, Alabama. And we have a very widespread slight risk across the southeast and Gulf Coast, including 10.2 million people, New Orleans, Atlanta, Birmingham, Columbus, and Huntsville. And we have a very widespread marginal risk for some severe weather, including here a pretty widespread 2% chance for tornadoes. So we may see a similar event like yesterday where we had like 3 scattered tornadoes across Tennessee, which was only a marginal risk. So that's what we have for day 2. I hope that helped. What is the significant tornado parameter for Gonzales? Alright, so let's go look at Gonzales here for the significant tornado parameter for you. Alright, severe weather, STP. So let's go ahead and look at that. So let's go ahead and look at these significant tornado parameters. So again, we're going to be seeing possibly a good chance for tornadoes within this whole area here, southwestern Mississippi there, and as well portions of northeastern Louisiana. That is where we do have that 10% chance hatch for tornadoes. So again, if you live in Jackson, Harrisburg, Meridian, Pearl, Ridgeland, I would recommend you guys do sleep in your basement tonight. So Gonzales, you guys can get possibly a 4 or a 5 there, or maybe even a 6, but you really won't be seeing too concerning. You're only going to get possibly as high as a 6 there, a 7, which is still pretty high. So you may have a small chance for a tornado. So I would definitely keep maybe a small spin up within in mind here. But let's actually look at the Cape values here, and they're gonna be pretty good here. So possibly over 3,000 joules per kilogram. Let's go actually as well into the surface precipitation real quick here. And again, at this point, look at that. There's no severe weather though. So these numbers, the reason why these numbers are so high for Gonzales is because of the favorable conditions. But look at this. So you see the SP number? Like that's your highest at a 7, but there's actually no rain in your area. So don't worry. Those high numbers, it's only that high because of how favorable the conditions are. But there's actually no rain during that time frame. So do not worry, Johnny. That 7 means basically nothing. It's because there's not gonna be any rain in your area because it really won't arrive until much later. And once that rain does move in your area, look at that. Let's see the SCP number. Very low because it's gonna be mainly a big wind threat. So that 7 means absolutely nothing. All right, you're gonna be seeing a pretty low chance for tornadoes. Hey Adrian, thank you for always saving lives. No problem. Again, I'm trying to do my best. Yeah, we are possibly looking at derecho overnight here. The slight should be more toward Houston and a bit more south, and enhanced should go to the west. Are you talking about day 2, Go Rockets, or are you talking about day 1? Do you think the marginal severe weather risk in the Carolinas could get upgraded to a slight risk, severe weather risk tomorrow? I think there's a very small chance we could possibly get a marginal. Let me go to day 2 real quick. I think there's possibly a very small chance we get a slight risk here. There may be a slight risk, maybe as far as maybe the Savannah River, where the kind of the border of South Carolina. But I don't see anything too crazy for you guys. I think the marginal will be most likely. I think the marginal will most likely stay at the moment here. But again, there's still a small possibility a slight risk could be issued. Again, that's a great question. Actually, thank you for the question. That's a very great question. Day 1. So you said the slight risk should be more toward Houston. Let's go ahead and look at that real quick here. Okay, so let's actually look at Texas real quick here, and let's go ahead and look at that. So again, let's look at these severe storms here. So I think the reason why the slight risk is not towards Houston is because that their ratio might just miss out. So they really won't be extreme winds. And see, the only reason why there is a slight risk for those areas is because of bailing the wind and the hail. But again, if that the ratio goes to the north, like it's showing right here, to the north of Houston, there won't be a slight risk. So that's kind of why the SPC does not have a slight risk for you guys, because it looks like the ratio might just miss out on you guys just by like a few counties. That's probably the reason why the slight risk is so close just yet so far. I forgot how much Weather Bell was. I think it was like, I actually completely forgot how much it was. I honestly do not remember. But again, let's go ahead back to the Jackson Radar site here. You can kind of see a widespread amount of small little squall in here across this whole region here. That's exactly why we have a medical discussion for this region. But look at that, we actually got 2.5 inch size hail earlier on near the Blue Springs area where we had that tornado warning. So again, we do have a ton of severe thunderstorm warnings here across central and northern Mississippi now, and we just got two, or actually no, we just got three within like the last minute or so. So we now have a severe thunderstorm warning here just to the south of Tupelo, including here northern Chickasaw County, southeastern Pontota County, and southwestern Lee County until 9 o'clock Central Time. A severe thunderstorm was located near Houston, moving northeast at 15 miles an hour. So looking at mainly the really gusty winds and possibly some small hail within that region. As well, another new severe thunderstorm warning is including here portions of northwestern Oktibbeha County in northeastern Mississippi there, and western Clay County. Um, do you play Minecraft? I did not play Minecraft actually. But again, we're starting to see some pretty intense storms, all part of like a little squall in here, stretching all the way from central and a portion of the eastern Mississippi there. That's even going to make its way possibly into Tennessee. I do believe we do have a medical discussion there. Let's see here. I do believe we have a medical discussion for that area. Yeah, we do. We do. So we do have a medical discussion there. We have two. One for Central Mississippi there. This is kind of, I guess, the more relevant one towards this event here. Again, look at that. Damaging wind potential. So, again, all this will be straight winds. All of this little squall in here. So, we will see some small storms that can possibly bring in over an inch-sized hail. So, that's why you kind of want to be on the lookout, because there could be some unexpected hail. But just still keep a close eye on it. Really gusty winds, though. That's actually the base velocity. You can kind of see really gusty winds. Kind of going. Mainly, a lot of these winds are going away from the radar, but we could see some scattered areas where the winds go towards the radar. Again, some very small areas of rotation could be possible. But again, guys, I am trying to get to 5,800 subscribers. So again, please smash the subscribe button. We are at 5.79K, so we just need 10 more subscribers. What is up, Tony? What's up, Tony? Thank you for the shout out on DW. But again, guys, continuing to watch for this extreme severe weather here, specifically across Mississippi now, seeing some pretty intense winds now. But now getting really interesting here, a lot of warnings for the southeastern portion of Oklahoma there and near the Dallas DFW metro area. As well, guys, smash that subscribe button. We are at 59 likes, so be sure to smash that subscribe button and as well like button. Let's try to get to 100 likes before the stream, before the stream ends. Again, we have a ton of severe thunderstorm warnings as well. Let's see here as well. Getting some flash flood warnings here across the northern portion of Mississippi. There, as we're gonna be seeing again, a lot of the squall line heading to the northeast here. So a lot of this rain that's to the south will be heading toward this area here. Similar scenario toward Louisiana there, the northern part of Louisiana. You guys do have a flash flood. You guys have a flash flood warning there because we have a lot of that squall line left to go. We see the severe thunderstorm warnings coming in from Texas. That's all going to be going to the northeast here. So we're going to start seeing a lot more flash flood warnings to be issued. And we still have the main derecho left to go here. So, I mean, there's going to be a lot of rain today. I'm not sure if I need more mods. I have no idea because, as you tell, my live streams typically are dead. So I don't think I need that many mods, and I already have like 5 or 6. So I'm not sure if I need mods. Maybe once I get bigger, I can get more mods. Again, guys, watching a pretty large squall line here across much of Mississippi here. We do have a ton of severe thunderstorm warnings here, mainly for, again, the winds. We're not seeing much of a hail threat, really. We do have scatter cells that can bring in over a half an inch, maybe a few, maybe 1 or 2 that can possibly get over an inch. But, again, it's not going to be a big threat there. But let's go towards Texas now, near the Dallas area. Again, the Cap Convergence has broken in the area, so we're going to start getting a lot more severe weather across that region here. So let's go towards the Dallas and Fort Worth reader site here and see exactly what's going on here. Again, guys, I'm trying to get to 5,800 subscribers, so please, again, smash the subscribe button. We are 9 away. We are 9 subscribers away, so please smash that subscribe button. Holy cow, we just got our largest hail report of the day. 3-inch size hail north of areas such as Italy. Holy cow, that was very intense. We saw 3-inch size hail, ladies and gentlemen, with this storm here. It has rapidly weakened, though, now up to around just over half an inch. But, guys, we got the 3-inch size hail not too long ago there in Italy. Holy cow, that's definitely a large report today. That was in Italy, Texas, of course, and Ellis County. Image of measured 3-inch size hail. That is crazy. What's Hammond, Louisiana looking like here? Jonathan, where is Hammond? Hold on, guys. I'm learning a lot of cities today. Hammond, Louisiana. Map. Come on, let me just look it up on Google. Okay, you're basically, alright, so you're north of New Orleans. So, okay, again, Hammond, you guys are under the, let's look at the latest SPC update. So, we just got a new SPC update here, and you, in Hammond, you are under, you're basically right on the edge of the enhanced and slight risk. So, you are looking at possibly some pretty significant winds. You may be on the 30% chance hatch, and you may be on the 15% chance. So, you're basically looking at a decent threat for some pretty gusty winds here. Let's go back to Louisiana really quickly here. Louisiana. Where are you at? I don't even remember my alphabet. Hold on. This is embarrassing. Where's L? There's L. Okay, I'm blind. I guess my glasses don't work. But again, let's go ahead and look here at these surface winds here. So you are going to be looking at a bigger threat for winds, really. You do have a very small chance for tornadoes. Again, you do actually have a 2 to 5% chance depending where you are in Hammond, because Hammond's kind of right on the border there of the slight and enhanced. So you may see a 5% chance for tornadoes, so a little bit on the lower side here. Again, you can't rule out the possibility, but you may get gusts possibly of over 50 miles an hour here once you get to around 6 a.m. So kind of the early mid-morning hours is when you can possibly get your gustiest winds here across southeastern Louisiana. Alright, guys, let's see here. We are now 8 subscribers away, guys. 8 more. So, my house is going to be damaged. No. Your house won't be damaged. Okay, so your house won't be damaged. you are going to be seeing some pretty gusty winds, possibly over 40 miles an hour. It may wake you up, but I do not see any house damage. The only thing you would have to keep in mind is possibly if you have any trees in your backyard or front yard that are large, you got to keep a close eye on that. If it's very saturated, the soil, it's going to be very easy for trees to possibly uproot in the gusty winds. So I'm not saying there's going to be a tree through your house, but there's still a threat of a tree falling down. Again, very low chance that happens for your house or your area, but still, there is a threat for uprooted trees in the area with the very gusty winds, whether it's in your neighborhood or your city in general. So gusty winds are the biggest threat there. You may see some minor hail. I don't see a big hail threat for your area, even though I think you're like right near the 30% sig. I think by the time it gets its way towards the that portion of Louisiana, it won't be as large as we're seeing now. I say possibly quarter-sized hail. But yeah. Thank you, Tony. I will keep it up, and I'll be keeping up all the way up to like 4 a.m. sadly. But you can kind of see that you're going to start seeing your heaviest rain there near Hammond. You may start to see some scatter storms by around 5:15 a.m. and then you start getting your heaviest rain at around 6 a.m. So 6 a.m. is when you get your gustiest wind and your heaviest rain. So Jonathan, you will be fine, but you will see some very heavy downpours and some gusty winds. Again, it's going to be a thunderstorm. I don't see any damage for your house or anything like that. And guys, we now have 197 hail reports. I mean, that's just absolutely crazy. We have 197 hail reports. We've had 232 total reports and 35, of course, wind. And that's kind of scattered across much of the eastern United States in general. So, boy, we will have a ton of reports by the end of the day or by the end of tomorrow possibly when we get all the reports kind of done. And Jonathan, if you haven't already done so, I would recommend that you subscribe because I most likely will be streaming. So if it does get pretty intense in your area and you're wondering how intense it will be, I would recommend, Jonathan, that you subscribe to the channel because I will be live streaming this event. But we're seeing a pretty intense little squall line here across portions of southeastern Oklahoma here. It's going to bring some very gusty winds. We have already a history of around an inch-sized hail. Pretty consistent. Look at all these reports are inch, except that 1.75. So pretty consistent between an inch and possibly an inch and a half here within this little squall line here. Again, gusty winds is a threat. You can kind of see base velocity. There's really, really gusty winds with this event here. Thank you so much, Jonathan. Again, I most likely will be streaming, but again, it'll be like 5 a.m. when it goes through your area. But I will try to be streaming here. So guys, we are now 7 subscribers away. 7 subscribers away. 5-minute forecast said I subbed and I was wondering if I could apply for a moderator application. 5-minute forecast, like I said previously, I don't think my live streams are active enough to get more moderators, but 5-minute forecast, if you stay subscribed, if you become more consistent on live streams, I will most likely maybe give you moderator by summer if my streams become a lot more active. So 5-minute forecast, again, if I do get more active streams and if you're very active on the channel, I could possibly give you 5-minute I can possibly give you moderator by the summer if you stay active on the channel. So you're talking about Maryland. I think it'll be just rain with possible thunder if you agree with me, Adrian, in Maryland. I'm guessing you're talking about tomorrow, of course, because nothing today. So tomorrow, yeah, tomorrow you may get maybe I'd say very scattered discrete cells. Same thing on day 3. Yeah, Maryland actually got some pretty nice hail reports earlier today. Or actually, I think we did get a nice report there. Hey, Matt Stock, thank you so much for subscribing. I really appreciate it, guys. You guys are all awesome. We're now 6 subscribers away. 6 more subscribers, and we will hit 5,800. And, of course, if you guys want to, you guys can go ahead. And if you guys want to, of course, it's obviously mandatory. But you guys can use the Super Chat button, which is the money symbol. So if you guys want to support the stream even furthermore, you guys can use the Super Chat button and donate whatever amount. All that money I get on my streams and Super Chats will go towards weather equipment, whether it's a new monitor, whatever for my channel. all that money on super chats I get will go towards my channel. So if you guys want to use the super chat button, I would really appreciate that. Again, that'll all really help out the channel here furthermore. But let's go ahead and look at the squall line furthermore. Let's go to 3D on the squall line, actually see what we got in 3D here. But look at this really elevated storm here. Look at that, very elevated cloud tops here. Yeah, this is very elevated. Look at that. Got some nice cloud tops though too. Let's say, what is this? Around 35,000. So we got some really nice cloud tops here. Very, very high. Those very elevated, showing you how exactly why this is going to be mainly a big wind threat here. You can kind of see possibly the nice wall cloud formation. Let's go actually look at a better look through this whole storm here. You can kind of see the very heavy precipitation there within the cell. I'd say the heaviest precipitation would be around 15,000 feet again. Mainly big straight line winds is going to be the biggest issue with this storm though. I'm in Birmingham. When can I start seeing some bad weather? All right, Birmingham. So again, Birmingham, the latest SPC update does have you in a enhanced risk still. So you are still under an enhanced risk for Birmingham. Again, as well, a big threat for you obviously will be the winds. You are under a 30% chance, significant risk there for the hail, or sorry, for the wind. And you're also under a 50% chance for hail. So basically, your biggest threat in Birmingham will be the winds, and you're also under a 5% chance for some tornadoes. So there is a small chance you can get maybe a small tornado or so. So let me actually go to Alabama really quickly here. Alabama, well, that's South Alabama. Hold on, why is there only South Alabama? Okay, well, let me just go to Arkansas, and you can kind of see where Birmingham is. So let's see when this rain's going to start moving your area, actually. So let me actually do this and go to Arkansas. Or actually, I got a better idea. Let me just go deep south. Okay, so in Alabama and Birmingham, you're going to start seeing your big severe weather, like your wind, very deep in the overnight hours here. I mean, the morning hours here. So you're going to start getting your rain in Birmingham. I'd say, let's see here. You're going to start getting your first intense rainfall by, I'd say, let's say, maybe just past midnight is when you start getting your heaviest rain near Birmingham. But the biggest event's going to possibly be around 3, possibly 4 a.m. You're going to be seeing a really intense portion of that derecho, and that's going to bring in some very, very gusty winds. So around 4 a.m. and as well 5 a.m., even as well as late as 6 a.m., you're going to be seeing some very, very intense rainfall there. Again, that's going to as well bring in some pretty gusty winds. Let's actually look at the wind forecast here for this region here. Let's go to the deep south again. And again, you're going to be seeing some pretty gusty winds. So the biggest threat, like I did say, will be towards around 4 or 5 a.m. for your area. Again, that's where we're going to be seeing some pretty gusty winds. Actually, let's look at the threat there. Let's do here surface winds. Let's do wind speeds here. Let's do that. Okay, so unit power speed seen. Let's see here by hold on, I just completely passed it. So your wind gusts will possibly be around 20 to 30 mile an hour wind gusts here. So again, the winds could be intense. You may possibly get gusts as high as 40 though. And we have a tornado warning here for the southern Mississippi region. So we have a tornado warning here. Let's go towards that. Just outside Jackson, Mississippi here. So again, we do now have a tornado warning here just outside of Jackson, Mississippi, here, including here Branch, Forkville, Ludlow, and Palachi. So if you're in those areas, please take shelter immediately. It's going to take a little bit here for this to actually load here real quickly here. Here, Noah, I will get your question very quickly here. Let me just go for the tornado warning. But Noah Harrington, I will answer your question very quickly here. Let me just look at the tornado warning real quick. Alright, so this is a very weird looking structure to the storm here. Hold on, that's a very weird structure. That's actually a really nice looking hook echo though. Holy cow, that's a really nice looking hook echo. It's a very weird looking hook echo. You kind of see this is kind of the main mesocyclone here. You kind of got the outflow stretching at the little hook right there. And got the big range here kind of wrapping around and going the nice inflow here. So that's actually not too bad of a hook echo. It's really a weird structure though. But we got some really nice amount of rotation here just to the south here. Palachi. This is GR2 Analyst. this radar site is 02 analyst. So again, I'm seeing some pretty nice amount of rotation here. It's really hard to look at debris because it's so close to the radar site. So it's super duper hard to actually get a good look at this really quickly. It's very hard because it's so darn close to the radar site. But we have a very nice hook here. I mean, look at that. We got a nice base here. That main mesocyclone. You got the nice amount of rotation here. You got the outflow. You got the inflow here. You got the shear moving in the storm here. So we have a very nice looking hook echo within the storm here. Very, very well defined for sure. So we got to keep a close eye on this because this is actually a very concerning looking supercell here. It has some pretty good rotation towards it. Again, guys, if you guys are new to the channel, again, be sure to subscribe to the channel. Again, we are trying to get to 5,800 subscribers, and we are 6 away. So if you guys just help and donate, not donate. If you help out and just subscribe to the channel, we will get a lot closer towards 5,800 subscribers. And as well, be sure to hit the bell icon so you can get notified when I post or stream, whether it impacts your area or friends or family. But again, this would be a lot more intense looking if it were not so close to the radar site, but we have a very nice looking hook echo. You got the little eagle eye or the eagle beak right there. You got the nice inflow here. Got some really nice rotation within the storm here. So this is actually pretty concerning here. And again, as well, keeping a very close eye on that. You can kind of see it's so hard to look at debris since it's so close here. We're seeing some pretty small hail disc getting just over half an inch or so. But this is a very concerning looking storm here. It's got some nice looking hook echo. Where is this at? This is just outside Jackson, Mississippi. So this is kind of just in the suburbs of Mississippi here, near Palachi, Morden. So if you live in Branch, if you live in Forkville, if you live in Morton, if you live in this tornado warning here, please take shelter immediately, as there is possibly a very well-defined supercell and hook echo moving within your area here with some pretty darn tight rotation. Very, very tight rotation within the Palachi area. And this is actually within the 10% chance significant risk for tornadoes. So this is actually possibly our biggest threat right now that we've seen so far. Out of all the tornado warnings we've seen so far, this is definitely the most concerning right now today, for sure. Again, this is a well-shaped supercell. Cringe means I do remember that guy like obsessed with Megan saying there's gonna be like EF5 and Megan and all that. Again, guys, watching a pretty intense supercell right now. It's got some really nice rotation here, just to the north of Palachi. This is a very concerning supercell. It's got a well-defined hook echo, well-defined rotation. This is not a confirmed tornado just yet here. But it looks very well like it could bring in a tornado here. Very tight rotation. Look at that. Very, very tight rotation just to the north of Palachi. Holy cow, that's very tight here. Again, since it's so darn close to the radar site, we can't see if there's a clear debris belt or not. But I would not rule out the possibility if there were. This is a very concerning storm right now, guys. Very, very concerning supercell here. It's got a well-defined base there. You got the nice outflow, nice inflow here coming in. I mean, this is definitely a very, very concerning. Definitely our biggest threat so far for any tornadoes so far today here. So this could very well be our first tornado of the day. Extremely tight rotation just north of Palachi. Actually, very, very tight. And it's going to be going directly to the north here. So if you live in Branch, Forkville, please take shelter immediately, as there could possibly be a tornadic hook echo or tornadic supercell heading your way. Thank you so much, Johnny. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Colin, for joining in. We got a pretty intense, possibly tornadic supercell here. Just to the just to the east of Jackson, Mississippi here, just north of Palachi. We have a very well-defined supercell here. Again, very well as well. Very, very tight rotation here, just north of Palachi as well. I mean, that's extremely tight. I mean, extremely tight. This could very well be a tornado on the ground here. I mean, if we weren't so close to the rotation or to the radar site, we can get a better idea if there's actually a debris ball. But look how it is. I mean, there's like impossible to tell there's a debris ball there. But I would not rule out the possibility if there were. This is basically that perfect looking debris ball. As it moves to the north towards Forkville and Branch, it should get a lot better to actually define whether there is a debris ball or not. You have a surprise for me, Johnny? Ooh, I like surprises. Yeah, this is most likely a tornado, guys. I mean this alpha is continuing to strengthen here. You got that BRN shear that kind of wrapping around here, kind of going like that, and making that inflow notch. Let's now look at the 3D here on this storm. Let's actually get a 3D here. I'm not sure how good the 3D is going to be with this being so close to the radar site. Oh yeah, look at that. Look at that cloud toss. I mean, look at that. There is a lot of outflow here. I mean, look at that. Look at that cloud toss just cover, like just curve. These cloud toss just curve. So there's a lot of there's a possibility. If there were to be a tornado, guys, if there were to be a tornado on the ground, it would be most likely right here. If there were to be a tornado on the ground, most likely like right on the edge there where there's like very little cloud cover. Let's take another look here again. Look at that. We got a ton of updraft. You can see a lot of updraft here of the upward motion there of air. You can kind of see that's exactly why we have a gap with no cloud cover here because of the updraft. I mean, look at that curve though in that cloud tops. If there were to be a tornado on the ground, it would be like kind of right on the edge, right. You can kind of see the very edge right there. Very, very interesting cloud cover here, or cloud tops. What's up, Brandon? Yeah, chicken, the duration is very far away from forming. It still has a few hours, I'd say 2-3 hours, before it actually forms completely in Oklahoma. But guys, we have a pretty intense supercell right now across the areas in just west of Jackson. There's a very, very good chance this could possibly be tornadic. You see some very tight rotation just north of Palachi. Again, very hard to see through the debris ball, but if anything, it's going to be right here where there is a debris ball. Again, there's a very, very well-defined hook echo here with a very strong amount of outflow and inflow here notch as well. Weather City says he has a question for me. What is the question? And Johnny, what is your surprise? I'm a little... Kenneth is not... It is not defined just yet, but there's a very, very good chance it could very well be defined or confirmed soon. This is a very... I mean, this is a perfect-looking supercell and a perfect-looking hook echo. I mean, it's perfect. It's got a very tight rotation. I mean, look at that rotation. I mean, that is very, very tight. This has got to be on the ground, guys. This has got to be on the ground. I mean, look at the outflow on the storm. It's like an eagle. I mean, it legit looks like an eagle. You got the head right here, the beak right here. Look at the eye right here. We got legit an eagle here on the radar. That's actually not. That's not. Oh, confirmed. It's confirmed, guys. We have a confirmed tornado on the ground. Confirmed tornado. It is confirmed. All right, guys. This is confirmed to be on the ground here. Confirmed tornado here. So our first tornado of the ground, first tornado of the day. So a confirmed tornado was located near Palachi, or 8 miles west of Morton, moving north at 25 miles an hour. We have a hazard of a damaging tornado and quarter-sized hail. Weather spotters confirm the tornado. Looking at flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. So again, we do have a tornado on the ground. The tornado will be near Leesburg and Branch around 9 o'clock Central Time. So you guys do have around 12 minutes. It will be near Forkville in about, I'd say, 25 minutes, and near Ludlow within the next 30-ish minutes or so. So if you live near Branch and Forkville, please take shelter immediately. We do have a possibly strong tornado on the ground right now. I mean, without a doubt, this is on the ground here, and it was just confirmed here by a weather spotter. very, very tight rotation here. So again, we do have a confirmed tornado, our first confirmed tornado of the day. Again, if you're in your branch in Forkville, please take shelter immediately. I mean, just look at that rotation, guys. I mean, it's just absolutely crazy, this rotation. Well defined. Well defined, actually. I mean, look how tight it was earlier on. Look at that. Hold on, let's go to where it was so tight. Look how tight that was. That was very tight. Look, just near Palachi. So it was confirmed just over Palachi when it was at strongest rotation there. Now it's most likely still on the ground here as we speak here. But again, we do have a confirmed tornado that was located over Palachi and it's heading directly for Branch and Forkville. So if you live in the Branch and Forkville area, please take shelter immediately. There is a tornado heading in your areas, and you guys have about, I'd say, 5 to 10 minutes there to prepare. So again, please take shelter immediately. Again, please take shelter if you are in Branch and Forkville. We do have a confirmed tornado heading your way here. So again, please take shelter. This is not a drill. This is a real tornado. It is confirmed by weather spotters. I mean, just look at this. Look at this cell. Look at this storm in general. Look at this hook. Look at this outflow. It's stretching out. It's stretching big time here. Some big time outflow is stretching out here. Got the inflow. The tornado is most likely going to be somewhere over here. And it's actually like a debris ball. Oh, yeah, I mean, it's so hard. Look at the debris here. It's just so hard because of how close it is to the it's just so close to the radar site. But again, we do have a strong potential tornado on the ground right now, just to the west of Jackson, Mississippi. There, it was reported near Palachi, but is not heading straight for Branch and Forkville. This is possibly a massive tornado, though, as we speak here. I mean, we got very little hail within the storm here. That's kind of showing you how all this energy is kind of towards this storm here. We got still some very tight rotation there going towards Branch here. So if you're in Branch and Forkville, again, like I did say, please take shelter immediately. We have a very intense supercell, which has already brought a tornado on the ground here, and it's confirmed to be heading towards your area. Let's actually read the latest update, though, again. Confirmed tornado is located near Palachi, or 8 miles west of Morton. Again, it will be in your area by 9 o'clock Central Time. So you guys have 9 minutes in Branch and Forkville to possibly prepare for this tornado as it is heading for your area. Very intense cell right here. Again, guys, for those who are just joining in, we do have a very intense tornado on the ground here, heading straight for Branch and Forkville. So if you live in this area, please take shelter immediately. Again, a very intense storm here in this area. So again, please take shelter. This is confirmed by a weather spotter. And please, again, take shelter. Please take shelter. This is a very potential dangerous storm here. It is not PDS yet, but it possibly does have a chance to be very, very intense here. Again, that rotation is very, very tight. We have a very clear, very clear supercell here. So again, please keep a close eye on it. Please take shelter again. Very intense storm. Very clear hook echo on this cell. I mean, it is just extremely, extremely strong right now. And I'm actually going through Twitter here. Let me see if there's actually any photos here real quickly here of any tornadoes here, because I do believe there is photos of this tornado in Mississippi here. Let me actually look for here. But again, we do have a pretty intense tornado, guys, that was spotted here just over the Palachi area, and it is heading straight for the Branch and the Forkville area. So again, if you live in this area, please take shelter immediately. Again, this is possibly a very intense storm here. So again, please take shelter. I'm gonna try to look up here if there's any photos here. This tornado on the ground here, and all right, guys. All right, there's actually here a photo. Here, look at this. There is a picture here of the tornado on in Mississippi here. So this is possibly a massive wedge tornado here. I don't want to already yell that word out, but we possibly have a massive wedge tornado here. So again, this is the photo here. Let's see by who. Andrew's weather predictions here. Again, large, potentially strong tornado ongoing there in Mississippi here. So again, this is the photo we do have. Again, in Mississippi here, just to the west of Jackson. Again, potential massive overnight wedge tornado. This is a very, very strong tornado, like I did say. I mean, did you see that hook echo we saw with that storm? Very significant threat there. Like I did say, guys, we do have a very large tornado possibly on the ground right now. We're going to, of course, continue to watch out for this threat here. Because, again, it looks like there is a pretty significant tornado possibly on the ground here. So, again, here's a look here at the tornado. Let me actually copy an image. Let me actually save this image as and put... So, again, guys, for those who want to see here, we do have a pretty significant tornado here in this reported in Mississippi. So, here's a look at the tornado. This is an image here that I got off of Twitter here. Here is the funnel cloud. Here you got the cloud tops here to the top. So this is a very large, actually, tornado, possibly very strong tornado. So again, this is what we got here off the, that's a video we have so far on Twitter here, reported there, from Andrew's weather predictions. That's exactly, so again, if you guys want to check that out, that's exactly where we do have, again, that significant tornado on the ground there. So that's exactly what we just saw there in Mississippi. So like I did say, this is a very large and possibly significant tornado on the ground here still in Mississippi as we speak. As we still look, again, it looks like this has weakened a little bit, so it looks like this is no longer is on the ground anymore. But this is exactly where it was confirmed. I say it was confirmed around right. Oops, let me do that again. It was probably confirmed right here, like right here is most likely when it was confirmed to the north of Appalachia, when it had its strongest rotation. Right there is most likely when it got confirmed. Again, guys, if you guys want to see another photo of that, so let me actually get the photo of it real quick here. Again, there is a photo of this tornado on the ground here. Again, here it is. Here's a photo, of course, of this tornado in Mississippi that we have possibly right now, ongoing right now. So prayers to these people here in this portion of Mississippi. Again, this is our first tornado of the day, and it is a very intense tornado. And this is exactly where we were watching out for today. This is where we have the 10% chance significant risk right here. And look at this extreme tornado. This is possibly a wedge tornado. I'm going to throw it out there. This is possibly, like I did say, possibly there's a small chance or a decent chance that it could very well be a very strong tornado. Again, it's most likely where it got reported. Right now, though, it is no longer on the ground here. It has dramatically weakened here. You can kind of see we still have a small little amount of outflow kind of stretching out here, but it has mainly died. So again, thankfully, this tornado is no longer on the ground anymore, at least as of now, but it was, of course, confirmed to the north of Appalachia. So let's see if we have a report there anymore, but this is exactly where it happened here. See, that happened in that 10% chance significant risk. So I guess the SPC almost nailed that. It happened right on the 10% chance significant risk. And guys, guess what? This formed on a squall line. This formed on a squall line. So that's exactly why we still have a 10% chance significant risk for tornadoes. Because yeah, it's going to be mainly a wind threat, a big derecho, but there's still a chance for significant supercells to develop on squall lines, and we just saw one right now, a potential very strong wedge tornado possibly in Mississippi. We just saw a very strong tornado develop on a squall line, and that's exactly why we still have a threat for tornadoes tonight, specifically for Mississippi here. You see right there from Mississippi there, that's exactly what we're watching for tonight, and we just got a very strong tornado. If we go to the SCP values here, we're going to be seeing exactly what I'm talking about here. We go in the next 2 hours, seeing very high numbers possibly across the southwestern portion of the state. They're getting up nearly almost the double digits. So we do have a tornado we had a tornado on the ground here in Mississippi. And if we go now to the next, let's go to the next few hours. Here you can see a increasing threat for southwestern Mississippi there, where we have that 10% chance for tornadoes, getting up into the double digits there. And that's going to die off as we get towards after like 4 or 5 a.m. But still watching out for a pretty big threat around midnight there, around 1 a.m. for these areas. So very big overnight threat for tornadoes within these areas here. And we just got one right now. And let's actually go to the 0 hour. Look at that. We actually do have right where we have that risk there. We got right where we have that big risk for tornado. We actually just got one. So it looks like the H bar is pretty darn accurate right now. But again, we just got a very intense tornado reported here in Mississippi here. For those who are just joining in, here's a look here at the supercell here. Here, let me go in slow motion. Here, look at that supercell. And this all developed within a squall line. Which obviously squall lines are mainly a wind threat, but we just saw a massive tornado. A massive. Look at that. Look at that supercell. I mean, that's a perfect looking supercell. And it's quickly now weakened here, but we still have some very, very broad rotation right now. Very broad, but I mean, boy, that rotation got really tight right over Palachi. And I do have a photo there of that tornado. Again, but it still got a pretty decent hook echo right now, so I'm still going to keep a close eye on it. And the bad threat is there's still a chance this could very well regain strength to possibly go back on the ground. We still have a pretty good hook echo on this storm here. You can see the nice outflow and some nice inflow. We still have right now some pretty good rotation right now to the near Branch. So thankfully, if you're in Branch and Forkville, the tornado is no longer on the ground, at least at the moment here anymore. So it looks like there's possibly a lot less of a threat for you guys, but you guys are still under a tornado warning. So again, please still take shelter. Again, this is still a very dangerous situation because this can very well possibly touch down on the ground again. It doesn't no longer possibly look like it's on the ground anymore. Again, guys, here's a look here at the tornado. The tornado that did happen right now. Here's a look here at the tornado. Look at that. That's exactly what we watched this live, guys. Prayers to those people who live in Palachi. Prayers to those people who live in this area that got affected by this tornado, because this was a very significant tornado. Look at that. Extremely large funnel cloud right here. You can kind of see in the lights. I mean, this is a big threat for tonight. Yeah, it's obviously going to be mainly a wind threat, but this formed on a squall line. This tornado formed on a squall line, ladies and gentlemen. Meaning a lot of people really won't be prepared for that. They're like, squall line, no tornado threat, blah, blah, blah. I'm gonna sleep upstairs. But when it happens at this is going to be a big threat here between midnight and around 3 a.m. So not a lot of people are going to be awake by then. So if there were to be another tornado like this that were to happen again in Mississippi here or Louisiana, which is where we have that big threat, it could very well be going downhill if people are not prepared because they're thinking, oh, squall line, no tornado threat. But this massive tornado legit happened on a squall line, meaning wind and hail. You rarely see tornadoes like this on a squall line. Rarely you see that. That is just crazy. Hold on, bruh moment. This happened right here in Palachi, Mississippi. Here, it happened right here, right here. Right here in Palachi, not too far from Jackson, Mississippi. So Jackson, Mississippi, you guys just missed out on a very large tornado. So if this were to happen anywhere to the east, that could have very well been a very, very bad tornado if it were to go towards Jackson, Mississippi there. I mean, it was legit 15 miles away possibly from Jackson, maybe a little bit less. So that could have been possibly a PDS tornado if it were to be near Jackson. But right now, we still have a little bit of rotation on that cell. Again, prayers to those who are affected there near Palachi. Again, prayers to those, because we just had a very large, possibly, maybe wedge tornado that just moved into the area. So that was our first tornado of the day. And boy, was that a strong tornado. And that's why I'm still stressing the tornado threat. Because, yeah, we're watching out we're still watching out, obviously, for a derecho, like a big wind threat. Yeah. But we still have a 10% chance SIG for tornadoes. And what we just saw right now, that big tornado right now, this right here, this cannot get ruled out the possibility for tonight. A supercell like this that forms on a squall line could not be ruled out for tonight. Yeah, it's going to be a derecho, mainly wind and hail. Again, big gust front. But squall lines can very well form on squall lines, or supercells could very well form on squall lines. And we just saw it. Look at all this severe winds, hail. Look at the medical discussion. Look at the medical discussion real quick. Hold on. Look at this. This tornado happened, and look what they had for the medical discussion. They had, let's see here. They had wind threat, damaging wind potential. They nowhere did they mention tornado, and that's because obviously, yeah, it was mainly a wind threat. But that's why it's such a it's exactly why I'm really worried for tornadoes today, because what just happened could happen again today. I'm not saying wedge tornado, massive tornado. I'm saying there is a chance for more overnight tornadoes tonight, and people are not prepared because not only do the medical discussions not include tornadoes, there's mainly, of course, a wind threat. So people will not be prepared. And what just happened here, right now, could very well, they're still up there again for tornadoes overnight. And even later in the night here. So this happened at 9 o'clock here from Mississippi here. But we're talking a big threat for tornadoes within the next few hours here. Way overnight. So 2, 3 a.m. We're watching, or sorry, not 2, 3 a.m., sorry. Up to possibly midnight, 1 a.m., we're going to be watching out for some tornadoes again for Mississippi and Louisiana. And at that point, a lot of people will be asleep here. So again, that's why I'm stressing out the chance for some tornadoes, because what we just saw could very well happen again, an overnight tornado. That was a very intense tornado that we just saw right now. For those who are just joining in, we saw a very intense tornado there in areas near Palachi in Mississippi there. So we will get the status on that tomorrow. Obviously, let me go ahead and show the photos to the people who just joined in. Look at that. Look at that tornado. That's what we right here. If I can click it, this right here just happened a few minutes ago. Look at that. That very strong tornado just happened right now. I mean, look at that. And that happened just out of nowhere. I mean, that tornado just blew up like nowhere. At first it was a big wind threat, and then that supercell just blew up. So again, we just saw this, guys. This is a photo we just got on Twitter. This is a photo on Twitter here. If you look up Mississippi tornado, this will pull up. Look at that very large funnel cloud. I mean, this is a very large, thick, strong tornado. Again, look at that large funnel cloud here. That's exactly what just happened right now. So prayers to those in central Mississippi there. Again, still watching out for this similar area because we still have some small amount of rotation there. You kind of see like a little loop there. Let me see the loop right like that. You kind of still see a little loop. So still keep a close eye on that cell. But again, that is definitely a very strong tornado. That is a very strong tornado. We will get a rating on that tomorrow after the survey. But the fact that just happened is very, very scary. I mean, that's just scary that just happened. I mean, the fact that we just saw a tornado pop out of nowhere. I mean, like it was kind of very small cell there. It was severe warned. Then it went tornado warned. And then boom, it just popped up like that. That's very scary again. this can possibly happen again tonight. We are still watching out for the threat for tornadoes as we go on. And again, we do still have a tornado threat here. Let's go to the day one. Again, we do have still a 10% chance significant risk for tornadoes across Alabama and Mississippi. And we have a 10% chance across Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. And it's going to be going into an effect here for the next few hours. That is a massive tornado there, for sure. The survey will most likely be out by tomorrow, so we got to keep a close eye on that, guys. Again, we still have a pretty large 10% chance for tornadoes, so we're going to really keep a close eye on that. For what just happened right now, overnight tornado we just saw pop up, is going to be a big threat, because although squall lines and obviously derechos are mainly a wind threat for sure, tornadoes can still form on them, and we now have a severe thunderstorm warning now for those areas that just got hit by this tornado. Again, guys, we're watching a pretty big significant threat right now. I mean, that was absolutely crazy what just happened. That was a very intense storm. Prayers to those who live in Palachi. Again, prayers to those who live in Palachi. Again, we just saw a significant and possibly very dangerous tornado. That was absolutely crazy. Alright, guys, but for those who are just tuning in, we just saw a significant and possibly very large tornado on the ground there in Mississippi there. That was just absolutely crazy what just happened. I'm actually going to pull up a Discord here real quickly here. We have another photo of that tornado. I'm going to go on Discord very quickly here. I'm going to go on David's Discord. So shout out to David's Discord here. Be sure to check out David Starhauer's Discord if you guys want to, because that's kind of where I'm going to get this photo from. But again, we just got a new photo here. On Discord here. Let me pull it up real quickly here. We have a new photo of this tornado on the ground. That was on the ground there in Mississippi there. Here's to get a photo of it. Here we go, guys. Here's a photo, a new photo here of this tornado. You can kind of see the funnel cloud right there. This is a very intense tornado again. You can see the funnel cloud just come down. That's a very, very intense tornado. I mean, that's a very thick tornado as well. So again, that is an update. That's another video here, or photo we do have from that tornado. So again, that's another angle there. Very, very intense. So again, we definitely saw a very intense tornado. Again, in Mississippi there, just to the outside there of the Jackson area. That is a very scary storm that just happened. And guys, all that just popped up from a small severe thunderstorm warning. All that just popped up. That's exactly why we're watching for a pretty big threat. And that's exactly why people are not going to be prepared for some tornadoes tonight, because they're mainly focusing on the wind threat. Yeah, wind threat's going to be really big wind threat, obviously, yeah. But they're still going to be seeing some scattered and possibly even strong tornadoes, which we just saw right now. Very, very scary. Okay, but again, I hope those people are safe over there. Again, that was a very intense storm. But again, for those who are new, be sure to subscribe to the channel, guys. We are 4 subscribers away from 5,800 subscribers. So again, please smash the subscribe button, and as well, if you guys want to donate to the stream, go ahead and use the super chat button, and you guys can donate $1, $2, $3. You guys can donate whatever amount on the super chat, and whatever money I get on a super chat donation will go towards my channel. And whether it's equipment or whether it's for better forecasting, you guys can use the super chat button. But again, we're continuing to watch now severe weather across Mississippi there. We got pretty intense storms here towards the Jackson area. Again, a severe thunderstorm warning here across the Morton area and as well across the Pulaski area. Again, you guys are under a severe thunderstorm warning after a very scary tornado experience in your area not too long ago. Again, there was a confirmed tornado there. We should get to pop up here very, very soon. But again, there was a very possibly strong, intense storm. It most likely like a wedge tornado. So there's definitely a very big threat there for the survey here. We've got to keep a close eye on the survey, what happens there. But again, let's go look at the rotation. We have some still some pretty broad rotation within this whole area, but it looks like it's going to be, again, like it was supposed to, mainly a wind threat here. So again, mainly wind threat now. Again, what just happened right now, a tornado in Mississippi, that's going to be a threat as we go over tonight. Again, as this derecho starts to form here across portions of Arkansas and portions of the South Central, we're going to be keeping a really close eye on that severe weather. But let's now go back into the states here and go to Arkansas. We can look at the storm here in Alabama and Oklahoma. They're at the same time here. So let's actually refresh and get the latest update here. I think we are at the I think it'll be 2Z. Yeah, here's the latest update here. We are at a 1Z here. So again, we're watching out for these storms to start blowing up here across Oklahoma. Expect this derecho formation to become apparent by the next hour and a half or so. So very soon, within the next hour or so, we're going to start expecting possibly the derecho to form across Oklahoma and portions of Missouri. And then it's going to, of course, make its way towards Arkansas, northern Texas there, even as well a pretty intense squall line across portions of Dixie Alley. So we're going to be looking at two pictures of massive derechos across portions of Dixie Alley and the western and the eastern and south central area here today. So being really a big concern across Mississippi here, like we just saw right now. There's a chance we can possibly see some embedded supercells within this squall line across portions of Mississippi there and northern Louisiana, as well watching out for pretty intense rainfall across portions of Arkansas and even portions of Missouri there. So really intense rainfall, and then like these will kind of combine into this one massive derecho going across portions of Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana. But like we just saw, there is a chance we can see some embedded supercells within this event, so kind of really watching out for possibly some more overnight tornadoes across northeastern Louisiana and portions of central and southern Mississippi there. So if you live in Jackson, if you live in Monroe, if you live near Hattiesburg, if you live near Macomb, I would definitely keep a close eye on the threat for some tornadoes. Let's go ahead and get latest update here on the 01Z here. But it looks like, again, we're going to get really one main derecho, and it's going to be, again, across portions of the Dixie Alley area. You can see one massive derecho across this whole area. Was there any tornadoes today? That's pretty ironic, Bobby, because we just saw a massive tornado. Basically, literally 5-10 minutes ago, we saw a massive potential wedge tornado in areas just outside Jackson, Mississippi, not too long ago. Again, there it was. See, that's how close it was. You're close to that. Look at that. That was just not too long ago. We saw a pretty significant tornado. So we've seen one tornado today, Bobby, and you just missed it. A very significant tornado. You just missed a confirmed tornado in Mississippi not too long ago in our first of the day. So we've got some pretty significant wind reports here in upper Mississippi there. We got, let's see, tree on house in Chickasaw County in Mississippi. So we have a tree on a house here in Woodland, Mississippi there. So if you live near Woodland, Mississippi there is actually there's a tree in a house or a tree on a house this is in Woodland, Mississippi there in the northeastern portion of the state there. And there's, let's see, report of trees on 3 houses. There is reports of trees on 3 houses, trees scattered across the highway, as well as uprooted trees across the Natchez Straits. So we are seeing a ton of trees being uprooted within the squall line here. You see the squall line here? and that's gonna be nothing compared to the derecho later tonight. We have basically near let's see here, this near Houston, Mississippi. There we actually have three houses. There's trees on three houses, and there's trees on the across the highway. This is how intense the squall line is. And again, look at this. That is nothing compared to this. That's compared to nothing to this. I mean, this is what brought this tornado and those reports. This small little squall line there. I mean, yeah, it was still pretty intense, but look at what's left to come. This is the main event. Now, there's going to be some big time problems, possibly some overnight tornadoes embedded in this storm, embedded within this derecho, and as well possibly pretty significant damage as well. Bobby, this will continue overnight. We're going to be seeing possibly a bigger threat for overnight tornadoes within the next few hours across Mississippi. There, we do have now a 10% chance for tornadoes, a 10% chance, 10% sig for tornadoes across Mississippi there in Alabama, and as well a pretty big threat with 45% sig for the winds. Again, big threat possibly for tornadoes are going on. Let's go to the 01Z. Again, the threat for tornadoes will continue to persist across portions of southwestern and central Mississippi here. And we go the next hour or so, getting up to a 9.15 on the scale. And we get within the next 4 hours, still seeing pretty good chance for some severe weather and possibly even tornadic threats across southwestern Mississippi there. And that should possibly die off later on here. But again, still watching a threat for some tornadic storms here within this main derecho event here. Again, we're going to start seeing a very significant squall lines and derecho developing across portions of Oklahoma very soon here. That'll bring us some big threats, possibly for some damaging winds and as well possibly uprooting of trees. So big threats for power outages. We have already seen one fatality so far today in Louisiana because of a tree did fall on a house. And we just got a report here not too long ago in Mississippi there in Houston of law enforcement report of trees on three houses, trees scattered across the highway as well. So there's a ton of trees being uprooted right now. What is the wind forecast for Hattiesburg? All right, Hattiesburg. Let's go to Hattiesburg. So let's go to Hattiesburg real quick. So again, Hattiesburg going to get hit pretty harsh by this storm here, or by this derecho by around, let's see here, around 2 a.m., 3 a.m., and possibly even 4 a.m. You're going to get hit really hard by this derecho. So it's going to be a pretty big threat here in the morning hours. Let's go to the wind gust though. So wind gust, let's go to surface wind. Let's go to 10 meter wind gust here. So again, let's go ahead and look at the wind threat for you. So let's go to 1 a.m. So Hattiesburg, you're going to possibly see a threat of possibly 20 to 30 mile an hour wind gust there. And maybe in a threat, maybe for possibly near you, well over 40 mile an hour wind gust. So there's definitely a threat for some pretty gusty winds there across Hattiesburg. But again, looking at in Hattiesburg, I'd say 20 to 40 mile an hour wind gust there, and as high as 50 miles an hour. So keep a very close eye on that. But again, guys, crazy what just happened right now in Mississippi there. For those who just missed out, we did have a pretty large tornado on the ground not too long ago. And again, still keeping a very close eye on that. But again, guys, if you guys want to, be sure to use the super chat button. Again, all the money I get on super chats will go towards my weather equipment. So if you guys want to donate $1, you guys can donate $2, donate $3, whatever amount will help this channel a lot. So again, it does not matter what amount I get or whatever amount you guys donate, it will all help towards the channel. Again, still watching a pretty intense squall line here across portions of Mississippi there. Even that little tip there, the squall line going all the way up into portions of Louisiana right now. This very small squall line right now. Again, the main event's going to start developing across Oklahoma very soon there, and Texas as well. No, Tyler, those trees that are uprooted is not related to the tornado. It was actually a lot more to the north. Those trees uprooted is just south of Tupelo, and that tornado happened way down here near Jackson. Let's now go look. Let's go now look at the Dallas area. See, we got a pretty decent amount of warnings there in the southern portion there of southern portion there of Oklahoma. All right, guys, let's see what we have right now across the Oklahoma and Southern Plains region. So we have some pretty big storms here into southern Oklahoma, getting around just over an inch or so, 1.36 in the region here. As well, getting some scattered areas of possibly less than half an inch or so, or sorry, less than an inch there. But so getting possibly 0.79 there to the north of Pottsboro, getting 0.89 to the south there, Calera. Getting our most hail though, kind of 1.6 there near the Bennington area. But again, seeing some significant significant line here of a squall line across portions of the southeastern portion of Oklahoma. They're getting some gusty winds there. Let's actually go to Oklahoma radar site, seeing what we got there. So let's go all the way to Oklahoma really quickly here, see what we have. Let's see here. Let's go to the where is Frederick? I have no idea where Frederick is. All right, that's kind of towards the southwest. Let's go towards here, the Vance area. Nope, that's way out of the way. Okay, let's just go to Oklahoma City, shall we? Let's go to Oklahoma City and see what we have here with these storms here in the southeastern portion. What's up, Jen? How are you doing? But again, guys, if you are new to the channel, again, I recommend you guys subscribe to the channel. Again, guys, I'm trying to get to 5,800 subscribers by the end of the stream, and we are at 5,994. So we need 6 more subscribers, guys. 6 more subscribers, and we will get there. So with your help, if you subscribe, guys, it'll help dramatically. Again, watch it for a pretty intense linear storm, though, across that area there in Oklahoma. Going to keep a very close eye on that there. But again, those are going to be mainly the winds. Let's go back to Jackson, Mississippi, though. See, you can update there on the Jackson area in the Palachi storm right now. We still have some pretty nice hail, though, getting actually possibly just over an inch there, just in the north of Palachi. So again, we're seeing some pretty heavy rain just outside of Palachi, where we got that pretty large confirmed tornado not too long ago. So again, we're still seeing some pretty heavy rain within the region here. So again, they're not getting a break here. So they got a very significant tornado here. So far, we don't have any damage reported. But again, still keeping a very close eye on that, as they're going to be getting affected here very soon in the overnight hours by very extreme duration. There's actually, sadly, a very good threat for tornadoes again within the Palachi and Jackson area for more overnight tornadoes. So that's going to be very sad if Palachi is in another tornado risk, but sadly they are going to be in a pretty big tornado risk for the overnight hours. Will Middle Tennessee get bad storms, Springs, hail / Columbia, Tennessee from these storms for all in path of these storms? All right. So, middle. All right. So, Columbia, Tennessee there. So, again, let's go to Columbia, Tennessee really quickly here. So, again, so you're in central Tennessee area. So, again, you're going to start getting some pretty intense storms very, very soon here. Let me actually make sure I know where Columbia is real quickly. Tennessee map. All right. So, again, you're in central Tennessee. So, you're going to start getting some pretty intense storms here by the next 2 hours or so. You can get a very minor squall line, and then that main squall line will start to head your way. Let's actually get the full update here, and then the main squall line will start to head your way here by the morning hours here around 5:45, around 6 a.m. here, but around the morning rush hour, you're gonna start getting really heavy rain. You really won't see a big wind gust threat, but you're definitely seeing possibly a threat for some flash flooding there in the hours between 4:30 to possibly 6 a.m. there. So you're gonna be seeing some pretty gusty winds, or sorry, not some gusty winds, some pretty very heavy rain. Maybe some gusty winds at some point, but again, you won't be seeing a crazy big threat for some severe weather. So you should definitely be fine there. So you are going to be safe, and you won't be getting that bad of storms there. But let's go ahead and look at the SBC here. So we got any new updates here. So again, we have so far 214 hail reports, and we do have a severe thunderstorm watch here, including portions of western Alabama. So that's a new update here. Again, low threat for tornadoes. Again, there's still a threat maybe for one or two tornadoes, but big threat is damaging winds and isolated gusts up to 75 miles an hour. So there, we really won't be getting a big threat for hail necessarily. See, low threat for severe hail, mainly a big wind threat with that pretty big gust. You can kind of see very soon we start getting some pretty strong storms in Alabama within the next 2 hours or so. Again, but that's going to be mainly a big wind threat here. So keeping a close eye on there. You're super duper welcome, Blue Butterfly. And again, Blue Butterfly, if you are not already done so, please subscribe to the channel. I would greatly appreciate if you subscribe to the channel. But again, that's our latest watch information there. So we have a new watch for Alabama. We have a new medical discussion, I believe so, for Texas. Yeah, we have a medical discussion for northeastern Texas, just outside Dallas. You can kind of see here, looking at a pretty big threat for some pretty gusty winds and possibly very large hail. You see some really high lapses in that area there. So, gotta keep a very close eye as well for northeastern Texas. Again, you guys are having a few severe thunderstorm warnings here. Alright guys, but again, we're continuing to watch out for this big threat for some severe weather right now as we continue overnight. So let's see how long we've been streaming here. We've been streaming here for about almost 7 hours now, so boy has it been a long night. Alright, so again, we still have a few severe thunderstorm warnings here, but this squall is going to start weakening as it goes towards Alabama, which is kind of why we only have a threat really for winds for Alabama, not really for hail. So we now have our first severe thunderstorm warning here for Alabama. Let's actually go to Birmingham and see these storms from the Birmingham view and the Birmingham radar site view here as well. But again, if you are new to the channel, recommend subscribing. Of course, I would greatly appreciate if you guys subscribe, and as well, be sure to like the stream, and as well, if you guys want to use the super chat button and donate to the stream, I would greatly appreciate that. But let's go ahead and wait for the Birmingham radar site to load. See, we got yeah, look at the pretty intense squall in here. Again, it's gonna start making its way towards Alabama, but it's gonna be a very low threat for hail. The biggest threat again for western Alabama in this tornado watch will be the winds. Let's go ahead and wait for these to load. But again, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning here for western Marion and northern Lamar County in northwestern Alabama. Again, looking at possibly 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Again, very, very low threat for hail at that point. But again, that's going to be located there in the northwestern portion there of Alabama. We actually do have a flooding risk here. Again, Highway 178 is impassable due to flash flooding. So we do have a flash flooding threat just to the south there of Tupelo. Let's see here. We actually have, again, very heavy rain there. Up to 8 inches of rain there in 3 miles southwest of Sherman. So we've already gone up to 8 inches. There's no longer Palachi rotation there. We can go ahead and take a quick look at Jackson real quickly here. But last time I checked, this rotation near Palachi has quickly died off here. But let's go ahead and get a little bit update on here. But again, Palachi will get a threat for more tornadoes over on the 9th. So again, it's gonna be mainly this is all winds here. Straight in wind's gonna be a big threat here now. So again, good thing is there's no longer a tornado threat, at least for the next few minutes here for this region here. But there is a pretty big threat possibly for some overnight tornadoes within the central Mississippi region there, as well including portions of northeastern Louisiana. So still watching possibly a big threat and widespread threat for some overnight tornadoes here. But again, we've already seen some pretty intense reports of trees on houses. We have trees on 3 houses there. near Houston and Mississippi there, and as well as tree on tree on a house in Chickasaw County there, including Woodlands. So kind of a pretty big gust front there within the squalene there in north central Mississippi, and that's going to be all heading towards the Alabama region here. But again, the threat for hail and tornadoes will dramatically die off as it goes towards the east here. But still going to be seeing some pretty gusty winds within this big front here. Again, we do have now a new severe thunderstorm warning though. Again, for the Carthage area, but it's going to be starting to get pretty intense here as it gets its way towards Alabama. You see really, really small threat for hail at this point. Let's go back to Jackson really quickly though. Again, we do have let's see here. Actually, never mind. That is not a new severe thunderstorm warning, actually. But we do have a new flash flood warning here for Jackson. So, flash flood warning here for East Central Hinds County, South Central Madison County, and Central Rankin County. Heavy rain across the warned area between 1 to 3 inches of rain has fallen. And looking at additional few inches of rain here, looking at additional 2 to 3 inches of rain. So, we're looking at possibly 3 to maybe 6 inches of rain in the Jackson, Mississippi area, and that's going to be a big threat as this major duration moves in overnight here. Very intense and very heavy rainfall likely. But again, really big threat overnight here for some tornadoes here. Again, what we just saw there. And Palachi, that's going to be possibly a threat here for even Louisiana here. Louisiana, Mississippi there. That's going to be a big threat here as we have a very widespread 10% chance. And that 10% chance SIG is actually sadly over Jackson and over Palachi here. So again, going to be watching a pretty good threat for overnight tornadoes within this area here and possibly supercells embedded within that duration. Like we just saw there at the squall line. There was a very intense supercell embedded within that squall line here. Although squall lines are mainly wind threats, there's still a chance possible for a few supercells embedded with them, which is exactly why you can't rule out the possibility for tornadoes. But again, really watching out, you see possibly massive derecho kind of forming big wind threat here. This kind of squall line derecho that's going to be forming in Oklahoma is going to kind of combine. And that's exactly what we're going to be watching for really intense flash flooding, very intense winds, and possibly a lot of damage. Even power outages are likely here, as power lines could very well be topped over or obviously broken. Just in general, this could be trees landing on them, so big time power outages as well. And here, if you're really watching out possibly here for the big time overnight tornado threat here, that's exactly where we're going to be watching out for some overnight tornadoes overnight, because you can see this is where we're watching possibly for the most intense threat for some embedded supercells within this whole derecho. So it's going to be kind of a big event there between 2:15 there a.m. possibly. So this kind of be after between midnight to 1 a.m. is going to be the big threat here for Central Time here. So that's exactly why there's possibly a good chance for some embedded supercells within that derecho. Let's now go to, let's see here, where shall we go? I wonder if the Little Rock one actually let's go to Fort Smith, Arkansas. That might work for us. Again, seeing a pretty intense, squall line developing across Oklahoma. This is going to be the very beginning of the development of this major derecho, which can bring the big threat for possibly 60 plus minor wind gusts here. Again, really big threats for power outages here. Again, just absolute threat. Alright, so here it is. This is loading right now. Again, pretty intense squall line here. We have some pretty intense storms here in northeastern Mississippi, northeastern Oklahoma. We actually have over inch-sized hail here. Oops, I don't want to do that. Over inch-sized hail here, again, possibly right there up to what is this report here? Getting up to 1.4, so an inch and a half there as well, 1.17. So it's a pretty intense hail there near the Vian area. and some pretty intense hail just near the Bunch area in northeastern Oklahoma. We do have some severe thunderstorm warnings here, which go all the way up into the northwestern portion of Arkansas there. So if you are near northwestern Crawford County, southwestern Washington County, northeastern Chicago County, Adair County, and southeastern Cherokee County, please keep a close eye on it, as there could possibly be some very intense winds and as well as some pretty intense hail within the storms. And then to the south, we're going to be seeing a little bit less intense storms. It's going to be mainly a threat for winds here, but there could be some small hail embedded within this, possibly just getting under an inch there, and possibly over here just over an inch. I use GR2 Analyst. GR2 Analyst is what I'm using right now. And we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning here, which goes almost near where we had that radar site here near Fort Smith. And a new severe thunderstorm warning here includes northeastern Haskell County, Chicoya County, northeastern LaFleur County, and southeastern Muskogee County there. Looking at 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. Again, this will be until 10:15 Central Time. So it's going to be lasting a pretty good time, around a half an hour or so. And we've got another severe thunderstorm warning here. So as this continues to make its way towards the east here, we're going to start seeing these warnings pushing into portions of Arkansas. So again, severe thunderstorm warning here, including northeastern Pushmataha County there, Latimer County, and southeastern LaFleur County. So including a lot of similar counties here. So it looks like it's going to be including a lot of the similar regions here that are already under these warnings. Some pretty intense storms there in northeastern Mississippi right now. Very intense, though. We got some really nice hail. Again, you can see how this is going to be very strong Australian winds here. Very, very gusty winds here going towards the radar. So that's going to be some really big-time threats here for some Australian winds and possibly even some wind damage for the areas into portions of northwestern Arkansas and right on the border near Fort Smith. Hold on, guys. You're probably going to hear a gummy pack. I'm going to try to open a gummy pack real quickly, so I'm going to mute my microphone. Alright, guys. I apologize. I'm getting a little late night snack right now. There is a PDS severe for northeast Mississippi there. Is there? Let's go to Mississippi then. Let's see here. The ones near Tupelo. Let's see this. So apparently we have two PDS severe warning systems here and northeastern Mississippi within the squall line here. So let's go get a look at this real quick while this loads for us. Oh yes, there is. There is. Look at that. 80-mile-an-hour wind gust. This is a very dangerous storm. Holy cow, there is. 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Yeah, we do have expected considerable tree damage. Holy cow, we do have pretty intense storms here. We do have PDS warning storms. So we do have PDS severe warning storms here in northeastern Mississippi here. Looking at a very big gust front here, possibly over 70-mile-an-hour gusts. You can see these very strong Australian winds here. We're going to be having possibly a ton of power outages within the area here. Again, pretty big threat here. 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts here. This is going to be heading towards the areas near Amory, Aberdeen. But let's go ahead and look at this threat here. So again, severe thunderstorm warning for Itawamba County, southern Lee County, and Monroe County in northeastern Mississippi there until 10 o'clock p.m. Central Time. So going to be lasting here at least for the next 17 minutes here. That will most likely get pushed more towards Alabama. Severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near Verona to near New Ren to near Palo Alto. These are very dangerous storms here. 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So we're gonna be seeing possibly, expect possibly considerable damage to winds, possibly a ton of trees to be expected here. Extended tree damage and power outages are likely here. So again, if you're near Shannon, Plantersville, Evergreen, Clay, Nelton, Abbey, you guys are about to get hit by a very, very intense part of this squall line. So again, guys, we're really watching for some really intense winds right now, possibly up to 80 miles an hour. A PDS severe warning storm here, very gusty winds. Again, going to be very low, very, very low threat for hail. I mean, this is the same squall line that brought in tree damage on houses, so there's possibly a pretty big threat here. Again, guys, really watching out for some pretty big. Not only are we watching out for a pretty big threat for some extreme winds, but as well a pretty big threat for some flash flooding. Again, we have already seen 8 inches of rain just to the north there of Tupelo. A report there as well of some flooding here on, I believe, was it Highway 178? Yep, Highway 178 is impassable due to flash flooding there. So as well, a pretty big flash flooding threat with this extreme squall line here. It's going to bring some very, very gusty winds, and of course, as well. There's definitely a very big threat for tree damage, as well. A pretty big threat for some extreme amounts of power outages. So we're looking at a pretty big threat here for some severe weather and impacts across portions of northeastern Mississippi and soon northwestern Alabama. Again, we have already seen reports of a tree on a house in Chickasaw County in Mississippi there in Woodland, and as well trees on 3 houses there near Houston in Mississippi there from the same exact squall line. So really watching out for a very intense storm. Again, we do have a PDS severe warning storm here. Again, look at this, getting up to 80 miles an hour. 80 miles an hour wind gust here. Again, these are very dangerous storms here. And these are still going to possibly be making their way into the Alabama state border as they making their way possibly towards the east at 50 miles an hour. And we do have now a new severe thunderstorm warning here. Again, right here, right on the border of Alabama. And it's going to be including here Noxubee County there and eastern Winston County. Looking at 60 minor wind gust. So this one's definitely not as severe as the one up there in the northeastern portion of the state there. But still expect possibly some tree damage, possibly even some power outages. And let me actually pull up here power outages USA. And let's see how many power outages we have in this portion of the United States here real quickly. Here we can get a better idea of actually these squall lines are causing extreme power outages right now. So again, we actually do have, let me go here, we actually do have 10,000 people without power in Mississippi right now. Let's see here. So again, 10,700 people without power in the statewide across Mississippi. And look, a lot of them are in the northeastern portion of the state here. So this is all because of the squall line here. All this because of the squall line here. You can kind of see up to around 80 people out without power there in Chickasaw County, which is actually where we saw that tree damage. As well, up to 428 out in Lee County, which is as well near Tupelo is. 70 out in Pontata County. So this is actually all where we've seen these. These counties are all where we saw those tree damage reports there on the houses. Look at that, Chickasaw County, 80 without power. Chickasaw County, right here. Look at this. Look at this. Chickasaw County, right here. Chickasaw County is where we saw a tree on a house. So again, we're seeing power outages already being reported here in these areas where we've been seeing that severe weather. 1,400 out in Otala County. There's a little bit to the north there of where we had the tornado. Not too far from that area. What's up, Dixie Dylan? How are you doing again? So we already have 10,000 out without power there in Mississippi there. 12,000 out in Arkansas. 2,000 out in Oklahoma. Let's see what that is actually. Let's see if it's in eastern. If it's eastern Oklahoma, it's probably because of the squall line there. Yeah, we have very little out in eastern Oklahoma there. But again, starting to see. Gonna be monitoring those power outages here for sure. Let's put that right there. Let's go look at the SBC. Any updates there on that? Okay, let's see here. Again, there's no updates on that. Again, we still have the moderate there, of course. So again, we do have, of course, the watches there for Alabama for that extreme severe weather. Again, very gusty winds likely. Again, this is exactly where we have this PDS severe warning storm here and across northeastern Mississippi. In Mississippi there, of course, we do actually have a gust up to 80 miles an hour. 80 miles an hour gust there. Again, really severe PDS warrant here again. Very dangerous storm. Look at that. These are very dangerous storms. 80 miles an hour. Again, looking at possibly it's moving east at 15 miles an hour. So it'll make its way towards the Alabama side very, very quickly here. What's up, Lily? How are you doing? I hope your mom is doing okay. But again, we're starting to see this significant squall line make its way towards northern and western portions of Alabama. Again, one of these warnings are PDS warnings because of extremely gusty winds of up to 80 miles an hour. We have already seen tree damage and house damage reported from this same squall line. Look at that. There in Chickasaw County there. In Houston, we have trees on 3 houses as well as trees scattered across the highway. And same county in Chickasaw, Woodland, including their tree on a house. And actually, if we go to the power outages, there's actually up to nearly 100 people out without power in Chickasaw County. And it's most likely as a result of this very intense squall line. I'm glad she's recovering. I'm very glad she is. But again, guys, watching a PDS warrant severe storm here in upper north Mississippi, making its way towards Alabama. Again, very, very gusty winds. Very gusty winds. Again, extreme straight winds, possibly over 80 miles an hour gusts are likely here. So we're looking at possibly extreme tree damage here. So again, got to keep a very close eye on that. But again, we are seeing a very, very intense storm right now across northern Mississippi there. Alright, guys, but again, still keeping a very close eye on this severe weather right now. Adrian, sadly, one man in Louisiana died after, I saw that early in the stream. A guy did die in northwestern Louisiana earlier today because a tree did fall on his house. And again, we just saw a very intense tornado. And we're seeing more and more tree damage we're seeing more reports of trees on houses. So really, possibly, sadly, a threat for more than one fatality today. But we just got another flood report here. A vehicle stranded in flood waters in Tupelo right now. So FD dispatched to rescue. So right now we do actually have a vehicle stranded in flood waters in Tupelo. And the FD actually had to go dispatch into rescue. So right now, again, very dangerous conditions right now across northeastern Mississippi there, as a result of the very, very heavy rain we're seeing here. Possibly, we've actually already seen 8 inches of rain so far today across portions of Tupelo, and we have still yet to even get the main event. So we're possibly gonna get up to maybe over a foot of rain by the time the storm is over here. But now, these severe thunderstorms are now canceled here for Mississippi and now about to make their way into Alabama. No, wind shear is good for severe weather. Wind shear is bad for, you're thinking about the tropics. Wind shear is good for severe weather. The higher the shear, the better. Again, but we just saw again, with this same squall line that's heading towards Alabama right now, we did actually have a PDS warned storm at the 80 miles an hour gust, and we have already seen tree damages across northeastern portions of the state of Mississippi. And again, we actually now have a flood report here of a vehicle stranded in flood waters in Tupelo right now. So again, Very dangerous conditions right now. Definitely would not recommend driving in, because driving in the dark with big flooding is definitely not safe, because you may think it's a small puddle, but it could be feet of water. Again, with these sewer systems, with this amount of rain, we're seeing up to 8+ inches so far today alone. These sewer systems cannot take that amount of water at all. So again, big time flooding threats across this whole area. Again, guys, we are watching very, very big threat right now as we go to Alabama. Pretty significant severe risk for winds. Again, there is a possibly a chance we can get a PDS severe warning storm warning here for Alabama, since we are seeing possibly over 80-mile-an-hour gusts within the system. So again, for this one, we have 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, but as it was into Mississippi, there was a PDS warning storm there because of the very extreme gusts. I agree. I hope nobody was hurt or injured within that storm there um, in Mississippi. There again, extreme flooding is gonna be a big threat as well, and because there's gonna be so much flooding, I mean, it's just gonna be so crazy. That is just absolutely crazy. So with the saturated soil, we're gonna be continue to see overnight. Trees are gonna be easier to actually fall. So this is exactly why we're gonna be seeing a lot more power outages, and sadly, chances for more injuries or fatalities as we go overnight, because the soil is gonna just gonna get even more saturated and more saturated and more saturated. So big threats, because as these winds get gustier and gustier overnight with the main derecho about to, again, the main derecho is going to go within the next few hours overnight here. Look at that. It's going to be the main threat right here. The main threat for Alabama, Mississippi there, Louisiana, Arkansas, portions of Arkansas. These areas are saturated enough, specifically in Mississippi. Over 8 inches of rain so far today, and some reports near Tupelo. And we're going to get even more gusty winds and even more rain and even more threats as well. So there's a chance for these trees to fall down, down, and down, and down. So we're possibly see some more power outages, more houses to get damaged, sadly. So if you live in an area that's very saturated right now in northeastern Mississippi there, northern Louisiana, portions of Arkansas, and you're looking at possibly some very, very strong gusty winds, I would recommend you do sleep in your basement tonight, because of threat of possibly trees moving within your area. I mean, look at the big gusts here. We're expecting here more, possibly up to 40, 50 plus miles an hour here. And we already see a ton of power outages now, 12,500. So we just went up 2,000 power outages across Mississippi there. 81 out in Chickasaw County, 421 out near Lee County, which is where we just saw that very intense squall line now. Again, still out within the Jackson area. We do have still people out without power again. So we're still looking at a pretty big threat here. Alabama, 108 out without power here. Let's see what that is. Again, none of that is near. I don't even know where that is out. But again, we possibly will see a lot more power outages across these areas, or actually across these areas by the morning hours. I mean, we're talking possibly thousands and thousands and thousands to be without power, because the very intense winds with this main derecho. You can kind of see the extreme, possibly squall line / maybe even derecho is likely here to bring in some very gusty winds. I think it could possibly be more of a squall line. I think derecho is a little bit on the lower side of possibly happening. Again, we're not talking 90 to 100 miles an hour. We're talking kind of more to 40 to 50 with some gusty 70 miles an hour. So I think we're going to be seeing, just in general, a very strong squall line, very widespread squall line from Alabama down to Louisiana. And it's going to bring the heaviest rain and the strongest wind possibly we've seen so far today in some of these areas. By far the heaviest rain. We're talking a few inches per hour in some regions here. So with saturated soils, with the soil being so saturated, it won't take much. It won't take much to take down trees, which is why it's going to be such a big threat for possibly damages, possibly some more flash flooding here. So please do not go drive out if you live in these areas, because again, right now we do have a car stranded in Tupelo because of the flooding. So again, it's not safe to go driving right now. Do you think Georgia will get power outage problems? I don't think we're gonna be seeing widespread power outage problems again across Georgia. By the time it gets to southwestern Georgia, it'll be a lot less intense. I mean, we're not talking as gusty winds here. I mean, it'll still be portion of the squall line, but again, it really won't be too crazy of a threat there. Where we're comparing it to today's threat. Again, guys, still keeping a very close eye on the severe weather. Again, we're about to get the main event here very soon across portions of Oklahoma, Arkansas this big squall developing here, and then the big threat will be within the next, I say, 2 to 3 hours here, way overnight here with a big time, very big time again threat here for it's a very very intense squall line here, talking possibly over 60 to 70 miles an hour here, and that's going to be a big threat for houses that live in the forest. Here we're talking possibly trees to be falling on houses, possibly trees to be falling on power lines. So we're even talking about power outages likely throughout the day and throughout the night here. So extremely big threats, not just with tornadoes as well. Again, we got a lot of threats right now. We got overnight tornado threats across Mississippi there, across Louisiana there. Some supercells possibly embedded within the supercells. We got flooding threats. We got possibly driving in the water threats, possibly possibly some flooding threats again, drowning threats again. There actually is a car right now stranded in Tupelo in the flooding waters in Tupelo. Again, there's so many threats because of the saturated soil and the gusty winds. So this could very well be a lot worse than getting like obviously yeah, tornadoes are really bad, but like this is gonna be a lot more widespread. A lot more widespread if this weren't a wind event, it would be a lot less widespread. But we're talking possibly thousands of people without power. We're talking we've already seen one fatality today because a tree fell on a house in Louisiana. We've already seen houses. Actually, we've already seen here trees fall on houses already in Chickasaw County or in Chickasaw County. Look at that. We just got a new report here. Tree fell on a house in Clay County at Webster/Chickasaw line. So we just got another tree fall down in Webster County. So we just got another report from the same squall line here. It's going to be continuing to make its way towards Alabama. So big threats for Alabama. There should be a severe thunderstorm warning very soon for this area. Close eye out for these areas here for a severe thunderstorm warning. But again, there's just so many threats tonight. It's so crazy. There's just so many threats. There's too many threats right now, honestly. There's obviously big time flooding threats. There's big time trees that fall down here. And we're talking a lot easier for trees to fall down with the very saturated soil we're talking about. It's going to be just, it may take only 20 to 30 miles an hour to make trees fall down because how saturated the soils are. Instead of 50 to 60 miles an hour, it may take maybe 20 to 30. Again, big threats. As we get the worst squall line heading up later tonight, this will become a lot bigger of a threat. I mean, holy cow. Okay, guys, if you guys want to support the stream, go ahead and use the super chat button. I would greatly appreciate if you guys did support the stream by donating money. Again, all that money will go towards the weather equipment and all that. And we just surpassed 7 hours and 15 minutes of streaming. That is crazy. Alright, guys, but again, continue to watch out for that big threat for Alabama. Now you guys are about to get hit real hard by the significant squall line here. Again, we just saw already over 5 reports of trees on houses/highways already with the same squall line, and already 3 flooding reports, including 1 car stranded. So again, we got a lot of threats overall within this whole event here. I think it's gonna kind of be more of a squall line because the kind of duration would be like over like 90 miles an hour. Like, honestly, yeah, we may see some hurricane force winds, but I don't think it's going to be as widespread as this one here. I think it just may be, in general, very large squall line to QLCS, but I don't think it's gonna be. I mean, there's still a chance for it being a derecho. I mean, there's still a chance, but I don't think it's as likely. I mean, we did get to 80-mile-an-hour gust there near upper Mississippi there. That it actually was a PDS severe warning storm, but again, I'm really concerned just in general for the flooding and the big time threats for some big trees start falling down again. More storms are popping up across the Jackson metro area. Again, we still have flash flood warnings for those areas near the Jackson metro. Some big time flooding threats as these storms start popping up. Adrian, I got something to tell you. Okay, go ahead and tell me. All right, again, very intense squalling though. Very, very intense moving towards the Alabama area. All right, can you tell me in Discord DMs? Tell me in DMs, Sebastian. Oh, awesome, Sebastian. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for becoming a super fan. Again, really intense storms again moving toward Alabama now. Big threat for big threat for extreme winds again. We're not going to be seeing really big of a hail threat. It has really dramatically decreased, but again, still watching for the big threat for flooding, possibly uprooted trees, power outages, and flash flooding across portions of Alabama. Again, really big threats for that. We were seeing a pretty big mess there again. It's going to get pretty intense there for Alabama. Holy cow. Really intense. Let's look at that. Let's refresh here and see what we got here again. See, we now have 13,000 out without power in Mississippi. So we've already gotten 3,000 more people without power here. We got 81 still in Chickasaw, 413. That's increasing there. We still got up to now 1,000 or 1,100 in Ottawa County. Now up to 3,000 out in Lafayette County. So again, north central and eastern portions of Mississippi is really out without power a lot because of the squall line. So gonna keep now a close eye out for portions of Alabama. But let's go look at the reports here. Let's go look at the total reports now. We've now seen 220 hail reports today, 43 wind reports, and of course we got one confirmed tornado report, but they have not yet issued that. But we've gotten one confirmed tornado there. Extremely large hail. I mean, holy cow, we've seen extreme hail today for sure. But again, as we get the main squall line here, this one within the next hour or within the next few hours, wind reports will skyrocket for sure here. We only have one medical discussion. We have still a few watches, but again, that'll start to decrease across portions of the South Central though. All right, but let's read this latest severe thunderstorm warning here. Again, we do have a big threat here, possibly for 60 miles an hour wind gusts or higher. Again, big threat for some flooding here. Some big threats possibly for some uprooted trees and power outages. Again, it's very saturated soil here for this area here. So again, really big threat for some flooding. Easily flooded areas again within this region as well. It's going to be very easy to uproot trees and power power lines because of how saturated the soil is. So again, it's going to be moving towards the east at 35 miles an hour. So this squall line has, I guess, died out a little bit in intensity compared to where it was in Mississippi there, but still watching over the threat for some downed trees likely across highways, rural areas there. But again, if you guys as well want to, be sure to use the super chat button, of course, to support the stream. You guys can donate whatever amount you guys want to, $1, $2. Awesome! We got our first member. Thank you so much, Sebastian, for joining in. I hope you liked this. Thank you so much for becoming a super fan. You are super duper awesome, guys. A shout out to Sebastian since he's officially a member, guys. Be sure to check out Sebastian's Weather channel. Go subscribe to Sebastian, guys. Since he's a super fan, he does get shout outs and videos, I believe, in streams as well. So again, be sure, guys, to subscribe to Sebastian's Weather channel. He is an awesome YouTuber. Again, super duper awesome. And Sebastian, you'll be getting some shout outs at the end of each video. And as well, you'll be getting some exclusive emojis. But we just got our first ever member, guys. Sebastian, you are the OG. Super duper thank you. Holy cow, guys, we just got our first member. That's absolutely crazy. But again, guys, looking at for some really intense storms here, part of the squall line. We don't really have any really more, I guess, severe threats from warnings because this squall line is getting a lot less intense here. But still looking at some really big flash flooding threats here. What's up, Darian? How are you doing? Again, thank you so much for joining in. I appreciate it so much, Sebastian. You're super duper awesome. If you can become a member by, there's a big button that says join. If you hit the join button, you can become a member. So if you're asking how to join Harrison, you just click right here. There's join button. You should see it there, and you become a member, a basic member, super member, or super fan. There's levels there, and yep. I hope you guys enjoy. But again, really intense storms now moving to Alabama. We got some slight hail reports there near the Millport area, just under half an inch or so. So keeping a very close eye on those storms. And we just got our first member, guys. That is crazy. And guys, continue to watch possibly a pretty intense squalling moving within the area. Again, pretty intense squalling, pretty intense wind specifically. Very small hail is likely, but we're watching for the main threat to be the wind damage and as well possibly some against flooding threat as well. And as well the threat here for some uprooted trees in that general region. Sebastian, I hope you enjoyed this super fan. That's super amazing. I hope you do like that. But again, guys, we are continuing to watch here. This extreme severe weather making its way towards Alabama right now. We do have a pretty intense squall make its way there. Again, severe thunderstorm warnings are kind of dying off a little bit across the state of Mississippi here as this squall is dying out a little bit in intensity. We still have a few little severe thunderstorm warnings popping up across specifically the south central portion of the state there. But we have the more intense portion of the squall, and we have very little warnings here, as it has really decreased a little bit in its strength here. Very little amount of hail within the storm as well now, so it's a little bit for the reasoning here. And it does mention that in the tornado, in the watch, or in the severe thunderstorm watch, that is a very low threat for severe hail, but very big threat, possibly a moderate threat for some very severe winds here for that. But again, keeping it very, very close on that. We had, again, last time we checked, we had 13,000 power outages there in Mississippi. And now we have 13,212. So these numbers are starting to go up here across Mississippi here for statewide power outages here. I don't think it's only computer. I think Harrison, you can join on a mobile device as well. It should work on mobile. You should be able to see it. Here, guys, if you want to join a member, if you want to become a member, click that link. If you guys want to become a member, click that link on the chat there, and you can become a member. You can click that link, and that's how you can possibly choose where you want to be on the member status. And of course, it does have a monthly payment. What's up, Sebastian? Do you like the super chat? Do you like the super fan? Again, we no longer have a severe thunderstorm warning now for portions of Alabama. But again, still watching the pretty intense squalling within the area. Thank you, Patrick, for subscribing to the channel. I really appreciate it. You're super duper awesome. And of course, I will definitely keep you guys updated. So guys, we are 3 subscribers away from 5,800 subscribers. Thank you so much, guys, for subscribing and for the support here. We are so close to 6,000 subscribers. But again, really watching a pretty intense storm here, making its way towards western Alabama there. Pretty intense storms, of course, there. For portions of the eastern portion of Mississippi there, we still have a few severe thunderstorm warnings there on that lower portion of the squall line. Again, still looking at possibly some, which actually is expired. Let's look at this one here. We do actually have... Okay, so these 2 warnings are actually expired now, so we no longer really have any warnings within the Mississippi River Valley or the Mississippi State there. But still, very intense flooding threats here across portions of Alabama and Mississippi there. We still actually have a car stranded in downtown Tupelo as a result of the very big flooding threats here. Up to 8+ inches has been reported in the area so far today here. Again, as well as going to continue to be a threat across northwestern Alabama, a pretty big flooding threat for that region, as well as this pretty intense squalling is going to be the first of the many we're expecting here. Again, that's what we're seeing right now, and we're seeing the main event coming in really later overnight here. So we have yet to get the main heavy rain here within storm here. So this is kind of what we're having right now. Again, a pretty big squalling across portions of northeastern northeastern Mississippi there, and then we have the pretty intense squalling developing across Oklahoma. And this is a look at the what is this here? Is this the 2Z here? As we continue, it's going to become a very big threat across Alabama. It's going to become intense and developing squalling here across Mississippi there, northeastern Louisiana, portions of Alabama, and then we're going to be seeing their pretty big squalling threat across portions of Arkansas, northeastern Texas there, and southeastern Oklahoma by the next, I'd say, 2 hours or so. It's going to be a pretty big threat there. And then we're going to be seeing the pretty big squalling threat again. We are looking at possibly a small, or actually a decent threat for some overnight tornadoes across central and as well as southern Mississippi tonight. Favorable conditions for some more overnight supercells embedded within that supercell itself. You can kind of see maybe some scattered supercells or discrete storms that are surface based. It's going to as well continue to be a big threat as we go to around 3:15 a.m. Very, very large again, squall within that area across Mississippi there, northeastern Louisiana, and that's going to gradually make its way towards Alabama. Orange 22, thank you so much. Harrison, it's alright. You don't have to become a member. Obviously, if you're having some issues financially, I understand here. You don't have to become a member. You are a loyal member yourself. You're very, very loyal. So I appreciate the offer, Harrison, but you come first. You come first. If it feels better, Harrison, you can maybe get like a $2-3 donation. That's a lot cheaper than than membership. We don't have 13,600 power outages now in the state of Louisiana. 89. In the state of Mississippi there, getting 90 out in Chickasaw, basically 89 there. 412 out in Lee County, 16 out in Prentice County, but now getting up to 1,100 out in Ottawa County, and nearly 3,000 out without power there in Fayetteville. Sorry, Fayette. What is it? It's Lafayette, in north central Louisiana. So again, we have 220 hair reports so far tonight. So we'll only have one medical discussion for a portion of northeastern Texas there. Here's an overlook at the day one outlook again. So have a moderate risk across portions of Mississippi there, Mississippi, western Alabama portions, as well as northeastern Louisiana. Let's go ahead and overlook again. So watching the pretty intense squall line rushing its way into portions of northern Alabama. Let's actually go towards the Birmingham rear side, see what's going on there. So let's go ahead and see exactly what's going on right now. With the looking at the Birmingham rear side again, really intense squall making its way across into the into the western portion there of Alabama. We're going to be seeing mainly a big flooding threat across these areas here, for sure. Pretty intense rain. Orange, I think you are in the southwestern portion, right, of Georgia. So you are under the enhanced risk, I think, right? You are under the enhanced risk. So yeah, you are. No, you're in the slight risk. Yeah, the slight risk. Alright, so again, still watching out as the squall is making its way again across portions of western Alabama. Main threat, of course, will be winds here. We will have some scatter storms, specifically on the Mississippi side of the squall line, where we can possibly have some slight amount of hail, but it's going to be very minimal. Guys, let's see, just around half an inch or so. So the hail is going to dramatically decrease now, but again, we do have a big flooding threat here across Jackson. Again, we do actually have flash flooding on St. Mary Street. Video from social media posts. So again, we do actually have some flash flooding there across downtown Jackson, which is actually which is now under, of course, a flash flood warning here. This is GR2 analyst Jen Butcher. If you're asking, this is GR2 analyst. Again, some small hail down there to as far as portions of Vernon there, just around a half an inch size hail there across the Vernon area into northwestern Alabama. So like I did say, the threat for hail is going to dramatically decrease, but the threat for winds is going to stay still pretty stable at a moderate risk for some pretty extremely gusty winds here as well. But we've been streaming here for about almost 7.5 hours here, so I mean, definitely really crazy long stream here for sure. But again, really watching out for this pretty big severe weather risk developing overnight hours into Mississippi, Louisiana. You guys actually still have a pretty potent threat for overnight tornadoes, specifically across south central and southwestern Mississippi, and as well across northeastern Louisiana. You guys have a pretty good threat for some overnight tornadoes, and then a pretty big threat for extreme flooding, as well uprooted trees and power outages across Mississippi there, Alabama, and Louisiana. Specifically, those three states may get hit the hardest when it comes to power outages, since you guys will get hit almost the hardest by that derecho. But guys, I will be back. I'm gonna go take a very fast bathroom break, and I'll be just right back. Alright, guys, I am back. Sorry, I had to go take a very quick bathroom break. So, again, we're going to continue to watch out for this big threat now to Alabama. We're going to possibly see some pretty big flooding threats as you go towards specifically the northwestern portion of the state there, where we have those higher elevations. Again, a lot of valleys. That's exactly what we're going to be watching out for. Some pretty significant flooding here, and as well, pretty big threats for power outages in the upper portions of Alabama and western half of Alabama as you go overnight. So right now we're getting our first portion of our first squall line near Hamilton, Russellville. They're going down to Carrollton. We have a pretty widespread area of some pretty significant winds within that region. But again, this is the first squall line. We have a second, and this is going to be the main squall line right here. We have yet to get the main squall line for today again, but as you see here, as we get to around, let's get in the next around 2 hours or so, we're going to start getting the main squall line kind of going again as well the next 3 hours. Again, it's going to start kicking in here across portions of Mississippi, and kind of the worst of it will kind of happen between the next 4 and 5, even 6 hours. So we're talking all the way up to possibly around 4, 3, and even possibly 5 a.m. here. So again, keeping a very, very close eye on this storm here. C7 Geo. Sure, I'll give you an update on that. So let me go to Louisiana real quick here. So again, I'll be watching out for some pretty significant severe weather again in that portion of the state there by possibly. So again, you're right here. So you're gonna possibly miss out just a little bit on the severe weather. So again, you may get a few scattered showers here, maybe some small discrete cells here now and then across around overnight hours. But again, you may get a few showers there around 3 a.m. there, possibly 4 a.m. But you're gonna really miss out a lot on the severe weather here. So you're not gonna get anything too much now. You still may get a few gusty winds here. Let's actually go to the wind gusts here and see what you're gonna get. But you still may get some very gusty winds, possibly around 30 to 40 mile-an-hour wind gusts, but you're not going to get really any severe weather whatsoever. But down there in south central Louisiana, you're still looking at a threat possibly for some very gusty winds. Do you think Tallahassee will issue a severe thunderstorm watch tomorrow, or maybe even a tornado watch? Yeah, there's definitely a threat for a severe thunderstorm watch. I don't know about tornado watch because, again, it's going to be mainly a squall line here, so not big of a widespread severe, or not a big widespread tornado threat. If there were to be a big tornado threat, they would issue a tornado watch. Although there is still a 5% chance for tornadoes, again, it has to be a very widespread threat for tornadoes to issue a tornado watch. So severe thunderstorm watch was definitely going to be likely for tomorrow, but I'm not sure, but I don't think there's going to be a tornado watch issued. You're welcome, C7Geo. And C7Geo, if you are already done so, be sure to subscribe to this channel. Again, I would greatly appreciate if you did subscribe. Of course, you are definitely new to my channel. I have not seen you at all before. So again, be sure to smash that subscribe button. I really appreciate it. I'm trying to get to 5,800 subscribers, and we are 4 away. We are 4 subscribers away from that. So if you subscribe, we're going to be very, very close to getting to that goal. Oh boy. I've already gone through 3 water balls throughout this whole stream. Again, I'm starting to see some pretty gusty winds across portions of Alabama. So, we'll be watching out for the threat for some flooding here across portions of Mississippi as well. Some pretty big flooding threats there in that region here. So, as we go through the main event, this is kind of the first squall line. Our main squall line is going to be set in place by the next 2 or 3 hours or so. And then it's going to get really bad by the time we go all the way to 4 or 5 a.m. So this is going to be an all-night event here. So this will never end here. But again, at some point, I had to get some sleep. I don't know when, but I will be streaming for at least the next 2 hours or so. Alright guys, but continuing again to watch out for some pretty big threats there What is up, Sebastian? How are you liking the emojis? How are you liking the emojis so far here? And the custom GIFs. How are you liking that? Well, that's the H-R. Let's go ahead and look at the name here. Let's see what the NAM's showing. So the NAM's taking a more southern approach. So the NAM is getting the southern part of that squall. So the NAM's getting that southern part of the squall in here by around 4 a.m. Central Time. And even a pretty intense rain by around 8 a.m. Central Time here. So again, really, really big time severe weather according to the NAM for your area. Mainly gusty winds, specifically, and even some flooding threats. But the NAM is not getting really any severe weather for you at all, basically. So we have to see who's right, because NAM and HBAR are really, really different. So yeah, it really depends on which model. What will Hamburg, Arkansas look like? So you're in the southeastern portion of the state, I think so. Correct me if I'm wrong. So again, you're in the southeastern portion of the state there. So you're gonna start getting again. You're getting some really heavy rain right now as we speak here, I believe. So yeah, you're getting some pretty some heavy rain there. They're actually the flash flood warning just to the south of you right now. But you're gonna start getting some really light to moderate rain. But as we go the next I say next hour or so, or next 2 hours, the rain's gonna start picking up for your area. But the main squall is gonna be mainly over your area there by around 2:15 your area, 2 a.m. as well. Even portion of the 3 a.m. is gonna be the main threat for your heavy area for extremely heavy rain. Again, you're mainly gonna be looking at for a wind threat. You're not looking at a threat really for tornadoes, at least at the moment here for overnight tornadoes, because again, you are just at the very tip of the moderate risk. And again, you're at the very tip of the 10% chance for tornadoes. But I don't think there's going to be any chance really, or I think there's going to be very, very low chance for tornado or overnight tornadoes for your area. But really a pretty significant threat for very, very gusty winds here, possibly over 50 miles an hour. So you may possibly lose power between 2 or 3 a.m. at your time here, but just keep a very close eye on it. All right. Sebastian asks my favorite. Sebastian asks my favorite severe weather or my favorite weather there. Adrian, will Tallahassee get a tornado? I hope they don't. So Tallahassee, I believe Tallahassee is on the slight risk for tomorrow. Tallahassee's not that far from the enhanced risk actually. Tallahassee's actually not that far at all from the enhanced risk. I think there's gonna be very, very low chance for tornadoes in the Tallahassee region. There may be some tornadoes within the with like or maybe I say to the west of Tallahassee, but there's a very low chance that Tallahassee itself will get a tornado. But I would keep a very close eye on it, Sebastian, because you are very, very close to the enhanced risk, and there may be a small chance that you could get issued to the enhanced risk. Dang, C7GO. So yeah, since you're, I mean, I wouldn't really worry about you being a heavy sleeper, because I don't, again, like I just say, there's not gonna be a big tornado threat for your area. Actually, a very, very small threat for tornadoes in your area. The main threat will be winds, for sure, no doubt. Even if you're gonna get heavy, even if you're gonna get the squall or not, you're gonna get heavy, gusty winds. You're from that little jet, bringing it possibly over 30 to 40 miles an hour, gust there, and then you're also gonna be seeing again, if the AM is correct, you possibly could get some pretty intense rainfall overnight and as well to the morning hours, possibly 4 or 5 a.m., even 6 a.m. So going to be seeing some really heavy rain, no tornadic activity really, or any large hail. So you should be fine even if you're a heavy sleeper. Again, we do have a pretty still intense squall in here making its way towards Alabama. Let's go ahead and take a look now at what we're seeing here towards Shreveport. Let's go to the Shreveport radar site real quickly here. Let's go to a little bit to the west. We've been looking at Alabama for quite a while, and Mississippi there. But let's go towards Louisiana here. I just passed it, but let's go to Shreveport there. And see, we do have a few severe thunderstorm warnings here between the eastern portion of Texas there and as well into central Louisiana. So it's kind of perfect to look at that. So again, guys, we're getting some pretty intense storms here. And the eastern portion there of Texas there. We did actually have 2-inch sized hail, so again, still pretty big threat, a pretty big hail threat as we do still have again the lapse rates there, some really high lapse rates, 2.4-inch sized hail, so almost 2.5-inch sized hails there, and it just updated 2.3 now between Elkhart and Slocum. That's gonna be heading towards the Great Atlanta and Persila very soon, and then a very low or very I guess not severe hail reports compared to that 2.3 just to the south there. So very small hail reports there at around just under an inch there to the north near Reclaw. I like how Adrian will help someone who wants to know if they'll get severe weather even if he doesn't know the area well. Hey, that's what I'm here. I'm here to help you guys. Those wind in North Mississippi there missed my city by a few towns. Got lucky on that one. Well, I'm so glad Painless Plains, you're super safe again. Since you're still in northern Mississippi, you're still going to be seeing a pretty big threat for possibly big time flooding and as well possibly for some power outages. So I would definitely keep a very close eye on maybe sleeping in your basement because there is, again, a low chance, but still, you always want to be safe than sorry for a threat for trees falling in your on your house. Again, it's been very, very common so far today across northern Mississippi. There we've gone 3 reports so far of that on in the and across, let's see, what county was it? Across the, let's see what county it was. I think it was Chickasaw County. We've seen three reports of that already in Chickasaw County with trees reported across the highway. And as this main squalling moves in by later tonight to tomorrow morning, we're going to be seeing very saturated soil. So I would recommend possibly Painless Plains since you're still in northern Mississippi. Most likely maybe sleeping in your basement because you always want to be safe than sorry because we have already seen one fatality so far in northwestern Louisiana because there was a tree that fell in a house. Sadly, already a fatality, and I would rather be safe than sorry that you do sleep in your basement tonight because how saturated the soil is going to be and how gusty the winds will get overnight. And again, this is going to be way overnight, so when you're sleeping here, so if there were a tree to fall down, it could possibly be too late by the time you realize that. So that's kind of why I recommend that you should sleep in your basement tonight. Adrian, I'm in Southern Maryland. There's something at VA border. Can you check it out? VA border. I don't see anything. Hold on. Let me go on National Weather Search real quick. I don't see anything there in Virginia. in Maryland. I live in an apartment complex. Unfortunately, no basement, but I'll be close by to a safe place. Okay, great. Because again, there's still a very low chance that can happen. But again, that person who died today most likely would have said the same thing. There won't be a tree in my house, or it's very low chance, and it happened. And it's been very common across northern Mississippi today because of how saturated the soil is. Oh, VA border with North Carolina. Okay. Alright, I guess I'll look at that. I don't see a problem. Let's see. Let's see. Raleigh and Durham. So let's see what we got there. The border. What's up, Christine? How are you doing? The storms passed in Tulsa. It was intense, but the worst of the storms was a little more south of me, more with some rotation, potential spin ups. We'll see if anything changes, if anything damage tomorrow. Thank you. All right, Christine, you're super duper welcome. Stay safe. A good thing is a lot of storms are over with Tulsa. Again, they're all to the east of you and the southeast of you, kind of again towards the Ozark regions and to the portions there of again portions of the southeastern Oklahoma. So I'm so glad you're safe, Christine. You're super duper welcome, and again, I hope you do stay safe tonight. Good thing is most of it is over. So let's see. We do have some small storms here. Small storms there across North Carolina and near the Virginia border. Some very small storms here. I don't see anything too crazy here. There's some very small storms. Yeah, these are some very scattered storms. Nothing too crazy to worry about. Chicken patty. Sorry, my iPad dead. What are the chances of Tallahassee getting a tornado? I hope they don't. Again, you guys are under a slight risk. You guys are not that far from a. You guys in Tallahassee, you guys are not too far from an enhanced risk there. Look at the cities there. Yeah, Tallahassee is not again too far from that enhanced risk. I think there's a decent chance you guys may be issued in the enhanced risk for some winds here. And again, you guys are under the 2% chance for tornadoes. Again, but you guys are pretty close to the 5% chance. So I think there's a very, very low chance for some tornadoes in Tallahassee tomorrow, but there is possibly a decent chance for some small spin-ups around the area in the far western panhandle and in your neighboring states like Georgia and Alabama. So I think there won't be any tornadoes in downtown Tallahassee, but there is the chances for some tornadoes at least within 50 miles of Tallahassee. So again, you should be good. Sebastian, I don't think it's going to be anything for Tallahassee, but there's a chance possibly for some severe weather for sure. Tallahassee tomorrow, some pretty gusty winds, but I don't see anything too tornadic because, again, mainly a squall line threat. All right, well, again, chicken patty again, nothing too crazy for North Carolina. A few little scattered storms, but they should be fine. I don't see anything too crazy. I guess let's go back to Shreveport. Let's see. Shreveport. There we go. Yeah, it's very unlikely you get a tornado tomorrow in Tallahassee, Sebastian. Very unlikely. But Sebastian, I will still be weather aware. Keep a close eye on the weather. You do that anyways, but just do it more than normal. I know you're under a slight risk, but still keep a close eye on that because we're going to be seeing a big threat for gusty winds. But again, we did get surprised today. In Mississippi, there wasn't really a tornado threat. Or there was a tornado threat. Obviously, they are under 10% chance hatch, but they did get a surprise by a pretty strong tornado during the squall line. I'm not saying that's going to happen because you're only under a slight risk, not a moderate, but you know what I mean. Alright, guys, but again, still watching out for these pretty intense storms here in the southeastern portion of Texas and pretty darn severe storms there as well. Some pretty intense hail for sure as well. Let's see who else. Let's see. But yeah, we're really, again, watching it for some really extreme storms continuing over the night here. These storms in Texas will continue to be a threat, specifically as well the border here into the northern portion there near Texarkana. We're going to be watching for some pretty intense storms, specifically with some hail. Again, that's the main area we're going to be watching out hail for this region here. Really high lapse rates, meaning pretty good chance for some hail, big time hail actually, 1.68 and 1.58. So over an inch and a half there, reported in far southeastern portion of Oklahoma, just not too far from Texarkana. And again, some lower are some pretty good numbers here as well. Lower number there near the Cushing area and Reclaw, which is in east central Texas, around just under an inch there. But to the southwest of that, near Elkhart and Slocum, we actually have nearly 2-inch size hail. So again, keep still a very close eye on that severe weather, and a little bit storms here as well to the south, or to the east here. We don't have as much hail there as well. The further east we go, kind of the less of the threat for hail as we go, and the less favorable areas of like lapse rates can be a little bit on the lower side here. But still, we do have around just under an inch or so for the hail there today, or right now across northeastern Louisiana. But the biggest threat for hail right now is most likely going to be across Oklahoma and Texas for sure. That's exactly where we're going to be watching out for some hail right now. You're super duper welcome. You're super duper welcome, Sebastian. You're super welcome. Chicken Patty. Did anyone get it confirmed tornadoes tonight in any states? In any of the states? Yep. Christine, actually, sadly, there was a very strong tornado today in Mississippi there. It was confirmed here not too far from Jackson. It was a very strong potential wedge tornado, and that was our only tornado of the day so far, and it was very strong. Let me actually pull it up for you guys, actually. I'll pull it up for you, Christine. Let me pull it up real quick here on the downloads. Let's go to the Mississippi wedge tornado here, because it looks like it was possibly a wedge again. This is what we saw, Christine. This was a tornado that we got earlier today, our only tornado so far today, and this was in just not too far out from Jackson, Mississippi. Very, very large tornado. This was reported around an hour and a half ago. Again, this is a very strong tornado that happened around 10 o'clock here. Actually, no, not 10 o'clock, a little bit closer to 9:30, I believe so. But again, Christine, a pretty intense storm. We saw a pretty significant tornado. Again, what we saw there. There's also another photo of this tornado. Again, another look here. Really intense, again, tornado earlier today in outside Jackson. See the pretty nice funnel right there. So this is a very strong tornado, a very large and significant tornado, and it's still gonna be a nail biter for the survey tomorrow. What's up, CR? How are you doing? Yep, that was a monster, and you know it's crazy. That tornado happened in a squall line. That tornado happened on a squall line. I agree, Christian. I hope nobody was injured. So far today, we've had one fatality. Sadly, we've had one fatality in northwestern Louisiana because a tree fell on his house there. And there's definitely, sadly, another chance for more fatalities later tonight here as people go to sleep and are not weather aware, because we're going to be seeing a big threat for some power outages, and as well a big threat here for trees to possibly fall down on houses across Mississippi, Louisiana, and Alabama as we go in the overnight hours here for the main squall, and the possibly bringing gusty winds of over 60 miles an hour with very, very saturated soil. So almost guaranteed for uprooted trees. We've already seen multiple trees on houses already in upper Mississippi. And it's going to be a very similar scenario across Alabama, Louisiana, and once again Mississippi as we go into the evening hours. Or not evening hours, sorry, in the overnight hours. Yeah, very, very sad. You know, that was the first fatality I've ever seen live on GR2 Analyst. I was like, what is this report? I had like a hospital cross. I was like, what is this? And it said fatality there, so very sad. Let's see, guys. We are 4 subscribers away from 5,800. So again, if you are new to the channel, be sure to smash that subscribe button again. And as well, if you guys want to use the super chat button and donate to the stream, you guys can donate $1. You guys can donate $2. You guys can donate whatever amount, and all that money I get on super chats will go towards my channel's equipment, and as well for the better forecasting in the future. Obviously, future months and future years of my channel. So you guys can go ahead and use the super chat button, and I greatly appreciate that, of course. And if you can as well, you can just like the stream and subscribe if you're not already done so. Again, pretty intense hail right now across east central Texas there, and really intense hail right now to southeastern portions of Oklahoma. Look at that, possibly actually some pretty decent rotation there as well. But But look at that, possibly there up to 2.67 inch size hail. So we're getting over 2.5 inch size hail there across portions of southeastern Oklahoma, and we just got a severe thunderstorm warning here for portions of northeastern Texas, southeastern Oklahoma, and northwestern Arkansas. Southwestern Arkansas, including here northwestern Little Rock River County, Sevier County, southeastern McCurtain County, and northwestern Bowie County there, and as well Red River County. So pretty widespread amount there of counties there within the severe thunderstorm. Very, very intense hail, as well as some pretty gusty winds and some pretty broad rotation as well. That's sad. That's the one part I don't like about tornadoes, is the fact that they had the ability to take people's lives from them and their loved ones. I agree, Ciara, and the fact that this actually had happened like unexpectedly, the squall line, it just popped up out of nowhere, and it's exactly how I know it's a wedge tornado, because it just popped up out of nowhere and it just strengthened just so quickly, so quickly. That's exactly how I think it's a wedge tornado. But we actually have 2.6 inch size hail, actually 2.67. So basically, we have 2.7 inch size hail to the south there of Haworth. Again, these severe thunderstorm warnings are kind of expiring here, and we're gonna start seeing a lot more flash flood warnings now as this squall line starts to weaken dramatically here. But still, very intense hail right now across portions of southeastern Oklahoma. Again, guys, there's going to be continuing really big over threat. Sadly, we are watching again for a pretty big threat overnight here across Mississippi. Again, we still have a 10% chance hatch risk. 10% chance hatch risk across portions of Louisiana there, and portions of Mississippi, and as well Alabama. We do have a 10% chance still for some tornadoes. So we'll still be looking at a threat here, possibly for some overnight tornadic systems here, specifically across Louisiana and Mississippi here. Sadly, that's where we saw that tornado earlier today here, that west tornado there, outside Jackson. So there's still a very good chance we can get some tornadic supercells embedded within this main linear lines of storms here in this main squall line. There's a chance possibly again, like I did say, for not only flash flooding here. Actually, let me do this again. Possibly some flash flooding here, uprooted trees, power outages, as well even possibly even a threat for some tornadic supercells. So there is still a chance for a couple more overnight tornadoes possibly across Mississippi and Louisiana as we continue throughout the overnight hours, sadly. So again, we can't rule out the possibility for some more tornadoes. And 2.53, so now getting 2.5 inch size hail right now. Yeah, this is not the biggest. Tornadoes are definitely not the biggest threat today. We've only really seen one. We've only seen one, but there is a threat possibly for, I'd say, maybe one or two more overnight across Mississippi or possibly even Louisiana, and even possibly even western Alabama here, because there is a chance possibly for some embedded supercells that could very well form across these areas here and maybe bring some tornadoes. So keeping a very close eye on possibly for some tornadoes within the overnight hours for central and southern Mississippi, western Alabama, and portions of northeastern and central Louisiana. So keeping a very, very close eye on that. But let's go ahead and look at the severe weather reports we have so far. I mean, we've seen over 200 hail reports. I mean, that's just absolutely crazy. So we have 225 hail reports, 50 wind reports, and they have yet to actually put in the tornado report there. But we have a new meteorological discussion here for portions of eastern Texas and northwestern Louisiana. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. So again, we are start seeing some pretty intense storms blowing up here as a result of the very low cap. So we start seeing some pretty intense storms here across eastern Texas, which is what we're watching right now. You see some pretty intense hail actually over inside hail right on the border there just to the north there of Texarkana within that new severe thunderstorm warning here. And we now have another new severe thunderstorm warning here to the just not far from the Louisiana border here. And this includes here areas such as southeastern Rusk County, Nacogdoches County there, southwestern Selby, and northwestern St. Augustine County there across portions of east central Texas. I'm not sure how much longer I want to stream, guys, because again, this is going to be a thread all the way up to like 4 or 5 a.m. So at some point, I'm going to have to end the stream here. I'm not sure when I will. Again, I may end the stream possibly within. I mean, I may possibly leave it on, but I'm probably gonna go take a. I may just leave my stream on, but like not talk, just like sleep. But change the rare site. I'm not sure though what I would do. I'm not sure what I want to do. If I want to end the stream like when I want to end it, or I like just leave it on and I sleep. I'm not sure what I want to do because I'm not gonna end the stream now, but I'm probably gonna end this. I'm probably getting really tired right now. I'm getting really tired. I've been streaming for over 8 hours straight, and again, it's gonna be a threat all night long. So I mean, this is never gonna end, even tomorrow. Not sure what to do. I'm gonna get real tired. One point 1.7 inside sail there. So it was a pretty intense sail there. They now making our way towards the portions of Oklahoma. Sheesh, Olivia, what is up? Yeah, I'm still streaming somehow. I don't know why I'm still streaming. But yeah, look at this. Still some pretty intense storms here across southeastern Oklahoma. They're actually getting 67 decibels. Pretty dang high. Again, these storms are just going to continue to make their way toward the border there of Louisiana. And again, a few warnings now across central Arkansas as this squall line's made its way toward the east here. So I'm going to start seeing some more warnings across Arkansas and Texas and as well portions of Louisiana. Again, we're still watching out for some more severe weather continuing on all night long. Yep, I've been streaming for 8 hours and 9 minutes. What's up, Gabriel? Guys, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not sure how much longer I can last here. I mean, I may just keep my stream on, but actually not talk like I did last time with the high risk. I just had it on. Let's see here. Let's do panels. Let's do 2 panels. What if for this one I actually go to? I wonder if I can do more than one rare site here. Let's try this actually. Let's do this. Let's do Can I actually do more than one rare site? Dang it, I can't. Dang it, that sucks. That could have been a lifesaver if I could do more than one. Okay, Lily, that's fine. Should Memphis, Tennessee expect anything here? So Memphis can definitely get some pretty intense wind and as well as some pretty intense, really heavy rain. But other than that, you really won't see anything too crazy. You are under a slight risk for some severe weather. Again, the main threat for that is going to be as well, mainly, of course, the winds here. Not too far for the enhanced risk, but main threat, of course, will be the winds here and the hail. But all in general, the hail, if anything, it's going to be very, very small. You're going to start getting some pretty intense rainfall from this little squall line by 3:30 there, but really it's going to be heavy rain, but it really won't last that long. But you could possibly expect some pretty gusty winds of over 20 miles an hour. So Memphis, you shouldn't expect anything too crazy. Yeah, Olivia, I'm the GOAT. I am the GOAT. What's up, Jen? How you doing? It's officially Saturday, meaning I have 2 more days of my spring break and then it ends. What a sad day. But again, still really watching out. All this is left to go, guys. All this is left to go. I mean, I knew days ahead of this event that I was not going to be able to live stream this whole event because I need some sleep. I need sleep. Um, I'm glad you're doing good, Jen. All right. Um, Harrison, yes, with a very good chance, or I wouldn't say very good, but I think there's a pretty decent chance that Mississippi could still see possibly a pretty good tornado threat or overnight tornado threats here. As this main squall line does make its way throughout the whole area here tonight. Again, as you see, they are still under a 10% chance, significant risk for tornadoes. And there's a very good chance we can possibly get embedded supercells within this main event here. So you can kind of see some pretty big squall line there within around 1 a.m. or so. That may possibly be a threat for some tornadoes within that event for sure. Keeping a very close eye on that. So pretty big threat possibly, or a decent threat for some tornadoes between northeastern Louisiana, central Louisiana, south central and central Mississippi there, and as well portions of far western Alabama. Let's see, we've got a report in Fort Smith. We actually have a large tree limbs down in downtown Fort Smith here. Train spotters, so we do have some pretty intense winds down there as well up to Fort Smith. Here guys, I'm not sure how much longer I can last on the stream here, honestly. I mean, if I were to, the only thing, if I were to leave it on a certain rare site, I would have to, like, wake up and change it. So, I'm not sure when I'm going to end the stream here. I say I'm probably going to end the stream within the next 30 minutes because I am exhausted, guys. I've been streaming for over 8 hours. 8 hours. And this is going to happen all night long. So either way, I'm going to have to end the stream at some point because it's going to happen all night long. And again, this is mainly hail. There's still, again, a small tornado threat here. But by the time the tornado threat's going to be there, it's going to be what? Like 3, 4 a.m. or 3, 2 a.m. I'm not going to be up for that for sure. I mean, way too late. Again, still seeing a pretty intense severe thunderstorm there across portions of south eastern Oklahoma, heading towards areas into as well Arkansas and Texas border. They're not far from Texas or Canada. Again, gonna see some pretty areas, some pretty nice areas of some rotation there. But again, so mainly the big threat, of course, will be the hail. We looks like we may have some pretty intense hail up to possibly, let's see there, over an inch or so. Look, we're reporting around an inch and a half. But let's go see what we have there as well, around an inch and a quarter. So still some pretty intense storms there, heading in towards the areas of southwestern Arkansas and northeastern Texas. Again, these storms are going to start kind of becoming less of a hail producer very soon, becoming more of a wind producer. I'm doing good, Jen, but I'm exhausted. Tomorrow will I live stream? There's probably a decent chance I will live stream here. There's probably a chance I will live stream tomorrow for sure. I gotta see though how tired I am. It'll be raining all day tomorrow, so I really won't be doing anything really. I think we have a new musical discussion, guys. Let's see here. SPC. Alright, so we have a new musical discussion as well for portions of southeastern Louisiana and as well portions of southwestern Mississippi there. Monitoring for the development of supercells south of the outflow boundary. So severe wind gusts remain possible with storms oriented along the outflow boundary from central Louisiana into central Mississippi there. A tornado risk may eventually develop later tonight south of the outflow boundary, and convective trends will continue to be monitored. So again, it's kind of where we'll be watching as well for some tornadoes within this area here, but I think I'm going to be really watching for some tornadoes kind of more in these areas, specifically across these areas. I'll be watching for some tornadoes kind of towards areas right here to the southeast of Louisiana. I really don't see extremely big threats for tornadoes, but again, still got to keep a close eye on that. Storm stability is actually not that bad. Actually, 200 there. That's actually not bad whatsoever. So again, there's going to be possibly a threat maybe for some tornadoes across this region here in Louisiana. So we have two new musical discussions. Now we have another one now for, again, eastern Texas and northern Louisiana. We still have one there for portions of near the DFW area. $225 hail reports all over the place. Let's see how many power outages we now have in Mississippi there. 12,200, so it's still kind of steady right now. So still kind of steady there. Again, still some pretty intense storms right now across the near the Texarkana area. Pretty intense storms near southeastern Oklahoma, possibly over inch size hail. Last time I checked, we're getting up to an inch and a half. We're actually seeing some pretty good rotation within the cell here, so I'm gonna keep a very close eye on that. There, I'm not sure if it's gonna be tornadic, but again, we are seeing soundings showing possibly a chance for tornadoes in these areas, and we just got a 70-mile-an-hour gust here, 70-mile-an-hour wind gust here, near. Let's see, this is Idable. Missing it measured 70-mile-an-hour gust there. This is in McCurtain County, so this is right there in southeastern portion of Oklahoma. We just got a 70-mile-an-hour wind gust. It's not saying tornadoes will form in the area. It's saying that there's a potential small chance, or there's a chance for tornadoes to possibly form in the area. There's a chance. It doesn't guarantee the chance. It doesn't guarantee though. I still gotta see if whether I'm gonna stream tomorrow or not. let's see here. Let's see the probability of, or let's see the let's see what the models have for tomorrow. Let's go to the NAM. Yeah, I think I'll definitely stream tomorrow since it's gonna be an afternoon thread. So yeah, I think I'll definitely stream tomorrow. Yeah, I may stream tomorrow for sure. I gotta see though. I may or may not stream tomorrow. I'm not sure. But again, we just got a 71-mile-an-hour gust here, guys, in portions of southeastern Oklahoma there. And it's very intense thunderstorms going to start making its way towards southwestern Arkansas and as well portions of the northeastern Texas. Again, actually pretty good amount of rotation within the cell here. Still going to keep a very close eye on that. Again, very low chance to become tornadic, but soundings have been showing a pretty good hotspot for this area to possibly bring some tornadoes. So that's exactly why I'm still going to keep a close eye on that. 1.2 inch size hail. So again, pretty intense storm for sure. Again, 1.2 inch size hail. To around a 61% chance for hail. Is intense hail. These ones are getting pretty strong here, but again, as we continue to go towards the east here, the threat for hail will start to decrease again. Here's a look at the convective outlook. You do see again that hail threat's going to kind of, after Mississippi can get pretty low. So once this kind of squall goes past Mississippi, it's going to be just all wind threat. Jen, I wouldn't be scared. It's just a severe thunderstorm watch. Again, it's just saying there's favorable conditions for some severe weather. And again, a lot of those severe thunderstorm watches are because of the winds. So, Jen, you will be safe. Again, you should be fine. No need to get panic or scared. So here's look at tomorrow. A lot of this enhanced risk, though, will be in the morning hours. So by the time I wake up, it'll be like half over. That's the thing if I stream tomorrow. It's going to be mainly tomorrow morning there. So again, we're starting to get limited here on these severe thunderstorm watches right now. Let's see the SBC and see where they have issued this new watches. So yeah, we now have severe thunderstorm watches again across portions of southern Mississippi there, southwestern, or eastern and southern Mississippi, eastern and northeastern Louisiana, and again portions of western Alabama. Again, low chance for tornadoes, moderate for wind, and low chance for hail. So again, big time wind threats again for these areas. I'm still gonna be watching out for the tornado threat here. I know it says low, but I'm still gonna be watching out for the tornado threat there. I still think there's a pretty good chance for maybe at least one or two more overnight tornadoes between Mississippi or Louisiana, even Alabama as well. I mean, this is exactly where we have that 10% chance for tornadoes. So again, 10% for tornadoes. So still pretty good threat for tornadoes for sure. I mean, although it says low, there was a low threat for tornadoes earlier in the squall line in Mississippi earlier when we got that massive tornado. So again, low chance for tornadoes. So it does say scattered damaging winds likely with isolated significant gusts up to 80 miles an hour, guys. 80 miles an hour. So isolated large hail events to 1.5 in diameter possible. So again, a tornado or two possible. So there is still a description saying a tornado or two possible. So like I did say, I do think there's at least one or two more tornadoes that can possibly happen later tomorrow. Into tonight here, into tomorrow morning here, early tomorrow morning here, like 2, 3 a.m. across portions of south and western and central Louisiana and portions of, southwestern and central Mississippi and portions of northeastern and central Louisiana. Again, there's a chance for 1 or 2 tornadoes. Biggest threat will be the winds of possibly up to 80 miles an hour. Again, seeing a pretty slow moving QLCS. It's going to bring some pretty gusty winds again, as well. Pretty big threats for some flooding here. So keeping a very close eye, but that's what we have so far for our latest tornado watch right now. So again, this includes a lot of counties across the areas like, let's see here, Mississippi, including Copia, Wayne, Bill's General Region. Should see another area of what we have so far watches wise. So again, we also have another watch here. We actually have another medical discussion across portions of that region. But let's go ahead and read another severe thunderstorm watch we have here across portions of the western portion of Arkansas and central Arkansas and southeastern Oklahoma and northeastern Texas. And that's kind of where we have a very intense storm right now with over inch-sized hail. So again, low threat for tornadoes, very severe threat for winds. I mean, we just got a 70-mile-an-hour wind gust and a moderate threat for severe hail. So like I did say, kind of the further west we go, the bigger the hail threat will be. So after it goes past like the Mississippi River, the threat for hail will gradually decrease here. Again, looking at possibly isolated very large hail, 2-inch in diameter possible, and as well a tornado or 2 possible. So again, there's even a little bit of a tornado threat there. Like I did say, the soundings have showed some pretty good numbers or threats possibly for tornadoes across specifically where we have this pretty severe storm here, and it does have some decent rotation. Again, we actually got another significant wind report here, up to 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts here near the Queen. So we've gone in 70-mile-an-hour gusts and 60-mile-an-hour gusts within the same cell here. And that's exactly why we have a high threat for some big time winds here. As well, we do actually have a tree down on Jackson and Delaware Street in Clarksville. So we do have a tree down in northeastern Texas and trees down near Fort, Texas, at the unseen clearing trees. So we've had now 2 trees reported down in northeastern Texas already. So already 2 trees down in northeastern Texas, and now already a report of 70 miles an hour and 60 miles an hour within all the same cell. So this is all from this very similar cell here that's bringing some really heavy rain here. So this is showing you how intense the storm is. We've already got 4 reports alone from the storm. But boy, we got 2 trees down. One down tree near Lamar County in Texas there, 5 miles north of Sun Valley. Again, trees down on near Fort, Texas, and FD is on the scene there, clearing the trees. And just to the southeast near Clarksville, we do have trees down on Jackson and Delaware Street in Clarksville. Again, law enforcement is the source, and law enforcement is also the source here, or fire deputy actually. So 2 reliable sources. Again, some really nice rotation though, but again, it doesn't look to me any tornadic or anything like that. But that's a really strong storm there. So we no longer have any more severe thunderstorm warnings there for Mississippi. So like I just said, we're not going to be seeing that many more severe thunderstorm warnings here for now. But when the second and main squall moves in, we will definitely see a lot more severe thunderstorm warnings here. And we just got another one. Speaking of that, and this includes Texarkana. So Texarkana is about to get hit really hard by the severe storm. So this includes Little River County, Hampstead County, Northern Miller County, Eastern Sevier County, Howard County, and Bowie County there, across portions of southwestern Arkansas and portions of northeastern Texas. So how are you guys liking my severe coverage so far? How has this live stream been? love it. Great, I'm glad you love it. Hey guys, I'm not sure how much longer I'm gonna last here. I mean, I've been streaming here since I've been streaming for about 8.5 hours. So guys, I'm gonna stream for the next. I'm gonna stream until 1 a.m. I'm gonna stream for the next 40 minutes, and then I'm gonna end the stream, guys. I'm gonna end the stream at 1 a.m. Eastern time, 12 a.m. Central time. So again, this is just gonna be all night, 4 a.m., 5 a.m., all night long. So either way, I won't be able to stream the whole event here. Thank you so much, Jen. I'm so glad you're subscribed. And if you guys want to support the stream even more, be sure to again even use the super chat button. You guys can donate to the stream here. If you guys want to donate to the stream, I would greatly appreciate that. You guys can donate $1. $1 will still help dramatically. So $1, you can donate $1. If you have $1 and you just want to donate it, you can donate $1. Again, $1 can possibly help a lot with this channel here towards future weather equipment, etc. So again, if you want to donate, be sure to use the super chat button. Alright, but again, pretty darn intense storm over here in the Texarkana region. You guys are now under a severe thunderstorm warning here. Looks like the worst of it, though, is about to go to the north near Ashdown, Ogden. We already seen trees down already. Two reports of trees down in different cities there. Across northeastern Texas, already reports of over 70-mile-an-hour gusts there in Oklahoma. We are so close to 80 likes here. So very close to 80 likes. I love Adrian's content. Thank you so much. When does the tornado threat go down for Mississippi? So, great question. So the tornado threat's right there in Hinds County. Where is Hinds County, Mississippi. So you are near. Oh, you're basically near Jackson, Mississippi. There. So you're in a pretty big threat for tornadoes still overnight. Again, you are still actually under a 10% chance for tornadoes there, Chelsea. So let's see, let me go ahead and show you here right now. So you do actually have, again, you are still under the moderate risk for some severe weather. Again, you are under a 10% chance of significant risk for tornadoes. Again, you are in that 10% chance SIG, meaning you are in the highest risk for tornadoes for this whole event right now. So again, very big threat for tornadoes. The threat really won't go down. Let me go ahead and show you the STP numbers here real quickly here. You're going to still be seeing a pretty significant tornado threat as far as way overnight here, because we're going to be seeing some big, you're going to see a pretty linear, large linear storm here. You see this large squall line. It's going to be a threat all the way up to 4 and 5 a.m. here, but the most intense part could very well be between, I'd say, 12:30 a.m. and all the way up to portions there of 2:30 a.m., 3 a.m., 3:15 a.m. So there's possibly a threat for some tornadic activity for your area as late as 3 a.m. here. Again, we do have some pretty high STP numbers here, meaning a pretty good chance for some tornadoes within the next hour or so. It's going to get possibly into a 6 or so, but I think, Chelsea, your threat for tornadoes will die down within the next 3 or 4 hours. So I would definitely stay up until at least 2 a.m. And then after that, things should kind of calm down, just become wind threats. But you can kind of see this little cell right here, these little cells. That's going to be possibly, we could have some embedded supercells like we just saw earlier, just to the north of you there. where we saw that tornado there. What was it? Where was it? Where did we see that tornado? It was at oh, Palachi, just to the north, just to the west of you, and Palachi, where we saw that big tornado. That's one or two of those is possibly expected overnight here. So I would definitely keep a close eye on there, Chelsea. Hope you stay safe. There is again a pretty still a decent chance for tornadoes within your area overnight. So just stay safe. Nope, nothing for Iowa today. And oh, we have tornado warning. Whoa. We got a tornado warning here for this storm. Tornado warning just north of Texarkana. So a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado or producing both tornadoes and extended Australian wind damage were located near Foreman, moving east at 55 miles an hour. So look at this. Severe thunderstorms capable of producing both tornadoes, plural, and extensive straight line wind damage were located near Foreman, moving east at 55 miles an hour. So if you are located here in southern Little River County, in southwestern Arkansas, I recommend you guys take shelter immediately. Ogden, Ashdown, Richmond, Wilton, Arden. Please take shelter immediately. There is some holy cow, there's some very tight rotation as well. Some very significant hail right now, up to possibly over an inch there to get nearly an inch and a quarter. So extremely tight rotation right now. Look at debris. Looks like we have nothing on debris, but again, there is a threat here for tornadoes and as well straight wind damage here. And this is just to the north here of Texarkana, but we have some very tight rotation right now. Just to the west here of the Arden area, extremely tight here. So again, there is possibly a tornado threat. I actually said this before. I said this before this even got warned, that there's a threat this could be tornadic, or there's some pretty good soundings for tornadoes here, and this is exactly what we get here. A tornado warning here for portions of the Texarkana region there, or just to the north of Texarkana, including Ogden, Ashdown, Wilton there, and portions of southwestern Arkansas. So again, we do have a tornado warning right now for far southwestern Arkansas into Little River County there. So if you know anybody there, please tell them to take shelter. There is some very tight rotation within the cell right now, so please keep a very close eye on this and tell them that there is, again, some very tight rotation within the storm and that there's possibly a chance for a tornado. Again, guys, for those who are just running in, we are watching a potential tornadic thunderstorm likely here across areas into north and starting to southwestern Arkansas, just to the north of Texarkana. Again, we do actually have over inch-sized hail and a threat from not only tornadoes but straight line damaging winds here. So again, very big threat here for Richmond, Ashdown, Wilton, and Little River County here. So again, we do have some fairly good rotation within the cell there. You kind of got the nice outflow kind of stretching out like this, nice outflow, and you got the nice inflow kind of going in right there. Nice inflow there. That's exactly where we have a rotation. Oops, that's the wrong thing. Right there where we have a rotation. Very tight rotation right here. All across this whole area. Very tight rotation right now within this cell. So I think it's very concerning here. This could very well be a tornadic storm. Keep a very close eye on this there. If you are in the Texarkana area or just north of that into Arkansas, please take shelter immediately. There is a potential tornadic thunderstorm here. I'll see you, Jen. I'll see you later. Again, guys, there is some very tight rotation within the storm here. You got a nice looking outflow kind of stretching out between that big middle cyclone there near Foreman there. Some nice inflow kind of just stretching in here. Nice inflow there in the Richmond area. And that's going to be seeing possibly our tightest rotation there, just to the west, just to the east of that. But boy, some very tight rotation there across areas like Arden. So that's exactly what we're watching at. Not only for some tornadic rotation, but as well straight line damaging winds. See you later, Jen. Thank you again for joining the stream here. And here's the latest look here. Still got the inflow again, your Richmond there. You got the alpha kind of stretching out here. Let's go ahead and look at the rotation again. Very, very tight rotation here within this storm here. There it is. A very tight here, Richmond for sure. That is definitely very concerning here. There you got the nice amount of rotation right here within the cell. Right now, for those who are just running in again and watching out, a tornado warning here in southwestern Arkansas, just to the north of Texarkana. Yeah, we got a nice metal scale with this again. Oh, that's some very tight rotation. Look at that. Look at that. That's some very, very tight rotation, guys. That could very well be tornadic here. We got a small debris ball right here. Very, very small debris ball. We have that rotation there. So I'm going to keep a very close eye on this storm, guys. This could very well be a very big threat if you live near Richmond, Ashdown, Ogden there in southwestern Arkansas. Please take shelter immediately. Again, we have some very nice outflow within the storm. Very nice inflow here notched. Nice inflow notched. That's a very concerning hook echo we do have on the storm here, as well as some very concerning rotation as well. Holy cow. Again, it's a very concerning rotation. Holy cow, this is crazy rotation. So if you're just to the north of Texarkana, please take shelter again. If you're in Texarkana, you guys are just missing out on the worst of this storm here. And boy, you guys are so close to getting hit by a really massive supercell in Texarkana, but very tight rotation right now. Again, just to the west of Richmond here. That's going to continue to be a pretty big threat here. So we're starting to see a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings die off right now. A lot of severe thunderstorm warnings are dying right now. I see no longer any in Mississippi there. We only have one now in Texas, or we now have one there in eastern central Texas. We got one there. So we have 3 for Texas. We now have 2 just got canceled, and we just got 2 warnings canceled in Arkansas. No longer any in Mississippi there. So it looks like a lot of the severe weather warnings are starting to die off a lot, as it's going to kind of be more of a wind threat here. Let's go look for the latest update here. So yeah, I'm probably gonna end the stream after the tornado warning expires here. Yeah, I'm probably gonna end the stream after this tornado warning expires, guys. I mean, it's been 8 hours and 47 minutes here. Again, here's a look now at the very nice outflow, very nice inflow, and then there's exactly where that rotation meets. Very nice rotation to the just or now over Richmond here. Again, the hail's kind of towards to the north of that. So this is where we're watching for the main amount of rotation there, and so you can kind of see that that's where the inflow notch is. So right here is kind of where we have a very little precipitation. And that's exactly where you'd be watching out for a tornado and a debris ball. And look how the hail, is kind of all, if I can actually get it. Notice how the hail is kind of all around that. Like the hail is kind of, we have the strongest portion. This is the mesocyclone right now, the mesocyclone there. But again, have the nice outflow there and inflow. And this is exactly where we'll be watching out for a tornado, if anything, in a debris ball. And as of now, we don't have anything on debris ball just yet. Hey, what's up, Weather Central? Great stream today. Been watching it on and off. Thank you so much. I'm so glad you enjoyed the stream here. I'm gonna be ending it very, very soon after the tornado warning probably expires. Again, here's the latest update here. Wow, look at that rotation. That's just crazy. Here's the latest look here. Again, you got the outflow, inflow. Ecotops are also pretty high on this storm as well, getting up to possibly 50,000 ecotops there. Very high. So we've got a small debris ball near Richmond. That could be the hail. Yeah, that's good. We got some small debris because of the hail. If it were to be a tornado debris ball, it would have to be right here. But there's nothing there, of course. Yeah, we got some debris though because of some really intense hail there near Richmond. We do have some hail debris. There's no tornadoes near Temple. That is some super darn tight rotation near Ashdown. Holy cow. Again, no debris ball just yet. That is some extremely tight rotation. Look at that rotation. That is extremely tight for sure. This is not tornado confirmed just yet. Let's look at the latest update here. A severe squall line capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive Australian wind damage was located near Ashdown, moving east at 60 miles an hour. It's a big threat for tornadoes again. So, this tornadic thunderstorm will remain over mainly rural areas of southeastern Little River County, including the following locations: Millwood, Pine Prairie, and Red Bluff. So if you live in any of those areas that I just said, please take shelter immediately. Again, we still have some pretty darn good rotation within this whole area right now. So again, still possibly a very good chance this could. Ooh, we got a debris ball. I think we got a debris ball. Hold on. Could this be a debris ball right here? Could this be a debris ball? I think we may have a debris ball, guys. We may have a debris ball. Look at that, the nice inflow, outflow. We got a nice debris ball, actually. I can't tell if that's a debris ball or not. That is very interesting. I cannot tell if the breed ball or not. I cannot tell, but it's definitely there. And we have a new tornado warning here extension here, all the way up into southwestern Arkansas. But still very, very tight rotation right now. Again, extremely tight. We may have something very small in the debris ball. Again, that could be a glitch. That could just be a... But that's definitely very interesting here. Let's go ahead and see what this new tornado warning has for us again. So it does. This new tornado warning includes areas for southeastern Little River County, southern Hampstead County, northwestern Miller County, and Nevada County in southwestern Arkansas. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Ogden, or 8 miles east of Ashdown. Moving east at 85 miles an hour. That's literally like going at expressway speed. Tornado and ping pong sized hail will be the threat here. So this is a very fast moving storm here. Look at how fast the storm's moving here. It legit was near Idabel just a few minutes ago. It is moving very quickly. Let's go here. Look at the latest update here. It's so moving so fast, like I gotta pause it. And very tight rotation again, right here, just to the west now of Ogden, or just to the east of Ogden. Yeah, we don't have to breathe on anymore, but holy cow, this is very tight rotation. That's a very large warning, though. So they got some pretty high confidence. This could very well be a big threat in for future. Let's go ahead and look at CC, so we think partial coefficient. And again, we had something there near the Ogden area, but as of now, we don't have any more. So keep a very close eye on this. This is a very nice hook, though. Got the outflow there. You got the inflow coming in right here. So if anything, there could be a tornado right here to the northeast of Ogden if there were to actually be a tornado. That's where we have the highest rotation there. Nothing on the debris ball just yet, but again, we don't have any hail there. So if there were to be debris, it would not be there. Again, we have the hail. Typically, you get the hail to the north of the area of debris, and it's exactly where it is. The hail is to the north of that area of debris and inflow. So that's exactly a perfect. This is just a perfect scenario here to see a tornado here. That hail is also in the north there. A very large, again, tornado warning here all the way from now there to as far east as portions of Bluff City there. We just now got 2 new reports here of damage here. So tree fell on home on Hickory Street. Injuries unknown at this time. Power lines down, same location. So again, we now have more trees down here from the same cell in the area near the cab. It's going to be the same area going towards Texarkana. So there's a chance we may see some pretty significant tree damage in the Texarkana area as well. Again, power lines resorted down on Highway 44 west outside of DeKalb. So 2 damage reports near DeKalb. Tree down on Jackson and Delaware Street in Clarksville. So we just got 2 reports within a very small and similar area here. And as well, 1.75 inch size hail reported there in Harris, Texas. So this is a very intense cell, bringing everything. Tree damage, tornado warning here, 80 plus mile gusts here, and moving at east at 85 miles an hour. So this is a just interesting storm here. And we have another very large severe thunderstorm warning here, including southwestern Miller County in southeastern Arkansas, again, northwestern Caddo Parish and northwestern Louisiana, Marion County in northeastern Texas, Cass County in Texas, Harrison County in Texas, southeastern Franklin in Texas, there, Upshur County in Texas, Morris County in Texas, Titus County in Texas, Camp County in Texas, and Gregg County in Texas. We have a ton of counties here under this new severe thunderstorm warning here. So this one cell is bringing a ton of trouble here. We have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings that are now canceled across east central Texas, but high confidence right now for the Texarkana area right now. Very high confidence. Very, again, extreme amounts of very extreme rotation at the moment here. Again, we have some pretty extreme hail, but to the north there where we're watching. But so far, nothing on debris just yet. It's catching my attention. No debris ball just yet. Again, very tight rotation within the cell. Keeping a very close eye on it, though. So again, guys, it is very interesting here. Extremely tight rotation to the north, east, and just east in general of Ogden. We have a very large area, some free rotation here. And we are just about to hit the 9-hour mark here on the stream here. We are 8 hours and 59 minutes, so we just hit the 9-hour mark, guys, on the stream. And once the tornado warning does get canceled, I will end the stream, guys, because like a lot of these severe thunderstorm warnings are starting to get canceled now or expire, except obviously for the ones right here for this storm. Okay, there's a pretty good chance that this could possibly be on the ground again, but there's yet to be a debris ball at the moment. Actually, let's go again. Let's keep a close eye on this, though. This is going so fast. It's so hard to keep up with this. So again, if we were to look for area of rotation or a debris ball, it'll kind of be towards this area right here, because that's where we be having the outflow and the inflow. Looks like it's kind of closing off a little bit right now, but I will keep a very close eye on this area here again, towards this region right now. It's kind of where I'm going to keep a close eye on. Exactly where I'm saying where we possibly watch out for a debris ball, which we have yet to get one at the moment here. But again, there's a very good chance this was possibly at least still on the ground here. Again, it could toss over 35,000 feet here, so going to keep very close eye on this. Again, we have 2 tornado warnings ahead as far as even south central Arkansas. So this is a very large tornado warning here. And we have another very large severe thunderstorm warnings. Actually, we have so many severe thunderstorm warnings now across portions of northeastern Texas from this whole linear line of storms here. Again, mainly for the winds, though. Again, and very little hail within the storms there. Again, starting to get some very heavy rain now across portions of downtown Texarkana. There's a very good chance we could possibly get some extremely gusty winds here. We've actually already got 2 reports of trees down into the Cap region, which is not too far from Texarkana. But look how fast this storm is moving here. I mean, it's so fast. I mean, it's moving east at 85 miles an hour. It was literally in in Idabel not too long ago. Not all the way down to portions of southwestern Arkansas, and continuing to move. Hey Tyler, so we're watching a tornado warning right now. So again, we have not seen any additional tornadoes just yet, but this one's very interesting here across portions of southwestern Arkansas near Texarkana. Again, I'm going to end the stream actually when this tornado warning expires or cancels out, because I'm getting very tired. It's already 1 a.m. here, so I'm gonna get some nice sleep tomorrow for sure. Again, so see some very nice rotation beginning. Looks like a lot of this now becoming straight line winds here and not tornadic. Again, I'll be really watching out for this whole area for some type of rotation near the Fulton area, south of McNabb. You can kind of see here some type of formation here. Yeah, really watching out for this whole area, just this whole region here. We have a big area of potential rotation again still. So a lot of this down here is going to be, all this down here is going to be winds, Australian winds here. But if you kind of look at something like this, that's where you'd be watching at possibly for some tornadic rotation. Let's go to 3D on this storm again. See what we got on 3D. I mean, look at this storm though. I mean, you got some really high echo tops there. You got some nice amount of updraft to the upper portion of some air here. So we got the really high echo tops there. I ain't reaching as high as possibly 45,000 feet there. I mean, really gusty winds though. Again, within this area to the north of Texarkana. Really keeping a close eye on this though. Do I delete my live stream videos after a few days? Usually I don't. Sometimes I do. Like if it like the streams here where I'm figuring out my bit rate, it's only like 30 minutes long. I would most likely hide it. But if it's like a long stream like this, I most likely don't hide it. Alright, so that first original tornado warning here has been canceled. Let's see what we still got with the second tornado warning here again. Sphere that was capable of producing a tornado was located over Fulton or 14 miles west of Hope, moving east at 60 miles an hour. So it has slowed down just a little bit here, but still moving very, very quickly here. Really watching out. There's some really nice rotation again to the north now, McNabb. And north of Fulton there, very close amount of rotation there, keeping a very close eye on that. Yeah, I don't think I've seen anything too crazy with this again. Gonna be very interesting though. We still got some really nice rotation in certain areas. I mean, it's kind of going to be hard in certain areas to see whether it's wind raptor or not, or whether it's straight on winds. But right now, we can definitely see there is some really nice rotation near the Shepherd area. It's where we got some really nice rotation there. These other areas is going to be straight on winds there. They're really gusty. 70 plus minor wind gust there. That's not going to be anything tornadic live. But near Shepherd is where we are watching possibly for that pretty intense severe weather and possibly even tornadic rotation. So that is where we'll be watching here. Again, still some pretty intense rotation with this cell. It has not been defined yet. We still don't have anything too crazy on debris ball. We don't have a debris ball according to correction coefficient at the moment here. I mean, we have not at the total storm here. So this is very interesting here. We have yet to get a debris ball. Again, really nice rotation right here across the Shepherd area. That's exactly what we're going to be watching out for. Some tornadic-like rotation. The other areas is really going to be straight line of winds. Straight line of winds, again, those really gusty winds from the squall line / mainly QLCS at this point now. Main QLCS is kind of what we're seeing here. It's exactly why things are moving such a fast speed here. But again, really still watching out for the severe weather. Let's go ahead and get the new description here on this tornado warning. Again, 14 miles west of Hope, moving east at 60 miles an hour. So we still got some really 3 large severe thunderstorm warnings here across much of northeastern Texas. I mean, look at that. That's a very large area of this northeastern portion of the state there. All from the small little portion of this little squall line here, or this QLCS, that small little portion that QLCS, which is non-tornadic. We're going to be seeing a very little hail at that portion there. You can kind of see getting possibly, I guess, just under 3/4 of an inch there, getting as well just under 0.7, so getting just under half an inch, but also more than around. It's getting just under it's getting under an inch, but just over half an inch. What's up, Jen? I am about to end the stream once these tornado warnings do expire here, but again, still some really nasty hail across the supercell again, specifically now in the southern portion there of this southern part, which is kind of the main area of where we are watching for that pretty big time significant supercell there. Getting still no debris ball at the moment here yet, but still up to 1.5 inch size hail to the south there near Fulton. Again, we still have a tornado warning. We still have some pretty good rotation near the Fulton area. Now getting near Spring Hill is kind of where we're watching right here for that rotation. Right there is where we're going to be watching out for that rotation within the cell. Again, keeping a very close eye on whether it gets warned or not. We have been streaming for over 9 hours and 12 minutes. Woof, what a day. What a day. Again, there's not anything going to be too concerning with this tornado warning. We just got another large severe thunderstorm warning here, guys. For this QLCS, again, it includes Central Miller County, Lafayette County, Nevada County, and Columbia County, all in southwestern Arkansas. This is kind of what we saw at the very beginning of the stream here, the severe weather in southwestern Arkansas, that squall line. So kind of going from the beginning of the stream, very similar scenario, to now very similar scenario at the end of the stream. But yeah, this one is definitely slowing down, definitely a little bit there. But again, we have a ton of severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Just look at it on the National Weather Service map. Look how widespread these warnings are. Again, sadly, I won't be able to be live for these. I don't think this was a bust at all, because again, remember, this is a big hail threat, not a tornado threat. So it doesn't matter if we got one tornado. We got over 200 reports of hail, and we have a ton more wind reports to come. Again, let's see, we've had 63 wind reports. I mean, we've got over 227 hail reports. This is definitely not a bust, considering that we only had, again, a main threat for hail and winds, and we have a lot more wind reports over to come here as this main what I say, QLCS slash supercell, or sorry, not supercell, QLCS, possibly even squall is going to be becoming a lot more severe here. So we do have two medical discussions right now. Again, we do have still a moderate risk for these areas, according to the last update. But look at all these severe thunderstorm warnings here for this QLCS here, which will be moving into the Texas area. So again, Oklahoma, you guys will be done after this here. Northeastern Texas, you guys will be done very soon, within the next few, I say 30 minutes or so. I'm gonna start streaming after this tornado warning expires. I'm gonna start streaming here. Yes, it says 0 because they need to update it. They need to get the official report. Sometimes it takes them forever to report tornadoes, to officially put on the National Weather update. But again, it was confirmed, and it will be on the website possibly by tomorrow. So the tornado warning for southeastern Little River and north central Miller County is canceled. A severe thunderstorm watch remained in effect until 2 a.m. Central Time. So I think this tornado warning has just been canceled. Again, I'm just going to keep a close eye on this though. Again, we still have some pretty lower intense squall lines. So again, all these severe thunderstorm warnings look pretty intimidating when you look at the website. But again, it's just really small squall line, very little hail, less than half an inch. Less than an inch there. Kind of pretty consistent between 0.7 and 0.8. So still pretty some decent size. So I'd say around I'd say maybe penny size, maybe probably quarter size hail max is what we're seeing here with this storm. Again, we're going to see starting a lot more flash flood warnings here across the region here again. Main threat is going to start becoming the winds. So I'm going to end the stream here, guys. I will be back. I'm going to take a very quick bathroom break. Alright, guys, sorry, I just came back from my last bathroom break for this whole event. Alright, guys. So I'm just gonna wait for this tornado warning to actually disappear from Jared to answer real quick, and then I'll officially end the stream here, just in case anything weird happens when I end the stream, like a new tornado warning or whatever. So I'm just gonna wait a little bit until this officially goes out the website. But again, we do have a severe thunderstorm warnings, including a lot of counties across northeastern Texas there to northwestern Louisiana, and again, still including southwestern Arkansas. And then we got more warnings there, including down Smith counties, Franklin County, Wood County, Upshur County, Camp County, and Gregg County across east central Texas, and again as well portions. Actually, this one has been expired here, but again, this is going to be mainly a wind threat. But this is a very, very weak part of this squall line / QLCS, so it's very, very weak here for sure. I mean, I don't see really the need for these warnings here. But yeah, guys, I think that is going to wrap up the stream today. We streamed here for 9 hours and 20 minutes. Holy cow. We never got to 5,800 subscribers. We are 5 away. We were so close to 5.8k subscribers, guys. Oh, we were so close. Well, guys, let's just wait for this red polygon to disappear, and this will be it. A very long stream, guys, almost 10 hours long, with no break. Well, I got one small break, but basically no break. Woof. Well, guys, hold on, we got a funnel cloud report. Hold on. Oh, come on. Why? I was just about to end the stream. So we just got a funnel cloud report there. Arkansas State Police report funnel cloud just west of Hope city limits. So there's a funnel cloud here, but there's no rotation at all though. But there is a funnel cloud report. That is interesting. So again, there is a funnel cloud reported in Hope here by law enforcement. It's basically right 3 miles west of Hope here. Again, we do have very little rotation. It's just basically, again, still this straight line of winds right now we're expecting here. There is still some really little hail, but again, I don't see anything too crazy with this funnel cloud right now. Keep a very close eye on it though, but again, I was just about to end the stream, guys. This is Rip in the chat. I was about to say see you guys later, but no, Funnel Cloud. Like I said, there's like really no rotation with this. So there's hope. So looks like this is the funnel cloud they're talking about right here. So it looks like that's what they're talking about right there. That funnel cloud that's just reported there. Let's see, there's a way here we can go like that across hope. Alright, so looks like this is the funnel cloud they're talking about right here. Right here. So again, just because it's funnel cloud does not exactly mean it's going to be a tornado, but still, gotta keep a close eye on that, because if there's still a funnel cloud report, alright, I see the tornado warning update. So it's still included for Ralston, Wilsonville, Waterloo. Yeah, guys, I don't see anything with this report. Yeah, I don't see anything with this funnel report. Yeah, it's a funnel cloud. It's very interesting here, but yet there's really no rotation. Just because you have funnel cloud does not mean there's gonna be a tornado. I don't think this is a debris ball. Yeah, that's not a debris ball. That's all part of like a whole line here of these blues. See all this whole line right here. We saw some pretty broad rotation right here though, near the Patmos area. I guess that's not where we're watching for that that's not where we're watching for that funnel cloud. For those who are just running in, we just got a funnel cloud report here from Arkansas State Police there, and law enforcement. Again, a funnel cloud doesn't really mean there is a tornado possible. It does mean that there is a rotating supercell likely in the cell in this region here, lower in the atmosphere. I was supposed to end the stream at 1 o'clock, guys. Wow, I really thought I was gonna end the clock. I really thought I was gonna end the stream there at 1 o'clock, huh? Sure did trick me. And another severe thunderstorm warning here issued here for portions of south central and southwestern Arkansas. This includes Clark County, western Calhoun, Dallas, and Oneida County once again. These very similar areas. Until 1 a.m. Looking at again, let's see, 60-mile wind gust there and quarter size hail. So we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning here again. There's something interesting here on base velocity. Again, we did get a funnel report just 3 miles west of Hope, but again, not every funnel cloud signifies tornado. No debris ball, no rotation. I'm not too worried about this here. So, we're at the possibility if this tornado warning does it get canceled or at least expire very soon here. So very interesting here. Oh yeah, there is a tornado watch, guys. There is a tornado watch. So yeah, there is a pretty significant tornado threat possibly. I did say in the areas across Louisiana and Mississippi. Tornado watch across southern Louisiana there, just outside New Orleans. There, you guys are again more portions of these areas are under a marginal and a slight risk, and then down there in Mississippi, we have areas that are under the moderate risk as well. First tornado watch of the day, though. So I have to wait for this tornado warning to completely expire, and then I'll end the stream here. I don't want to end the stream with a tornado warning still. Yep, there is a new tornado watch here for southern Louisiana and southern Mississippi. So again, here in the yellow, we have our first tornado watch of the day. So there is again a chance possibly for some tornadoes across portions of Louisiana and Mississippi there. And we have to wait for this to actually pop up there. There we go. So again, tornado watch. You're looking at a moderate threat for tornadoes and EF2 plus tornadoes again. This includes areas like Baton Rouge, and as well includes areas that are actually under a marginal risk here. And this will expire to 7 all the way up to 7 a.m. Central Time. So this also includes for kind of tomorrow's risk. Again, tomorrow as well, specifically, because again, this is kind of the AM hour. So this is kind of, I guess this is for today. Technically for today. So today again, there is an enhanced risk for these areas, or an enhanced risk for some of these areas. So that's exactly why we do have a tornado watch for these areas, because again, there is a 5% chance for some tornadoes. High threat for wind, moderate for wind, and moderate for actually 65 plus knots. Severe for or high for severe winds and a moderate for 65 plus knots, low threat for severe hail and 2 plus diameter hail, and moderate threat for tornadoes and EF2 plus tornadoes. So again, a few tornadoes and a couple intense tornadoes possible, scattered damaging winds and isolated significant gusts to 80 miles an hour likely, isolated large hail events up to 1.5 inches in diameter possible. So again, this tornado watch is approximately along the N55 status. Let's see. Okay, it says from 50 miles east of southeast of the Pine Belt, Mississippi area. So again, this means there conditions favorable for tornadoes and severe thunderstorms here. So I'm gonna keep a close eye on this from again next few hours here. But again, I really won't be streaming that. No, this is not PDS. This is not PDS. Again, guys, just because you're in a tornado watch does not mean there's going to be tornadoes. I mean, I've been in multiple tornado watches and there's been absolutely nothing. I mean, I've been in a moderate before and there's been absolutely nothing here. So again, let's not freak out here. Tornado watches mean it's favorable for severe weather development as well possibly for some tornadoes. Again, though, it does not guarantee tornado. Again, this is very likely because again, this is mainly for tomorrow specifically, or actually technically today, where we do have, of course, the enhanced risk here. There you see across these areas. Alright guys, let's just wait for this tornado warning to disappear and I will be ending this stream again. So we do have tornado watch for southern Louisiana and southern Mississippi, so if you are in the tornado watch, keep a close eye on for tonight. There is a chance for some scattered, maybe even long, and possibly a long track, maybe even strong tornadoes possibly within the region here. Deep overnight here again, it will expire at 7 a.m. Central Time. So again, I'm not gonna save all night just for that. So again, if you're in the tornado watch, just watch out. I recommend sleeping in your basement if you are under one. Just recommend sleeping in your basement or possibly just being weather aware the whole night. Again, this means that it just means there's favorable conditions for tornadoes and severe thunderstorms. Does not mean it's going to be a tornado in your area. It just means it's overall chances. And again, a tornado watch is so large, so the chance of them being actually within your county and city is very, very low. So again, just no worries here. Again, nothing in rotation here at the storm. So yeah, this tornado warning is definitely going to expire very, very soon here. For sure. We're about at the 10-hour mark. We're at 9 hours and 40 minutes. I was supposed to end the stream at that 9-hour mark, but no. This tornado warning said nah. Thank you, tornado warning. I really appreciate it. So kind of you. Again, we've had 229 hail reports and 65 wind reports. So the wind reports are starting to go up. And you can look at this now. Let's go with this. So there you see the hail reports are kind of getting very steady now as we go overnight. Hail, you see the loud are kind of going down a little bit. Just general hail is going pretty much on the lower side, but you see the hail is now going to go up here. And who knows? Maybe the hail might get very close to surpassing the hail. Or sorry, the winds might get very close to surpassing the hail. So we got to keep a close eye on that because again, as you see this very significant QLCS and squall line deep overnight. Wind reports are going to really increase dramatically, and maybe we can get a few more tornado reports. I know it has 0, but we have so far 1 from Mississippi. So who knows? We're going to get interesting numbers when we wake up tomorrow. Oh, wow, I'm so tired. Boy, it is 1:30 a.m. over here. This is just crazy. I've been streaming since 3:40, and it is 1:20 in the morning. What am I doing with my life? I may stream tomorrow depending when I wake up. Because again, I'm going to sleep really late tonight. So, the main severe weather threat tomorrow will be in the late morning hours. And I may not even be awake in the morning. I may wake up in the afternoon. Because you got day 2. The enhanced frisk there. All that's going to happen before 1 o'clock Eastern time. So, by the time I even wake up, a lot of that will be over. I may be streaming a little bit of Florida. Who knows? I mean, it really all depends. I'm not sure. I would like to. Just all depends when I wake up, though. Uh, marginal is possible for Detroit. I mean, you guys are almost in that. Probably for the win threat. Just a little bit more, and that tornado warning should be completely gone. That means I can go to sleep. But again, severe thunderstorm warning now for central Louisiana near Alexandria. Pretty intense storm there. Inch-sized hail. Very rare that we're gonna be seeing that too often right now. Inch-sized hail in Louisiana. We won't be seeing that too common throughout this evening here. If we're gonna get hail in Louisiana, it's not, I say less than an inch. Again, small portion of the squall line now heading to the Longview area very soon, Tyler very soon. But these storms in general just don't look too intense here. Look at hail, very, very small hail, getting up to maybe just around an inch there near Cairns. But again, in general, this is not a really intense squall line portion. Surprised we haven't got any reports of trees down in Texarkana. Oh my gosh. The polygon, the red polygon is no longer there. Is Tuscaloosa gonna be seeing a tornado threat? You guys have a pretty small tornado threat. I don't see Tuscaloosa seeing a tornado threat there. You guys are again under the enhanced risk, but only at a 5% chance for tornadoes. I see the main threat for tornadoes sticking around for south central Mississippi and portions of eastern Louisiana. So the main threat for tornadoes, I think, will be included in these areas. Let me actually zoom in and see where I think the best chance for tornadoes will be for tonight. Most likely for these areas, going to be watching out for these areas. Again, I don't think Tuscaloosa is going to be getting a tornado tonight. The best threat you guys have will definitely be by far the wind. And the wind for sure, possibly some very small hail, maybe pea-sized hail, quarter-sized hail, but the big threat for sure is going to be the wind, possibly over 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So power outages are possibly possible in your area, and as well, maybe some uprooted trees and uprooted power lines, and even possibly some flash flooding issues there. But the red polygon is finally gone, meaning I can finally end my stream, guys. This is the beautiful moment right now. Yes, I'm sorry, guys, for those who I can't talk to. I mean, yeah, if you live in Louisiana, I'm sorry I can't forecast for you guys. I'm just exhausted. I mean, I've been streaming for almost 10 hours now, so thank you so much for everybody joining the stream. You guys are all awesome for joining in this late. I really appreciate you guys so much. I don't know if I'm going to stream tomorrow. It depends on when I wake up. If I wake up in time, I will stream. If I wake up middle of the event, I may stream. I don't know. If I wake up too late, it's too late here. But thank you guys so much for this amazing stream. I wish I could stream the whole event. But again, this is going to be all night, 4 or 5 a.m. I'm not going to do that. I mean, just for some wins. No offense, but still. If anything, if it was a tornado outbreak, it would be different here. But I hope you guys stay safe there. Today was a crazy day.